back. Shoot. Yo. Did I just thought about that. Did I? Oh, no, I got the right topic down. There we go. Ooh, shoot. Let's get the party started. You do party starting these cities invites, huh? Is that Drea in the building? What's the dealio? Shishmilio. Shoot. Let's see some. Try to get to 1,000 real quick. Get the topic started. Earlier we talked about beef. TikTok beef. That's what we was talking about earlier, but now we switching it up, man. I wanted to talk about this yesterday, but I was too tired. People come and go, part 2. Yes. As soon as I get to 1,000, we can get the topic started. Soon as I get to 1,000, and I get the topic started, man. How y'all feeling, man? I see you, Cosmo in here, and Andrea. Turn this volume down for this. See some. Bored, boy. That boy is bored, boy. Y'all can hit the box if y'all want to. Alright, it's just part 2 of what I talk about, but let's see. Let's send some shares out. Boom, boom. I feel like there's some people I'm missing. I think that's all the people. I think. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I'm almost there. Oh my. Oh shoot. Alright, let me start it. The whole topic. Peeping Cupboard Go Part 2, man. I talked about this once before, but I bring it up again. It's just something I want people to be aware of. Like we do know that, that's just the way of life anyways, but I try to emphasize that even if we gotta stop looking at it that we waste our time with people, you know what I'm saying? Or if you have a failed relationship that happened, or that you spent a lot of time with somebody and it didn't work out, always try to say look at it from another perspective. Just look at it that person or whoever you kicked it with, even if it's a friend, y'all was cool and somehow you got back poked. I don't know how to put that. I don't want to put the S word, the STAB word, but I don't know how they gonna take that one. But you got messed over by that person, right? Even with that, like all that stuff happened for a reason. Different things happen for a reason. It's either to teach you a lesson or something for you to learn from. So back to what the people come and go situation is just that, like, even it boils down to, just like I mentioned before, that the simple person that you walk past down the street, you know what I'm saying, you say hi to them, all that plays a factor in everybody's life, even if it was for a quick second. It could be a quick second or it could be for a long term, but no matter what, everything in life, you know what I'm saying, it's a reason behind it. People come and go in your life for a reason. Even like your life itself is going to come and it's going to go eventually. So all that stuff is it's a reason behind all that. So I'm just saying the fact of like anything that happened in our life, we shouldn't, because maybe we lost somebody in our life, or maybe we stopped connecting with somebody in our life and all that stuff. It's just look at it, that people serve their purpose. And it's something for you to learn from, or it was something for them to, help get you. Can't get attached. Yes, it seemed like in the same kind of. I heard that actually inside of in this audio, because I used to be listening to audio books and stuff back when I was listening to these motivationals. I mean, I still do it every now and then. I just haven't did it in a while because I've been doing this and listening to some of my videos and stuff. But every now and then I be listening to motivational videos. And one person said it seemed kind of bold. But when I put my feelings to the side, I understood what he was meaning, like not having having no attachments to no one. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what holds you back in life in general and stuff. You know what I'm saying? That's what makes people why they feelings go a certain way that they, especially when it's just that's how it is. You know what I'm saying? Having attachments do kind of detach you from life itself, or detach you from your own life. So. But I mean, everything, like everybody's on this earth, even yourself, is to serve some type of purpose. Even the people that didn't even seem like they had time to live their life, or the little kids that didn't even have time to live their life. There was a purpose behind all of that. Like I said, everything is something to either learn from or grow from, or just like I tell people, their traumas or something with they problems in life. It's either for you to learn from, grow from, or adapt with. It's either them three. With no attachments, it's easier to have no expectation, most definitely. Because I tell people, even with the expectations, like we destroy our own selves sometimes with that. Expectation usually, if it don't work out, it comes with disappointment and stuff. So. But then again, expectations can be a motivation. But that's why I tell people to have less expectations, more appreciations, because your expectations is not always promised to come. That's why I tell people to have more appreciations. Ultimately, expecting the worst is the best way to think. I don't want to say expect the worst. I mean, I get you saying like in preparation or something like that, but I would just say instead of putting it away, life is life. Or I tell people just that's like a thing you can expect the unexpected. That's something you can expect. You know what I'm saying? It's expect the unexpected. That's a like a plain way to a regular way to look at things and stuff. And then like if it don't happen, you say you always look at it as it was. I mean, if it was meant, it was gonna be. It was meant, or if it wasn't meant, it's not meant. That's how I look at it. Everything happened for a reason. Everything don't happen for a reason. So I mean, it can go either way. It's just the positive way of looking at things. Because if you sit here and think on like, dang, why this ain't happening? Why I didn't work right with this person? Why this and that? You know what I'm saying? You're gonna be sitting here thinking forever. You know what I'm saying? If life come and go, what make you think people don't come and go? You know what I'm saying? So that's just how it is. Like I think I had a topic on that I wanted to do too. I wanted to do that, or did I do that? I think I did. But basically, yeah, So, but back to the with the topic and stuff. What's that part of the topic? P like I just want people to look at things from a different way because I know they be like, man, I can't believe this happened to my peoples and all that stuff. Because like even with that, whatever happened in your life, you got into it with somebody, or if you didn't, or stuff in your you might have lost somebody, all that stuff. Like you wouldn't be the person you is today. You know what I'm saying? It shows that like even if the worst of the worst happened to you, you wouldn't you survived it. I'm put it that way. It shows that you can things. It just show that things happen and make us aware, wake us up. It teaches something to avoid. You know what I'm saying? Some people, I always say that everybody, all of us, is just we are all the same. We just different ways to live life, or different ways, of how we experience. It's like we are, what I'm saying. We say it's trial and error, but I feel like we are trial and error because all of us make maybe the same mistakes, or we made different mistakes and try to learn from it or try to fix it until we, what I'm saying, until whatever's done is done, for us to teach others to not make the same mistakes, or to teach ourselves to not make same mistakes. Some people don't have the chance to, you know, um, they could talk about it, but some people don't have the chance to make certain mistakes. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes they might make a mistake, but then, what I'm saying, they I ain't gonna say they pay for it, but they end up serving their purpose. That's why I put it that way. They serve. That's why it's when people pass away and all that stuff, I say they serve their purpose. That's what I feel. That's the best way to look at it. You served your time. You did what you were supposed to do. This is your time on earth, and you go back to wherever. Gotta learn to smile at the lowest and be defensive, prepared at your at our highest. Right, exactly. Got to, man. Cause it can only get better from there. If you know how to smile at your lowest, it only can be better from there. You know. Um, but like even that, like even this, like when you get friends on here, like I even know that's temporary. We want everything in our life to last forever, but that's just that's an expectation that we just hurt ourselves on. Like it's no way. Nobody's on here to. We can't be friends with somebody for the rest of our life. We can't. I mean, that just don't happen. Even if y'all did it for a long time, one of y'all gonna pass away. You know what I'm saying? That's one thing that's expected for everybody. That's an expectation. But we be getting mad at all these situations. Like a lot of times, yeah, it's cool. Maybe you get into it with a friend on TikTok or something like that. Like I got a few friends that I just, I'm not even might have started with me at the beginning and now they not around no more. It just be like that. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is, through your process and your growth, or certain situations or whatever, you're gonna end up losing people because everybody is not on the same page. Only the strong still stick with each other. That's what happens at the end of the day. So through all time, you start learning people's intentions and people's what they on here for and all that stuff, and that's just how it happens and stuff. So sometimes y'all might get along on something, and then you might not. You might not get along on certain situations, but that's just how it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't think nobody is robots. Nobody's robots on here, so there's no way everybody's gonna always be on the same page all the time. It's just all about trying to, figure or try to figure things out with one another, try to grow with one another, and stick with what y'all, what's common. You know what I'm saying? Because if we none of us is like we are the same, but I'm just saying the way of thinking is not the same. That's the reason why we talk amongst each other. It's just all about being, just being open and trying to understand, and then just had a flat out, just like the decision, like I decide, I choose not to think your way because it don't fit my way of living. You know what I'm saying? Even with advice, it's like you don't mean that you have to take the advice. It's just if it betters you, you can choose to help let it better you or not. Um, Otherwise you keep living your life. But if you living your life and still stressing, it might be it's time to listen to other advices and stuff if your way working. What's the deal, lady players in the building? Yeah, your boy Hormiga was in here. We was trying to get you to connect and stuff, man. You said you wanted to talk to him. But yeah, even with that, man, like I said, I have a few friends that's on here. You know what I'm saying? Everybody can't take what you're saying sometimes. Some people, and that's just how it is, man. Certain energies might not match with one another. You know what I'm saying? That's why you find somebody that's close like you. Now, if you end up with no friends and stuff, or you have no connections, that means it's something up with yourself that you got to figure out. You know what I'm saying? If you can't keep a friend, especially when, you know, something within you got to figure out why you can't keep a friend. They usually say or especially if it's a prideful person or ego-driven person, they usually can't keep friends. You know what I'm saying? Them the same ones that be bragging about, nah, I don't get along with people, but that's something serious then. Who brags about stuff that's just like that people that be talking about, I got an attitude problem coming online. You gotta get with me. Like, who the heck brags about that? That's something you need to fix. That's nothing cool or cute to even brag about. You know what I'm saying? It's just, that's like teenager mentality. Yeah, I remember, I seen you when you inboxed it. I already know. You had a dinner. But yeah, like I said, even this, man, all this stuff, this only gonna be for so long. You know what I'm saying? When I'm talking about this is for a reason. You know what I'm saying? It's to get to, some people, get them to be aware of it. You know what I'm saying? But like I said, even everybody in their life serve their purpose, and for their purpose, when you talk to them or whatever, or you connect with somebody, they serve their purpose, and it's either for a long time or a short time. You know what I'm saying? But any moment you can still appreciate it. I always try to look at the good even through the bad. You know what I'm saying? It's like even when somebody show their colors or you don't like something about them, it's just something that teaches you about people in general and stuff, or how they can be. You know what I'm saying? Show you what to avoid in the future, or show, you know what I'm saying? So all that stuff, it can help you out. But all of us, by us all having our own point of view, some of us don't know what we're doing is wrong and stuff. But you know, wrong or right, but even that's subjective too. Wrong and right to certain people, because I could be doing something right, it could be wrong to somebody else, or it could seem wrong to somebody else. Or somebody could be doing something wrong to somebody else, and it can seem right to somebody else. So that's just how it is. But shoot, y'all can come up in the box though if y'all want to. But yeah, my point is like you gonna lose people, like especially when you growing and stuff, you gonna lose people. And I have even people on here that actually grew themselves. They grew, and you know what I'm saying, and they made changes. They end up no, they didn't changing for the worse, like on some fake type stuff. Which I was never trying to be like that. You know what I'm saying? I'd rather lose people in that way, not lose people because I was fake. You know what I'm saying? But even with that, that could be some people. It's just like that. That's how it is, anyways. One person and real to the next. You know what I'm saying? We was literally talking about that earlier about real being real and all that stuff can be subjective. Well, I was saying it could be subjective because everybody swear that they're real, and who's to determine who's real or not?
I was gonna
You could
just
say
say
you
who's
real all you
real.
want to, but you know what I'm saying. You could be fake to somebody else, but everybody have a balance of what they see as real or fake. So that's just the way people just throw that out. That's just it's up to how other people will look at you and stuff. Put this dang on box here. Though. Lady play, you nice and full over there. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I
She
am.
feeling good over there with the itis. We done got itis playing here now.
Yeah,
She
well,
done
today's
got
Good
the
Friday, right? So it's all fish today.
fish. Okay, that sounds good.
Yeah, so
That
just have
sounds
like
good. What type of
a
fish you had?
fish feast. Well, we had what do we have? We had salmon, we had shrimp, we had bacala, which is cod.
Okay.
Then we had mussels and calamari.
Hmm.
Hmm.
I just ate me
Yeah, I
some
just figured.
spaghetti.
But yeah, no, I have no energy. So I was like, I'm going up because I
That's
have
called
no energy
itis.
to
That's what that's
type.
called. It's a no energy. That is called the
I know what it's
itis.
called, but I'm not gonna.
Trust the itis touch.
Yeah,
Bro, I'm
calamari.
shocked you could even tap the button. You could even tap the join button. That's a wrap after
That's
that.
about all the energy I had.
You like you feel how I was feeling yesterday. But I was tired off work and all that stuff.
Trust me, I'm in my bed laying down now.
It's over. I hear some
Plus,
snoring. I already know the
I had
job
a
is
late
done.
night last night with friends, so just like
Yeah.
exhausted. Anyway, so
I
what's
heard you
going
the
on
way
with the
you said
topic?
exhausted. I know you
See,
were.
stop doing that.
Work. I know. I'm thinking I got the itis and stuff. I did eat a little good
Right?
earlier and stuff. So.
Oh god. So yeah,
She
what's
done
going on with the
fished herself
topic?
out.
People are meant to come and go in your life for sure.
Most
And they're meant
definitely.
to be, yeah, they're either there for the good or the bad, but people are always meant to come into your
Yeah.
life for a reason.
Yeah. I think even with that though, I think even through the bad you can see good. You could or figure something good out that situation though, or you learn from it. Well, I think I would say that they either
Yeah.
something good or
I
something to
mean,
learn
that's the
from.
thing it's a lesson that we have to take out of it from that person
Yeah,
coming
you
into
got
our
to,
life, right?
got to.
Yeah.
Yeah, I say that's
But
a
everybody's meant
positive
to
way
come
of
into
looking
your
at it.
life.
Yeah, I. Oh
Well,
shoot,
not all
oh
people.
man.
Okay, Cosmos said, "What is good or bad?" I mean, well, not all people come into your life for a positive reason, but those are also two the life lessons that you have to kind of learn as well. But that person's still brought into your life for a reason,
Yeah,
right? And then you've got other people who come into your life for like positive reasons and help you and you know, encourage you and want to bring you up and stuff like that. And those people too. And like, Kev was saying, they don't always stay, but
I think good and bad is subjective. Yeah,
yeah,
that's what's good
that's
and
true
bad.
too.
Subjective. Yeah, that's subjective.
Yeah.
Right or wrong,
So,
that's objective though. It's different between good and bad and right and wrong. But yeah, good and bad is subjective.
yeah.
Because right, you can be good, you know what I'm saying? You could even
Well, it's
have a
like,
good moment. Let's see something real quick. Because even like this, like why good and bad is subjective. What's the deal?
hey,
Reason why
What's going
good
on,
and
man?
bad is you said what?
What's going on? What's going on?
Oh, nothing
Uh,
much, man. It's Saturday morning now. Well, with me.
no, Friday night still.
But the reason why I say good and bad is subjective is because, like, dang, I had it in my mind while I said I was about to say that. That's like okay, like say if you doing good in class or something like that, but in another class that could be it could be considered bad. Like you could have a good say if a good grade is uh a A or something like that. A, I don't know. Okay, we can say that. Of course, it's an A. You know what I'm saying? But to somebody else, you got to have an A plus. So that's bad to them to have a regular A or something like that. You see what I'm saying? Like it could be. It just to depend on the area. I mean, I'm just say the where it's at, the environment you in, the timing, and the scene basically. Cause like good and bad, we really wouldn't. You can't like we could say it's bad to pop somebody, right? But say if you popping somebody from hurting other people or something like that. So it's like that's why I say that could be subjective because it's like even though it's like two bads though, but you still saving somebody to so it was a good thing that you stopped them from you know what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying on that? Like why good and bad can be
Yeah,
subjective.
I get what you're
Yeah, I
saying.
get you though. Yeah, I
Yeah,
appreciate how that
Yeah.
relates. Yeah, definitely.
Well, right and
like it's
wrong, I
good
figured that out with
and
my
bad.
cousin though, because just like right and wrong, it depend on it depends on the just like that. Even the scene on that, the scenario on that situation. Like even with that, it's like say if you somebody trying to like this like just like a basketball game. That's what I used on my cousin before. I said right with right and wrong. Like it's a right way to play basketball and it's a wrong way to play it. If you sitting here trying to run the ball down the court like a football, you're gonna end up losing the game. It's called traveling, you know what I'm saying? But
Right?
if you're trying to win the game, you gotta score the basket. You got a right way of playing it and a wrong way of playing it. So
Yeah,
it's
because they,
like,
yeah, everyone got different intentions with it. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly. So that's the reason why I said that's objective. Like it right and wrong, like right and wrong is that is. It's a right way to do things. It's a wrong way.
And exactly, we all know what's right and what's wrong. But then again, to some people, that could be that's blurred, right? Not everybody understands right or wrong, or their perspective of
Mm-hmm.
it is different than mine or yours,
Based
Mm-hmm.
on like location and
right?
city, right? I mean, everyone, the different cities have different you know,
Yeah.
different ways of
So I'm gonna put
thinking
it
and
this
shit.
way. It's like say if somebody dang I had one. Okay,
Okay,
I'm
I've got one
say
for you. So
saying
for you
having the added
guys,
I don't know what about to say attitude problem. Uh
so for like instance, like for you guys down in the States, a DUI is just a regular Mr. Whatever it is. I don't even know what it is down there. But up here, like if you guys what you guys don't understand is that if you have a DUI down in the States and you come across the border, they won't let you up because that's a federal charge up here.
mm. Oh, there you go. I like that. Looks like you said that right there with the DUI.
Yeah.
That's automatic. Like that's straight objective. Like that is wrong. You know, I'm
Mm-hmm.
driving drunk. That's wrong. Period. Like it's no way around that. So you can't. It's no way you can go to another area and think that's right because you taking a
Right.
chance of hurting somebody
You can't
behind the
even
wheel
come
and all
into our
that.
country.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Hey,
You
well,
that's
can't.
cool. I
where
You
think
that's
won't
majority.
even
not.
get stopped
That's
at the
that.
border
Yeah.
if you have a DUI.
hmm So yeah,
You
that's
can
what I
turn
mean about
around.
that because that's just flat out wrong.
Right.
Right?
But
It
it
can't be
shows the
right.
difference. Shows the difference in the right or wrong between areas, like how Loyal was saying, between the different areas, right? Like look at even just different countries. To us,
Yeah,
Mm.
true.
that's more of a major mark than it is down in the States, right?
Yeah.
Like you guys could be
Mm.
driving around with two, three different DUIs. Up here, if you have one, you're
Yeah, on a cool. Hey, in Texas, I mean, it's a big deal to people over here for sure. I mean, like, I think majority of people should definitely see a DUI as bad. Like, there is no good way of
mm-hmm,
seeing it.
right?
At least I know where that vibration came from. That's lady all that time. I was wondering. I heard that in one of my videos. I heard her buzzing going. I was like, "No, whose
What?
buzz is that in the middle?" Of that I was hearing that part. That should be so loud. Zzz, zzz.
What is that? My vape?
Huh?
What are you? Is it me you're hearing?
Yeah, you have like a vibration that be going
No, I
off.
have a vape. It's probably my vape.
It'd be like,
Is that
zzz,
what
It
you
does
zzz.
that
heard?
whenever you hit it. That's
Yeah,
probably
it's my vape.
like a notification.
That sound
The
like what I'm about
Yeah,
to say. That
see,
sound like a notification or something. That's what that sound like. No, not that. You was sucking
no,
over
oh,
there.
I
That's
don't
some
know.
sucking. I'm talking about it's a
Oh, I just got.
vibrational.
Okay, okay. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I
he
did get a
said,
notification.
Oh, I'm looking.
Sorry.
She a
"I got
I
play
a
always
play
message.
over
I
there. She
always
don't even
forget to
notice she
turn
got
down
some
my
noties
volume.
over there. It's like
No,
motherfuckers.
sorry. I always forget to
Yeah,
turn
that
down my
noise right
volume so
there.
you guys don't hear it.
I'm
That
good,
I'm
bro.
noise
like, it's
right
my
there. You
vape.
must have just turned. Yeah, because I remember hearing that noise on one of my videos. It got that noise on it. He was talking about something. I kept hearing when I was in the middle of talk like zzz, zzz. I was like, what the heck?
Oh, really? Yeah, I know. I gotta remember to always turn down my volume when I come into the lives. Sorry,
The
Kev. I didn't
vibe.
mean to mess up your audio.
You done messed up my bitch. I was talking to.
God,
But no, I
that's
just
another
that
strike
it made
against
it
you.
reminded me. I was like, what the heck? I did
Hmm.
hear that noise in my what type of phone you got a no key over there? And it's like I'm talking to.
Hey, on the cool, bro. I was gonna say,
Nokia.
man. Uh, like the way your life is set up, dude. Like, to where you actually, you actually have like good conversations with people. Like, I don't see why. It's not like not everyone's in that same mindset. You know what I mean? There's a lot of like harsh replies, back to people in the boxes. You know what I mean? Like they're not like trying to get people to understand what they're trying to say. You know what I mean? They're just like trying to offend them instead. You know what I mean? And I see that like almost every other live. So like out of a lot of them, bro, like yours is definitely one of the chill ones I've come across. Like to where you're not
Mm.
insulting the people in your boxes. You know what I mean? Like
It's a
You're
not.
positive vibe. Yeah.
what your silly self?
Yeah,
I just seen a live like last week. Somebody was messing. Dog, they was. I was like, what the hell? I was getting so mad. I knew I was gonna get blocked out of there too. It was this one dude. I want to say his
Last
name
week, the
too.
last couple days on this TikTok again has been like
We
brutal,
come here for a peace of mind. Exactly.
right? That's why I like coming
it
into
should be
Kev's
like that
lives
every
because
live
they're
though.
chill. They're everybody's like has their opinion. Nobody
Yeah.
gets, we
But this,
take
cause you know what I'm
accountability
saying, it's
here.
considered boring here. You know what I'm saying. But everybody want that toxicness every now and then, cause it's where the entertainment is at. But it's all about what you looking for on this app. That's what it is. You know, some people
Yeah,
just like that, or they're because a lot of people is trying to come on here to trumble dump and all that stuff. So they want to hear lives that be
Yeah,
because they don't realize it's a pleasure. It's a pleasure when you sit here and you get the chance to unleash on somebody or talk about how tough you is and all. I mean, you know what I'm saying, they so ready for all that stuff and it's actually feel good to when it feel good. It's like I said, that ego stuff where it feel good to set the bar and show how tough you are and all that stuff. So you got to find somebody. Oh no, you not. Let me go ahead and shut you down and you know what I'm saying. People get a
right.
thrill out that stuff. They love that stuff. It's a different type of feeling, I guess. You know, just like how they with the Tupac song where they say revenge is the sweetest joy next to getting, you know what I'm saying? That type of feeling. So that's like
yeah,
another pleasure, but it's like at the same time, that's why I'm saying it's a pleasure, but then it's wrong at the same time. Like another type movie talking about wrong and right. It's wrong at the
Right.
same time because the thing is, you always want to think about stuff as in like putting your foot in other people's shoes and stuff. Like, would you want people to get revenge on you because you made a mistake or something like that? You know what I'm saying? Or you know what I'm saying?
facts,
That's why I'll
bro.
be looking
Yeah,
at stuff.
facts.
Empress
Yeah,
in the building. How you feeling, Empress? But that's how I look at stuff, man. If I call something good and I do it to somebody and then I call it good, what I want that done to me. That's how you know if it's good, if it's right or wrong. I'm gonna put it that way.
For you.
Exactly. Cause I don't know if I slap somebody, I don't want nobody
Because,
slapping me back because I feel good to me. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah, yeah.
right.
But I mean, there's a
Right. It
lot
feels
of right
so
and
good
wrong
to
on
me.
this app. I mean, there's people that just come on here, like you said, to just go after people and just cut them down, and
Yeah.
it's not right, and that's a negative part of TikTok that I don't like.
Yeah.
And
But
see,
okay, again, people
if
come in and out of your life, so I've had people on. I've started with some people on here, and they're no longer part of me. I had to like X them out because of the toxicity that they were bringing to their lives.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, people come in and out of your life
Tree
for a
in the
reason,
building
right?
now.
yeah,
She
it's true.
woke up.
Yeah,
Very
Yeah,
much.
man. That's how I look at it. That's how I always look at it. That's how I know. That's how I be trying to figure out right from wrong. You know what I'm saying? Just like we was talking about, that's objective. You know what I'm saying? I always figure it that way because I look at stuff like And that's why I be saying why people don't be forgiving because they don't know how to forgive themselves and all that stuff or whatever. But that's the topic tomorrow. Let me not bring that up. Topic tomorrow's grudges and forgiveness part 3.
Oh,
But
is it? Okay, good.
oh yeah, I got to talk about that every other Saturday or every Saturday. One of them. It's
There's
either
so
every other
much to
Saturday.
that topic.
Yeah, it's so much. A lot of people need to hear that one, man. I'm gonna have like a hundred topics on that one because a lot of people need to learn how to
Hmm.
forgive, man. It's like so many people talking off anger on this app, and you know what I'm saying? It's just wild. But what was I? Dang, it was something I was about to mention before I got to that. Man.
Actually, send me the share for that live tomorrow because I got a good grudge that I have going right now.
Yeah, she
Oh
got
man.
she got that one bowling, man. She ready for that one. She got, yeah, so that one's ready.
Oh, it comes
hmm
perfectly for the Easter
Oh, that's what I
weekend
was talking
too.
about. That's
There
what I
you
was
go.
talking about. How I know the difference, or how I be trying to judge the difference between right and wrong and stuff. 'Cause like I said, this how, and that's why I say it ties in with the fairness thing. Cause I always look at stuff as in people as humans, and people make mistakes, or they do. I ain't gonna say it's like a kind of a mistake, but people just do stuff. You know what I'm saying? Because of their feelings, and they react to different stuff. You know, they know what they doing, but they really, really don't know what they doing. I'm put it that way, or how it really affects somebody because people care about themselves. That's the thing. So they like, man, I don't
Yeah,
care. I think they deserve it and all this stuff or whatever. But that's how it be. You know what I'm saying? But that's just some stuff that all of us really have to heal from. So that's why I've been trying to learn how to, which even with that forgiveness thing. But that's all I'm about to say with the right or wrong thing. I always, like I said, in order for that, if you could tell right or wrong is if you do something to somebody and if you want that done back to you, then that's how you can tell. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? That's just always how you can just look at it though. Like, all right, man, as bad as I want to, you know, slam this person on his head or something like that. But what I want somebody to do that to me, you know what I'm saying? Is that justification? You know they call that's justification. Let somebody justify yourself. You know what I'm saying? Let's see how fun that is. Let's see how right
yeah.
that is. You know what I'm saying?
Treat
So
people how you want to be treated.
exactly, and people don't understand that. That's that's real talk
Well,
right there.
if we keeping it on the objective level,
hmm
take it in the animal kingdom. It's really no good or bad, no right from wrong. It's everything
I
really
get you.
natural when it's come to being natural. So
Yeah.
the
I feel
only
you on that, but you know what make us
That's
different
true.
from animals and us is that
we have human manipulation.
we the dominant species, and we have right we have a brain to actually you know
Go against the
Well, I'm
natural free
not
because
so
will.
if we was to move with our nature, we'd be done for. If we had
right.
nobody, no rules and nothing like that,
We'd
because
be
that's the
extinct.
thing, animals don't got rules, or they don't need
Yeah.
Yeah,
it. We the one control the animals,
They
low key. We supposed to tell
they
them, you
eat
know,
each
sit them
other.
behind a cage or something.
So when it come to something being wrong, an animal can never be wrong. Like nothing in
Yeah, I feel
nature
you
can
on
never
that.
be wrong. So
Yeah.
only the human manipulate like somebody going against their free will. That's the only thing that could really be wrong in
Yeah.
my eyes.
You said they go against their free will.
And
So what you mean
objectively,
by that?
objectively.
those without a conscience and those with,
So,
you know.
so you remember you were
What's
saying
the
that.
deal, AJ?
Remember you were saying driving under the influence. That's wrong,
Yeah.
but that's not like y'all was saying it was objectively wrong. If that's the case, creation of a car is objectively wrong.
I mean, I mean, cars do, mess up the environment. So I mean, in a sense, I mean,
Well,
they're
we know
wrong
that
for that.
like being too drunk is wrong. You know what I'm saying? Because you do stuff that you ain't supposed to do for real. That's just like being too angry. It's no different from that. You're not sober. You know what I'm saying? You act act out of care. I'm gonna put it out of character, out of your norm or something like that. That's why you can't get too drunk and you can't get too angry sometimes too. Well, I'm gonna put it. You can be angry, but you can't get it to where it's turned to like a wrath. You know what I'm saying? Where you hurting people, and because sometimes it get uncontrolled when you get to or
But
you
don't they
black
say
out or
your
something
true
like that.
personality comes out when you're drunk?
Mm.
True personality, yeah, true colors come out when you're drunk, right?
To intentions, I would say, some intentions or
True
your
intentions?
thoughts.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that's your true personality. It's just your even
No.
less control come out of you. Because like the whole
Hmm.
point of us being humans to control our or try at least try to control our emotions. Because if we was to react to all of our emotions, a lot of us be done for. That's like people don't understand. We really do, and that's to go back to the topic where I had to say it about rules, control, and all that stuff is needed because it really is needed because just it's in our nature. Even in our nature, it's like if we was like to respond to every last thing, just like we was talking about the animals and all stuff, we would just naturally respond to our feelings, right? Too many people be hurt. You know what I'm saying? Too many people be hurt if nobody can, or because we don't even hardly know how to control our own stuff most of the time. That's why we be having to have people to tame us like an animal. You know what I'm saying? Like, chill, bro. You know what I'm saying? You ain't gotta do this. You ain't gotta do it. Stop doing. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes we be needing people to talk to us like that, because if we was just a straight respond, so a lot of people wouldn't even be alive today, including ourselves. You know what I'm saying? Because who says who gonna win?
Well, I mean, we all know like females are emotional creatures, right? Like we go off our feelings, our emotions, and stuff
Yeah,
like
but they
that.
not kids
But
though.
I'm
That's the thing. I
no,
don't know why they
that's
be
the
acting like
thing.
females is kids. Kids is the one that can't
Well,
really
no,
control
and
their
this is the
emotions.
thing, and this is what I'm gonna say. Like over the years, the older I've gotten, the more I've learned to kind of let that go,
Yeah,
right? Because you can't hold on to things like that, and you can't be like that forever. You have to learn how to.
Let
You
go.
do. You have to definitely learn how to control your emotions. Sometimes it's very hard. Sometimes you can't. Sometimes you're too emotionally involved to even let your
that's what
emotions
I was
slide,
saying. That's what I was saying, AJ.
right?
I was
Yeah,
saying, like, when
definitely we
people
are.
say it as, oh, women is more, I know that though, but you still have to. The whole point is to have the ability to try to control it. That's what makes you the difference
Yeah.
from a child and an adult. You know what I'm saying? So we can't really use that excuse, because of course they're more emotional. That's like saying that we more I mean, I guess we emotional in two different ways, because it's like men, you know what I'm saying, they be more hornified than women, you know what I'm saying? They want to smack everything that they see and all that stuff. And when I'm saying smacking, you know what I mean by smacking, you know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
And women tear up easily, you know. So
And that's what
that's
I was
what.
trying to get at. Like I think we get more emotionally involved, so we do react with our feelings sometimes.
Yeah,
And I will know when I
everybody
was
do.
younger, it got me in trouble lots of times, 100%, because I reacted with
Yeah.
my emotions instead of my brain, or
Yep.
not
Hey,
having
but
any
What's the deal?
emotions.
No waste in time.
I think the
like,
explanation for that is men do more than they think, and women think more than they do.
Hmm? Say that again?
Wait, one more time. I see that too fast. That threw my. Hold on, I gotta hear that
Yeah,
one.
Men,
say that again.
men, majority men do. They just do things more than they actually think, and women think more than they actually do.
Okay, I see.
I, th-
Okay, I
I
get what
feel
you're
like that's
saying.
backwards though. What the heck?
Nah.
No,
It's
no,
it's
I
we
Well,
get
we
what you're
could
I thought
saying.
men, by us being
We
logical, right? I would think we would think before, before we do, right?
yeah.
And I
No,
think,
but
because
men react
I'm thinking
without.
Quick
about it a
thought.
different way, because I know women express more, right?
Yeah,
So
we
I would
think
say
about it
that they
more.
do more than what they think, because they don't take the time to be logically thinking, right? Because I think thinking got to do with being logical, right?
But when you
That's why I
thinking
would say the
logically, you don't got to
opposite,
think that much. You know that, right?
huh?
When you thinking logically, you really don't got to think that much.
No,
Right,
when you
because
thinking in your feelings, you
yeah.
ain't got to think that much. You just talk, you just go for off your
No.
feelings.
When you thinking in your feelings, you overthinking
Yeah, you
because
just
yeah,
your
get
sort
worse.
shit
emotions
out.
taking over.
You're not thinking
No, I'm
See, I
before
could
talking
you
tell.
about
actually.
as in reacting first. That's the people that that smack somebody before they think, before the results go. That's what I mean about it. You know what I'm saying? People
See,
that react
see,
off their emotions.
Kev, I
They're
could
not thinking
tell
about
you
the cause and
control your
effect and shit,
emotions
right?
because you don't know. Hey, I feel you though, because I don't be on that either. You know how it go.
Well, I mean, I guess it depends on how. I'm trying to think about it, how you put it, because I'm thinking about it. I guess I'm thinking about it a whole different way, because I feel like it's
Yeah.
like a person that can't control their emotions is the ones that sit there and do before they think. You know what I'm saying? They hurry up and do before they. And you just heard me. You know what I'm saying? Get mad or something, or they just cuss you out without thinking about the results at the end. So they just do. That's how I was thinking about it in that way. But I'm gonna try to let me
No,
see.
I think what he kind
I
of
gotta.
means is like I'm just gonna use this scenario. Okay, so like a guy will just go grab a piece of wood and just travel over there without even thinking, whereas a woman would be like, okay, well, if I take it from here to there, then I can take it, and then I've got to get it over there, and then
Okay,
we're
I get you.
that's what
Okay, I get you
I
on
think
that
he
too.
means, right?
Okay, so yeah, I get you on kind of in that. So that's like you. Wow, that. Ooh, I think it's like I get both of them at the same time though.
Yeah.
I got a
I
perfect
get both.
example
I
for
get
you.
both of them at the same time, but it's just like it is weird though. That is weird because one of them thinking with their
Right?
emotions. I'm put it that way. One of them thinking with their emotions,
You
but
guys are
one of them try to
more
think before they
fearless than
use
us.
before
And
they
one of them
react with
thinking
their
with their
emotions.
emotions, and one of them
That's
thinking with their body, because they gotta do more.
Mm.
So you thinking less because you finna be
I know I am
executing.
overthinking it because my head is hurting because I
Yeah, I was
think
gonna say
it
you were
wasn't the
scratching your
fact.
head
The
there.
reason why I'm overthinking it because I thought too fast on what I thought he
Right.
was meaning, but then now I'm overthinking trying to understand
See,
what
I
he
got it the
thinking.
second time he said it. I got it. I
And
heard it,
I
but the
got it a
first time I
whole
was like,
different way.
"What?"
Like I said, I'm thinking about it as in reacting off your emotions rather than logically thinking. That's how I'm taking it as. And then
No.
I think I get what he's saying as in because you was listening to rebuttal, you
She
wasn't
getting on your
listening.
butt. Why she holding you
How's I
accountable
bought
for that?
rebuttal? That was just my interpretation. That wasn't a rebuttal. That was my interpretations.
AJ holding you accountable.
And
You
Holy shit.
interpreted
uh,
wrong. Well,
let me
no, that was
see.
your interpretation. But yeah.
That was my interpretation. That was not a
I ain't
rebuttal.
mean to confuse nobody, man.
Let me see. I think I get. I'm gonna get what you mean though. I think.
You're still thinking
Yeah,
about it.
you know,
You're still
love you
thinking.
too,
You're
AJ.
still
You
trying
already
to.
know.
You
I
need to
do.
make
I
a
want to
subject
understand. I'm
of
trying to
that one.
understand. I want to understand what he. Cause I get it. I think I get it though. I almost had it. It was at the tip of my tongue though. So I think I get it though. He said so. That's why he my evil twin brother. It's like no, I'm talking to
I look
my
at it like
toxic twin brother. My TT. That's another TTB. TTB. Toxic twin brother. All right.
I
Man.
want to say football is a good example.
Yeah. Well, this is the
Said they
thing. I think
do.
what you're trying
So
to get at too is men are a little bit more fearless than us. So they're just
Right.
gonna react and go do something,
They
whereas a
first
woman's
thought
gonna
is what
think about it.
they gonna execute their first thought, and not they not gonna. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
We
You guys are
rarely
instead
gonna
of
ever
think
think.
like
about
so
it.
you
You're just
mean
gonna
like how
do it.
where they can't pick their food or something like that? Like what do
Yeah,
you
like
want to eat or something like that? So they gotta
Yeah,
our
think
there
all
you
mind,
day on their
go.
food, right?
we make up our minds fast and we execute.
Right.
They can't make up their mind, and if they execute, they might stop
Yeah.
executing and go. You know what I'm saying? Backpedal because they
Hmm.
still
Okay.
Does that
thinking.
make more sense now?
No, I was getting it though. I get it. I get it. I
Okay.
get it. I get it.
And I be telling people we ain't got to go to school for psychology. You
That's
just
what I
gotta
said. I was thinking about it a different way, which
talk to
I
people.
explained my way. I was thinking about it all the way different.
This is for educational purpose. None of us are scholars. Well, I'm
Cause I
not.
was thinking, I straight jumped straight to like logical versus if emotional. That's what I was thinking about.
Well, because you
I
can
get
detach your
And the way
emotions.
we in a way we still talking about the same thing, Kev. We never got off
yeah,
topic
yeah,
because the
yeah.
way we move since we putting our body on the line 9 times out of 10, we
AJ.
gotta think in the most logical way. We not gonna be like women say that men are dumb, but
What?
we gotta do the dumb stuff just so we can survive. So who else gonna do it? It
I
seems
feel
I
you
well,
on
dumb.
that.
hey, don't speak for all women. I don't call men dumb unless they really are dumb, but and they do stupid shit. But other than that, not all men
By
are
you
dumb.
responding to that, you might have done it though. Because if you wasn't, you'd be like, "Oh, I
Right.
get you." You just all you had to do that. I get you, but you said, you said not all
I just
women,
seen
not
a post.
all. So
Well,
funny
no,
though.
because I don't think all men are dumb.
I don't think he said all either. I don't think he did.
Yeah. Well, you know, you got people be like women mature faster than men and all that.
Come on, AJ, come in the
Women
box. You know I like hearing you, man. Come on.
more
We about to shut some
emotionally
stuff down
intelligent.
tonight. We got. I'm telling you, me and AJ gonna do a podcast one day, or at least
Yeah, I
a, what you
need to.
call it, podcast. I could use her mindset, man.
Yeah, it'd be good.
Yeah, y'all both different. And I think she from Africa.
From
She from
Africa,
Africa.
from Africa,
What happened?
You from Africa?
right?
No, I'm not. I'm from the South Pacific.
Who from
South
Africa? Wait, who you was talking about? You?
Yeah, I was
you
like, you talking about me? I'm like, I'm from the South Pacific.
south of who?
I'm from
Pacific, Fiji.
Micronesia. A
What is
Micronesian.
Oh wow.
what is it?
The
Micronesia.
Micronesian islands in the South Pacific. It's
South
a group of
Pacific.
islands that are out there.
That
I'm
would
from
be the
Detroit.
lower western hemisphere.
They're
Am I clear?
closer to the equator,
A
I
little closer
guess.
to the equator.
Closest
So it's
thing
like
to us would
Hawaii
be
type.
Guam. Closest thing
Yeah.
would be
Not too
Guam
far
or
from.
the Philippines.
Not too far from Hawaii. Wait. Pacific is yeah. Not
Yeah,
too far from
Hawaii's in the
Hawaii.
Pacific.
And you said South Pacific. Okay.
Further, I mean, Hawaii's close, but Guam is probably the closest.
I don't even know where Guam at. I
But
thought
yeah, I
that.
guess
Okay.
like yeah,
Guacamole.
over there by the over there,
When I
definitely.
heard Guam, I think of a
What? Who
jail.
said guacamole?
He said guacamole. Nah,
I don't know why I think of that as soon as I hear Guam. What's some
Guam.
guacamole?
Yeah.
And salsa.
Some avocado.
Nah, I just wanted to chime in there. I don't think that I think we need to get away from the notion of being like, oh, men are dumb and they don't think about
Yeah.
things. Like that's not really what it is. Like men
They
definitely,
take risks.
y'all jump in and ask questions later. That's not always a bad thing,
Mm-mm.
right?
No.
Women, we're gonna ask 5 million questions, and that can sometimes be a bad thing because it takes us
I
forever to
get
make a decision about stuff.
Because we overthink.
That
you. It
doesn't
makes sense.
mean that either one of that, like that's, it could be a weakness regardless if it's not in check and in balance. That's why it's like that, so we balance each other out,
Yeah, I
right?
think it makes sense
We
that
all
we
have
like that.
different levels of education, right?
Yeah, but we're all different people. Like it ain't nothing. I'm trying
Yeah.
to get away from like, cause like I mean, if y'all new to me, I know Cosmin isn't, but I try to get away from the soul bashing conversation. Cause like, how many times are we gonna point out that men and women are different? Like, the congratulations, 5-year-olds know
We
that.
know that. Yeah.
I'm tired of that
No,
conversation.
we
So I'm
only
like,
have
okay,
to
let's
do that because they want to
but
be.
let's talk about it on a human side.
They want them to
You
be the
know,
same though. That's why you hear a lot of people talking about
but
how
that's
different
yeah,
they
but
are.
that's the problem with emotional intelligence. A person who's not emotionally intelligent is going to constantly assume everybody is supposed to see the world as they are. They struggle to
Right.
understand the world from somebody else's perspective. And that's why they walk around disappointed all the time. Because you have the expectation everybody in this world is supposed to be you. That don't work.
So Cosmo, I got
Okay.
a question. Do you say emotional intelligence or do you say emotional control?
What are you saying? Which one do I think is more important?
Which yeah, or you can say that too.
Hmm. Hmm.
I'm just trying to see something. This
Can
is
you
something
have
with my
one without the other?
They go
Hmm.
together. You need
They do,
emotional
but it's just
control.
something I had noticed. I'm curious. I wanted to ask to see something to
I
see
don't
if
know,
this
cause
going.
can I control my emotions and not be emotionally intelligent? Maybe cause no, I think you controlling your emotions because you know if your emotions get out of control, everybody else's emotions get out of control. So I think that's a part of being emotionally intelligent because you know
Well,
what
don't
you
you
could
have to be emotionally
you're not
intelligent
controlling
to
your
be
emotions for
emotionally
no reason.
control?
It's like what you controlling your emotions for
Mm.
because you're emotionally intelligent.
I, I feel like it's the opposite way. I think that once you got that in control, you can understand it. But I was only asking that because I had asked the question before I noticed that I put this on my page too. So I noticed that women don't they hardly say I never hear them hardly say emotional control. They always say emotional intelligence. I noticed that. It's just something I noticed for the past couple
They
months.
don't lose that
I'm like, why they
argument.
never say emotional control? They would their favorite word be emotional intelligence.
No,
Because
but we say you got to
emotional
control your
control,
emotions.
yeah, control your emotions, but in order to controlling your emotions is part of emotional intelligence.
That's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I thought that you couldn't have emotional intelligence unless you control your emotions. That's what I
But that's
thought.
the point. It's the same
Yeah.
thing. Potato, potato.
Yeah.
Oh, I
You
just,
have to
It's
have
I just
the
one to
always
have
wondered
the
because it was.
other.
I felt like that. I felt like that. Reason why they don't say control because it was a word that control itself. It's just something I just noticed though because it's like I seen even like somebody had a debate or something like that, and this one was like, and I think at the beginning of the year it was like that too. Somebody went against me was like, well, I'm more on the emotional intelligence than the control. I'm like, I thought that like you needed emotional control even within that to even have emotional intelligence. And then I seen this dude, I don't know, Moses. I seen him talking to this other girl, named Jazzy, and then it's like whatever the name is, I don't know. But she said something
Dramatic.
about that. He's like, well, first off, you need emotional control to even have emotional intelligence. So always noticed that. I don't know. It's just been funny to me. I just noticed. I'm like, no, I've never heard a woman say emotional control. They always say they go to, but I just feel like the word control is something. Is a trigger or something. I
It's a
don't know.
trigger word, yeah.
It's not a
It's
trigger for
weird.
me.
Even like with
But
submission,
I,
they don't
For
like
some
like.
for some people, yeah.
all I'm gonna say is reading is fundamental, y'all.
So,
Okay, a lot of people out here misusing words and don't be out here talking. You said a word that don't even have anything to do with the hell you just said. Right? That whole statement. Well, I can have emotional intelligence and not have emotional control. Go look up the definition of emotional intelligence and then come back to the conversation.
so I got something for y'all though. So
Show you.
I,
I'm gonna
I
start saying
heard
that
I
at
heard
work.
if a man is too nonchalant with his spouse, that's being emotionally unintelligent.
What was that? I'm sorry.
What?
So if a man is being nonchalant with his spouse, is that not being emotionally unintelligent?
No. If
No.
you're being nonchalant with your spouse, that's a personal issue amongst you. But
That's just
does
being
that
I was
have to
about to say,
do
ignorant.
with anything else?
Yeah.
Mm.
like,
That's
Mm.
how
on
do
you.
you, how do you? That's what I was wondering that too. Like, how do you know if somebody is that seem like a personal problem? Like, how do you consider that somebody's either nonchalant? How would you be able to
Is
make that
assurance
judgment if
not
somebody
needed in
being
a
nonchalant?
relationship? Is
I'm gonna shut up before I
assurance
start.
not needed? What you mean? Shut up. We came to talk.
Uh, nah, dog. Kevin would be like, AJ, don't be setting no damn fires now. I see it on his face. He knows how I am.
No, I'm evil twin. All fires permitted when I'm here.
I'm like, I be
I just
starting
got to put them
fires.
out.
I be shattering some stuff on here because I can't with some of it. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I'm tired of the safe place, empowering. Okay, call it for what it is. You just on the internet talking shit. Okay, that's what.
Oh
Just call it talking shit hour. We good.
Pretty much.
my.
Okay, move on. Fuck.
Did you, AJ? You made this. You know this app. I was wondering how you gotta make that. Was you here when I was talking about that Clapper app? That sounds
I've
so
been on
funny.
Clapper, and if y'all want to go over there,
This
Just
sounds
get
real
I was on
get
brazy.
used
Clapper
to
way.
it, Cat.
That do
Like
Clapper's
sound
old.
funny
get
though,
into it.
especially late Friday night. That app don't sound legit right now. Oh, it do sound.
No, they got 1,000,005 apps like that. They got like Clapper, they got Bigo, they got all sorts of stuff. Like
Yeah.
everybody, usually every time they talk about bananaing this app, don't rubber band me, stupid app. Um, everybody jumps to those apps. Like those apps are not
Yep.
new.
Yeah.
They've all been there. I've been on all of them. If you want to know, like if you're one of those people that's like, oh, I want to make money doing this, then I know the apps
Then you're
for
on
that,
all of
depending
them.
on what your platform is and what
Mm.
information or what you're trying to do. If you're somebody trying to do like a lot of the battles and stuff, the best app for that, where you're gonna get paid probably the most, is an app called Hago.
Whoa.
Oh, okay.
Whoa. Whoa.
Yeah, but on that app, also understand that you can't bully nobody over there. They will Thanos your whole account
Oh
and end your
my.
whole.
She
Oh, okay.
said.
They will just
Mm-mm.
straight take it. But you don't have to do any videos. You just go on there. It's a live app. You go on there. You're dealing with people international. They have different types of little events. You can do like and they have like they're called live houses or whatever, which is kind of like a talent show. They got different ones. You can go on there, just preach your little message, do whatever, build your fan base, and then you have to do I think like 1 to 2 battles a month. And
Okay.
that's where the money comes in, right? From the gifting, because then you're getting like 60% back, right? So
Mm.
say somebody spends like I don't know, say $200 on you, right? If you know how to hustle and invest that, because like when I was over there, I flipped that money. I got to a point I wasn't putting no money in that app, putting zero money. I was just taking shit out, right? All I did was invest $200 into myself, and then I flipped that. So the following month, I flipped it. So I took 200, flipped it, made 400. Then took that, put that in, flipped it, made 8. Took out 2. put 6, made 12. Like, you know what I mean? You just keep flipping it. That's all you're doing. But it just depends on what you want to do. The problem with those types of apps, though, they censor what you talk about. That's what people don't know. So you can't go over there and have like conversations that we have over here, right? Like when we talking about the black community, things like that. You can't do that over there. They gonna censor you for everything.
That's why I was thinking. That's why I was thinking about that. That's why I was talking about the Clapper. I heard you could talk a little bit more on there and talk kind of how you want on that one. That's why I got that. I just
Yeah,
made that too. I got
yeah.
me
But
like almost 200 followers.
my problem with that app over there is they want too much damn personal information because like they want to make sure you're over a certain age. I ain't trying to give you my ID, my passport, a blood sample. Fuck off.
Yeah,
I ain't doing all that.
I hate all that too.
Like,
Go ahead and get that blood
That's
up.
that's
too
too much.
Just a
much.
little piece of skin or
That's
something.
too
It's like,
much. I'm like, I'll just stay on TikTok. I ain't
Right?
tripping about it at the end of the day. Because, I mean, if I really wanted to connect with people and stuff like that, I'm more suited. It just depends on how you want to hustle it. I think I'm probably going to be more suited to moving more into podcasting
yeah.
and YouTube than anything else. Just because of the stuff I like to talk about and the conversations that I like
Mm-hmm.
to enjoy having and stuff, and the way I like to make people think. That those apps, those live apps, just I've been on every single one of them. They're not for me. So, but none of them are new. If any of y'all have any questions, feel free to ask. I can answer a lot of them.
Okay. For sure.
Whatnot.
Yeah, no, I know
Well
there's
enough.
there's tons out there, and the next big one will be the next big one, and then there'll be another one after that, and
Hmm.
then people will
She's
just
it.
keep
Oh
trying.
yeah, they had Up Live for a while. That was the same thing.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
and then it died. They had Likey, that was big, and then that died. Like, they always coming out with another one, and
So
another
many
one,
of
and
them.
another one, and another one,
Another one bite. That's
That's
and
one
another one.
gone and another one gone. Yeah.
right.
They pulling what's his face, DJ Khaled,
DJ Khaled, right. Another
and
one.
another one.
DJ Khaled.
Oh,
Have you ever rapped before? He said he had one, I think.
Eh?
Like
Not
first,
Wifey.
really.
then up live. Whoa, whoa, huh?
what?
Am I tripping at
Yeah, it
Likey
night?
was like
first, then Up Live Love.
Likey. Yeah, Likey was first, and then Up Life. But same difference. You get what I'm saying, Fairy Tale.
Oh,
That's
okay.
where
Yeah,
me and Fairy
yeah.
Tale met. I met Fairy Tale on an app called Likey.
Oh, y'all, man, y'all had my
So
brain
we,
hurting.
And you know what's
yeah.
funny though? Some of these apps aren't available in Canada.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like with the pay and stuff. Like depending on where you're at. Like if
Yeah.
you're in Canada, a lot of the time, like those apps that are paying people to go live and stuff,
Mm-hmm.
it differs on the money. It's almost kind of not worth it.
Well,
Oh,
it's like TikTok. Any coins I get, I can't cash out. I just have to put them back in,
mm.
right? Like I can't cash out on here.
Yeah,
To your brain.
but I'm trying to I mean,
See.
your topic, Kev, is like legit though. So like, I don't know. That's definitely part of life.
Oh, you talking about topic?
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah,
people come and
right.
go,
Yeah,
nothing
I just
personal.
yeah. I had I said that's why I put part two of this because it's just like just let people know that even with that, like to look at stuff, even if like stuff don't work out in your life or besides just losing people in your life, but even like friends, don't always look at it at the bad end, like, oh man, I can't believe this dude turned on me and all that stuff. Even that, what I'm saying, that person turned on you, all that stuff is for a reason. It's some reason, it's something for you to either, like I said, learn from, adapt, or change from, or grow from. You know what I'm saying? That's what all that's for. You know what I'm saying? Most of the time. Uh, and even if like say if you're with a partner or something like that, y'all gonna do your time, you know what I'm saying? That don't last nothing lasts forever. Like I said, life itself don't even last forever. So even if you had a marriage that lasted 40 years, you know what I'm saying? It did its time and it went, you don't have to be miserable all the rest. I can't believe I wasted all my time with this person. No, I mean you served they served their purpose and it's time to move on, do something else. You know what I'm saying? Something that you're supposed to learn from that. And you got what you got out of it. Even the person with the
Mm,
shortest little time, you said hi to somebody. You know what I'm saying? You said
Mm-hmm.
well, at the end
hello,
of the
how you doing, how your day? You know. So
well, at the end of the day, you can't depend on people like that. And it's not me being negative or nothing or seeing that class half empty. You really shouldn't be depending on people to that degree anyway, because if
yep,
they F around and unalive, what will you do
yep,
then?
exactly.
Mm-hmm.
You're
That's just
not
like
meant
well
to.
Cosmo mentioned earlier with no attachments, and that's a harsh thing, but something hard for humans to do and stuff. But having no
I
attachments to anything
think,
that'll
I
keep you.
think it's hard when you make the excuse. I think the problem anymore these days is we make 5 million excuses as to why something can't
Hmm.
be done. We
Yep.
want all this change, we want to complain about it. But when people actually give up solutions, like, you hear that all the time. Oh, we want solutions, we want solutions. But do you ever sit back and listen to what the solutions is and then listen to the rebuttals to the solutions?
Mm-hmm.
It's a bunch of
Or
excuses as to
actually
why we
go
can't do
and
that.
yeah.
Nobody wants to take a step and actually try. And at the end of the day, you got to ask yourself, what the hell do you have to lose? All you can do is try, right? All I can do is get up every
Right.
morning and try.
Yep.
Yep.
That's all you can do.
All you
But
can
if you
do.
sit there and you're holding on to everything, oh, everybody in my life got to be in my life to the day I die. And if you ain't here, you ain't a ride or die. That is the dumbest ideology ever. First off,
Yep.
if we friends, right, where are we riding to and why are we dying?
Right.
Because if that's the case, I don't even fuck with you. You doing too
Sound
much, bro.
good. Right.
Like,
Exactly.
you doing too much.
Exactly.
So true.
So what I'm hearing is I need to. It's not wrong for me to go have multiple baby mamas and start multiple
No,
homes.
that's not what we're
That's what I'm
saying.
hearing.
Jesus.
At the end of the day, when it comes to that, right, I think the problem that everybody has with that is that nobody actually touches on what the real issue is. The real issue is this responsibility,
Mm.
right? It's normal and natural for people to have sex.
Hello.
That's completely normal and natural. The difference is be safe about it and be responsible with it. That's it. That's the only thing you got
Yep.
to do. At
What's
the end of the
being
day, what
safe?
somebody else is doing behind a closed door is none of my damn business. I don't care what you do. Okay,
What's
you
being
want to tie
safe?
each other up and slap each other's nipples? Do that. That ain't got nothing to do
I
with me. I ain't over there.
wasn't ready for that one.
Is
So,
I'm gonna
Right.
ask this
Because some
question I
things
asked
too.
before I heard somebody say about that being safe thing. Because that's how I know some stuff just wasn't meant to be that way. So I don't. So you said being safe. So what you mean, like probably would use condoms or some stuff like that, right?
I
no,
mean,
just
as far as
man.
having quote unquote safe sex, yes. But at the same time,
Yes.
you also have to take it one step further because we are adults. We understand as adults that that is a very emotional thing for some people, right? There's some of
Yeah.
us, we
Yep.
have no emotional attachment to that. I don't have emotional attachment to that. That doesn't make me a terrible person. That just means I have to be more responsible, which means me being safe is not doing that with somebody when knowing it means nothing to me, with somebody who that may mean something with. I
Yeah.
need to go find somebody like me. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's what I
Hmm.
mean by being safe, being
So
responsible.
even with that. And that's the reason why I be talking about because I can tell that I could tell that even with that we talking about sex. I know that I can tell that's just meant for the one person. I don't think it's meant for the whole world. You know what I'm saying? So with that situation, because I think even this so-called being safe, that's not even a natural thing. That's not natural. I think we really is supposed to be raw dogging the one person. It's supposed to be one person, really. It's sad
No,
that we
but
got to get to a point in life that they have to be so-called safe. You know what I'm
so
saying? It was no such thing as condoms back in the day. These
so
birth
let me
control, all this
let,
stuff is
let
like
me
made from, huh?
let me ask you this. Do you think that every single person should be a parent and have a child?
You said should they?
I'm
No.
saying, do
Uh,
you think that every man and woman should have a child
no, no,
No.
that we are meant to?
no,
Some people are just meant to be aunts and uncles and so on and so forth. They ain't meant to have children,
no,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, at
no.
the end of the day, yeah, they didn't have modern day contraceptives, but they have had contraceptives. Some of them are quite gross if you go into the history, you know,
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
if
I
you
like
want
how
to
you
get
said that
technical.
though. I like how you said that. So even with that, I don't think sex was meant to to use it the way people using it nowadays either. I think that it was
It is a
actually, and if I want to dig to the root of it, it was meant to have babies with it. If we want to really talk about it that way, but people using it as pleasure now. They're using it as a stress reliever. Um, as to why
which
is this stuff is going on. While we asking this question, should people have kids and stuff? Because some people just they just want to have sex. You know what I'm saying, and not even ready for what comes behind it, which we know kids come behind that situation. Now we got this
not
stuff
always.
where we gotta have abortions and they having kids and in your
No,
socks and all that stuff. That's why people, it's
not
crazy.
technically.
But,
Not technically. Because the thing is that if not everybody's supposed to have children, and we know that that is natural amongst humans, right? There's a reason why that
yeah,
feels good. It's meant for there is pleasure there.
that is
But we
pleasure.
can't sit there and say that every single one of those interactions results in a baby. If that's the case,
No.
I would have a bunch of kids,
Right?
but
I'd
I
have
don't
20.
because I'm safe, right? I use the contraceptives and stuff that I've had to. Now, as far as the whole abortion thing, that's a whole other conversation. That's a
Yeah.
whole other situation. Like,
Yeah.
take that
So
out the equation.
well, yeah, I feel you, but I'm just trying to get you to see where I'm getting to, like the deep root
Right?
of why sex is around, right? I am a firm believer that we supposed to, yeah, we are supposed to multiply and all that stuff or whatever, but I think that is meant, is meant for. That's why they have this, get get married, before having sex type situation, which I believe it, because a lot of the
Right.
reason why our minds going crazy and all this stuff because the way sex is being used and all that. I don't think sex was meant to sit here and just hit everything that we seeing out here and all that stuff. I mean, of course, all of us did what we did and all that stuff, but I'm just saying while I'm fully aware of what we was doing, all the decisions we made, but I can't make an excuse as to well, it's just, this, because like you see what's happening now. It is diseases and all that stuff out here. And now they have this thing called be safe. Even being safe is not being natural. That's what I'm getting to. That's not a natural thing. That's all I'm getting to with that
Yeah,
situation.
no. I get where you're coming from, right? And I can respectfully understand your point of view. I can respect that, right? But I think the problem is that everybody is too busy telling other people what to do with
Mm-hmm.
things that have nothing to do with them. If I'm not
Exactly.
sleeping with you, why do you care about what I'm doing behind closed doors? What the
Yeah.
fuck does that got to do with you? You know what I mean? That's
Yeah, I
anybody,
feel you, but
right?
that wasn't my point about
Even
that. I was just saying about the natural
no.
sex.
I get, yeah, no, I get where you're coming from, right? But the debate with that to me always seems pointless because it's two groups of people telling each other how to live, and that doesn't work, right? Because at the end of the day, there's certain things, yes, when it comes to societal things, yes, I should not hurt you. I should not steal from you. I should not do these things, right? Because that affects
Mm-hmm.
society. That affects you. That affects me. That affects the person next to you, right? As far as everything else goes, how I live my life, who I want to date, so on and so forth, that ain't got nothing to do with you. That ain't got nothing to do with the next
Right.
person, right? And at the end of the
Don't
day,
they
the
got something
problem
to do
is
with the per people feelings that you hurt when even if you talk? Because we can act like feelings ain't a part of that situation and stuff, but it is affecting both
which you
ends.
can't.
Low key, we can fake it like it
Okay,
don't.
okay. I'm not saying that there's not going to be feelings, but you can't get into just like your topic. People come and go.
Yeah,
You can't get attached to a person or jump into a relationship and be like, "Oh, they're never gonna hurt me." That's unrealistic.
No, yeah, I was
That's
gonna say
yeah,
that's
always a
but
factor.
unrealistic. Yeah.
you ain't gonna be
When
able to tell
you
that
get
person
into
that you doing that
hold
with
on,
though. Like we can think it.
hold on. Listen to what I'm saying here. Listen to what I'm saying. Right? Let's say I take the way I am out of it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Let's talk about what you're talking about. Finding one person to do that with. That could also not work out later on down the road and we both hurt. That doesn't necessarily mean we're
Mm-hmm.
going to be together for the rest of our lives. That doesn't always happen. We hope that happens, but it doesn't always happen. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's just where I'm
So
coming from.
what you think
You
will be the
can't get
best?
into relationships hoping that you're not going to get hurt. That's always a possibility. It's picking and choosing. You know what I mean? It's figuring out the factors here, right? Well, which one? You know what I mean? You gotta weigh the pros and cons. And people like to jump in, both men and women, anymore like to jump in and not ask questions. Oh, I just
This
like
is
him so
true.
much.
Yep.
I'm gonna jump in with him 100%. But you didn't really get to know him. You're in love with the idea of that guy, or you're in love with the idea of that woman, or whoever you're with. You're in love with the idea. You didn't get to know that person, and now you're upset because you didn't get to know that person, and they're everything that you didn't want, but you ran into an idea because you heard a snippet of what you thought they were. That's the problem. It's not whether or not people are being loose or anything else. That is literally what the problem is. Everyone's jumping
Yep.
into these relationships,
You know why they
not getting
Not
to
jumping
getting
know
to
each
into
know
it?
other.
each other.
You know why? What's trumping that? What's making them want to rush so bad?
What?
You don't think that's playing a major part? Is the sex part? Because everybody love that feeling and stuff. So they quick to do it. It was something like that yesterday. We were
Not
talking about basically
necessarily
people
though,
trying to
Cap.
read that book real fast so they can hurry me get to.
Yeah, not
Okay, then
necessarily.
Not
you can say
not
the right
necessarily.
things in my ear, huh?
Yeah,
Not
not
necessarily. I think a
necessarily.
lot of people jump into that because we have this fear of being alone. We are
That too.
told
Yeah,
that
most
being
definitely.
single is a bad thing.
Right?
Oh, you're single? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did it ever
Oh,
occur
you
to you
must
that
have
some people are just
issues.
single by choice?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? We don't want to be with somebody right now. There's nothing wrong with that. But in order for people
Vibration.
to be happy and be healthy in these relationships, you have to get to know yourself, right? I'm not saying that's the only way to get to know yourself. Get to know yourself. Figure out what you like, what you don't like, what you want, what you don't want, right? That's the whole purpose of dating. That doesn't mean you have to sleep with everybody you're dating with. It just means get to know these people, right? You may like somebody because you're like, oh, this person's really pretty, right? But then you have another person who's probably not as pretty as that person, but you have more in common there. You're more compatible there. But what happens? 9 times out of 10, we jump for the one who looks good because we don't want people to say anything. Oh, I want everybody to be after this person or whatever else or whatever the stuff this stupid situation is. The point is that we don't get to know each other, right? We run in with ideas of who we think that person is. We don't see the other stuff, right? If you only see, say, like me online, right? Most people would assume if you only just took me based online, does it seem like I have bad days?
No.
You don't know nothing about the negative parts of my personality because I don't show those.
Right.
But people don't ask those questions. They don't ask the right questions, right? It's not a question of being traditional or modern. Figure out the person, figure out the relationship you want and find the person that matches that. That's it. That's all that is the solution. It doesn't need to be convoluted and telling other people, you need to be this, you need to be that. That's not your fucking relationship. Raise your
So
kids
even
the way
with
you want
that though, like ain't that
to
wouldn't
do.
that be up to them to listen to it or not? Because if they having problems, right, trying to find a relationship and they don't want to hear somebody else's advice and their way has never been working while they still single and stuff. Ain't it time to listen to somebody?
Well, exactly. If it don't apply, let it fly, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm about to
Apply,
say. Or
let it fly.
sometimes it might not apply, and you probably need to let it apply so you
But
can
that's a
fly
life
or something
lesson.
like
But
that.
that's a life lesson, right? That's a
Yeah.
life lesson. We all fall into these pitfalls. There's nothing we can do about it. That's completely human.
So they need to enjoy. What the heck?
Man,
What?
what's two things you had said, Kev, that I kind of disagree with? Well, not kind of, all the way disagree with. It was
Bye.
you said we
Show
only
them.
supposed to be with one person. That contradicts your whole background. If we only
Why?
supposed to be one person, then how would people be meant to come and go in life?
Friends, family,
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
Coworkers.
family interactions. What you mean? It's what you mean about what you mean? I was
So if
talking
we,
about a relationship. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about just
you say we
that.
Yeah, but
in a
your
relationship, we
relationship
only.
ain't destined to be there.
Okay, okay,
That's
okay. I
another
see
human.
Huh?
what you. We only supposed to be with one
That's
person
another
at a
human.
time. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah, at
that's
one time I ain't talking about.
your whole
all right.
life.
But
Yeah.
so the
Okay.
second thing, I agree with you on that. But on the second thing, you said the purpose of sex was to repopulate or reproduce.
Yeah, I think that's the primary thing, right? Which like just like you talking about animals,
But you
right?
don't, but you don't think that's the
They get
only.
pregnant dang near almost every time they sticking it in. Or some of the times they don't, but you know what I'm saying, they're not putting no condoms on. Like, hold up, wait, hold up. Before I
But
tear that
you
thing
don't
up.
think that's the only purpose?
Before I tear this thing, let me imagine a lion putting a condom on.
Right? I was gonna say, does it even make them that big? Can you
Got a
imagine an
horse.
elephant trying to put on a condom?
Hold up real quick, baby. I'm about to blow your back out. Did you
This
take
is
your birth
true.
control?
Animals do it. Animals do it raw all the time.
Oh my,
Animals
that is
crazy,
funny.
bro. They'll do that to anything.
Oh wow, that's called nature right there.
But that's the thing. That's why I was saying, like, you
Yeah,
say
but
it's the
sex is
primary
natural.
reason,
It's a natural emotion, sex. It's a
but
natural thing.
Yeah, I
but
don't think condoms. I don't think eating a booty is natural. I don't think eating a
No,
kuta
that
kente is natural. All this stuff they literally added within some. They've been adding that to it. That's not even natural sex. That's just something to
but do
get
you think
your feeling off.
but do you think reproduction is the only reason humans have or any animal
Not
have
now. That's not the. Not now.
but even
No.
before, you
from the
don't think
origin?
But the
love
fact
wasn't
that babies
part of it?
some of the times come out of it is that's how you know that's the primary reason behind that. You know what I'm saying? Why? Because if it was just straight for pleasure, you wouldn't be bussing. I'm gonna put it that way with a bunch of sperms inside of it, and you know what I'm saying. If that was the case, you would
So
just be shooting blanks.
how do you explain that little doorbell that women have?
So
It
what?
don't have no other function. I can't say it because
Uh,
I
I'm
know
gonna
what he's
call it the
talking about.
doorbell.
The little, the little ring ring.
Hey, I like how
The
you
man
did
in the
that too. I think
canoe,
I
right?
had this debate with my friend too. It's just like, okay, let me see. I'm gonna hit you with the same thing I hit my friend with. So, all right, they got a G spot in your bun hole too. So you
I
gonna try
knew.
to
Oh
work
my
that too,
god!
huh?
Look, man, I don't know nothing about that, man. And so you can't even hit
Right.
me with that.
That's what I said. Well, that's supposed to be used for pleasure too. So I was like, all right, then go ahead and test
that
that
ain't
out too. Then, all
that ain't
right,
never
since
been
that's meant
proven
for
to me.
pleasure.
Look, that ain't never
But the
been
thing,
proven, and so as far as I know, that's impossible.
but you mean to tell me? Let me ask you a question though. You've never had the do just for pleasure? You've always
Huh?
done it just thinking it was for that reason? For
What? Say it again.
I said, have you never done it just for the pleasure of it?
Of course, that's the problem.
Well,
Everybody
that's
do that just for the pleasure. You act like I'm a virgin or something like that. I
no, but
hit
that's
a
what I'm
few
saying.
girls, but
Like
I'm
I
just
was with my
saying
husband
that,
for 10 years. You think every time we laid down, it was because we thought that that was the reason?
no,
It was
that's
for
what I'm saying.
pleasure.
I think sex is getting misused nowadays. Yes, I do. That's something I grew
I
to
do,
figure
I
out.
do
As to
want
why
to correct,
people losing their mind now. As to why
No, I think
I
people
people
do,
have
is
always
I do
enjoyed
want to correct
sex.
something real quick.
what's the
We are not the only species who does that for pleasure. Monkeys also do it for pleasure. So do gorillas. It is
Almost
for
every
pleasure. They
yeah?
do
animal,
get
It's
pleasure
a
out
it's
of
a
it.
pleasure behind it, right? It is.
It's
almost
not just
every
humans.
animal do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I was saying
Not
that I
all
don't
of them,
think that it's just
but a lot.
only meant for that. That's what I'm saying. I think the primary thing is to have babies out of it. That's what I said. It's a pleasure
I
in it,
mean,
but
it's definitely that, right? But that was also used as an evolutionary tool as well,
Yeah.
right? It was to make, you know what I mean? In a way, it was like, okay, if you're a woman, right, back in the day, way back in the day, before we were talking and shit, it was used for pleasure, but it was also used for procreation. That's why the pleasure is part of it. So it's enjoyable. That doesn't mean that there was always going to result in a pregnancy. That doesn't
yeah.
always
So
happen.
why people pulling out? I don't think that's
People
natural
can,
either. I don't think that's
yeah,
natural to
but
pull out.
okay,
You don't think you're
that
supposed to?
yes, but there's people who don't, and there's people who try for years and still can't have a child.
Yeah. So but that's still natural. That's
You
not.
want to know?
It's not.
You want to know
That's
how
how
it
I'm
ain't
saying that all this
unnatural?
when we do this extra stuff, it shows that it ain't just only for that. It might be pleasure in it, but I don't think it's meant just straight for pleasure. You know what I'm saying? If you have a kid or not that come out of it, you still, the whole act of it is to, keep stroking it and then you do your thing. And it comes out. That same stuff comes out that makes babies comes out. You know what I'm saying?
I'm,
So that's
I'm
what I'm
finna
saying.
I'm
If
finna
if
mess
it was
you up.
just for that, we'd be shooting blanks every hour. Okay, this is a pleasure. This is a pleasure pop right here. So it'd be a blank coming out. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Okay,
we
yeah,
have no
but at the
control
same
over
time, like I
that,
said,
Kev.
all I'm simply saying is, right, when it comes to that, that is everybody else's prerogative on what they want to do. That ain't
Yeah,
got
I
nothing
feel
to do
you.
with me.
Yeah,
Do what you
everybody
want to
got
do.
that. Yeah.
All I'm asking is, right? All I'm asking is just be responsible with it, right? Not everybody should be a parent. Just because you can have them doesn't always mean you should.
Right?
I
Does
don't
that
think
make
And
sense?
everybody
I'm
should
not
usually,
be
saying
with somebody
go
either,
do
but
and
something.
then
usually the ones who are having a lot are the most irresponsible ones.
yeah,
And
I don't
that's
even
the
think
thing.
people is responsible enough to even have sex. They just having it. That's the thing. I feel like that's an adult
True.
thing,
All
really,
right, so
Not true.
look,
or somebody that's
look,
mature.
Kev. If it was unnatural to pull out, it, we would get
You
stuck
wouldn't be able
like
to. You'd be like a
dogs.
dog. Dogs can't pull
Huh?
out. You know that, right?
It gets
Dogs
stuck
can't
like
pull
a
out. You
Yeah,
know that,
dogs
right?
can't pull out. I know they lock in. Yeah, I know that. That's how
Oh,
you know that's
So
natural. Like,
you
they like
couldn't.
once I'm in, I'm in.
Yeah,
You know.
yeah.
right.
yes.
But dogs don't get pleasure out of that. There's no pleasure for that. That's literally just so they have puppies. That's it. Humans, you don't lock in. You ain't gonna lock into her and get stuck. Plus, that'd be annoying as hell. For
I
Right.
ain't gonna lie,
So
I'm just
you
speaking
I'd
from
really
be like,
myself.
get off
they
of
do
me.
so
I'd
get
be like,
pleasure
get
out.
out.
They do get pleasure
Like,
out
can
of it.
you
It just
imagine trying to do that like
don't
on a
be
hot
ready.
day and your AC broke? Like, you better get off me
No.
with your hot ass breath.
That's why the female dogs be biting them. You gotta
Mm-hmm.
muzzle them.
And no,
so they really when you do that and you pull out, that's meant to go on somebody back
I don't know, man.
What's the difference?
or their
What's the
stomach or
difference
their
between
face. That's some new stuff.
okay? Then what's the difference between
Human,
self pleasure?
Ah, this
It's
was
not
just a
natural to
pleasure.
go anywhere on my body. It's not natural.
human
Yeah,
are
but
It's
the
that's
not.
the prerogative
manipulators
of the
now.
person you doing that
I
with.
think when
My
you
This
doing
question
it,
is
the
is
whole
true.
then
intentions
that means
behind it
that
is for a pregnancy to come out of
so
it.
then
That's just
my question to you then is when it comes to self serving yourself, if you know what I mean,
yep.
Hmm.
you ain't doing that in somebody.
That's not you. That's not right.
Is that
Exactly.
not natural? Because
Nobody
people
ever
do
That's
that,
not
feels.
natural
That's
either.
true
Nope.
Nope, it's not.
pleasure.
Nobody ever feels
but
good
people do
after
it.
doing that.
People do. Yeah, I understand that, but
How
I
is it
understand
not
all this
natural
stuff
when you
is what
get the
people do. But I'm
urge?
just saying what is natural or what is meant.
That
I'm
is
saying what is
natural.
meant for. That's what I'm
But
saying.
the urge is
But
a
we gonna do what we
natural
gonna do. Of
feeling.
course, I'm still probably if I have a wife, I'm not about to try to impregnate her every time. So she might get on the face sometimes. All that stuff. But I'm just saying like what is meant
But that
for.
ain't
That's what I'm
natural,
saying.
Kev.
Huh?
That ain't natural, Kev.
It
That's not
ain't
natural
natural. I know
sexuality.
that though. But what
Nah,
I'm saying
Kev.
is that, but I'm aware of it. I'm not making excuses for it. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying. But I'm just saying that what
I
is
respect
meant
your.
for is to have babies. That's what I'm saying. If you have a
Nah,
We
baby or
all
Kev
not, they
might be
know
come out
right.
of
that
it.
though. We all
Kev, let
know
me
that's what
Look.
sex
let
can
me
I res-
result
defend
in.
Kev real
I
fast.
respect our differences, Kev, on this subject.
Nah,
Hmm.
ain't
I
no agree
really
to
do.
disagree.
But we just gonna have to agree to disagree on
Nah,
that
nah,
one
nah,
because
nah, nah, nah. See that's when I step in. Evil twin stepping in. Look, Kev was right the whole time. Y'all wanna know how? The
how?
urges that we get, cause all we doing is reacting off of urges. If we never get the urges, we would never want to do
Which is a
anything.
natural feeling.
Which
And
is
the
an instinct.
urges is right, but it's the urge to procreate, not the urge to have sex.
Let me ask you. Let me ask you. Let's take it away from this subject, right? You have instincts for a reason, right?
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You can either go against those instincts, and 9 times out of 10, sometimes when you go against those instincts, your instinct is proven right, correct?
Hmm.
So how are you not going based
Hold
off
on,
a
you
bodily
said that
urge?
fast. I can go
Just
against
like we
those
supposed to
instincts
control our emotions,
because
controlling
we
emotions, which that's supposed to be
No,
with
no,
that
no, no, no,
emotion,
no, no, no,
the
no, no, no.
intelligence, right? If we had emotional intelligence, we'll
no,
know to control that.
I could get
Not
that's what you want to
necessarily.
call it.
You can't control your instincts.
A natural
Just like you
or a
can't
natural feeling.
control
Yeah.
We
who
can
you're
go
It's not a
against
attracted
those
to and
instincts
reflex
what
or
you
though.
do.
nothing.
Humans
That's
can
not
go
what you
against those
mean.
instincts though.
You can
You,
go against your instincts. I'm not saying that you can't. Just like you can control your emotions or you can't, or you can
Hmm.
choose
right,
to have a
choice.
pleasurable
But we
sexy
talking about
time,
which one is the
or
natural way.
procreation.
Everything can be
You see what I'm saying?
controlled, but
What I'm saying is that is very natural. Those urges are very natural.
mm-hmm.
Those
But
actions
acting
are
on it
also
is
natural.
different. We got a
Those
choice to act on it or
desires
Those
are
not.
natural.
actions, correction, those actions are natural.
Mm,
It's
That
what you
feeling
do
when you want
with
to
those
first kiss
actions.
somebody,
mm.
right? That
But you
feeling
make
that
that choice
when you
to
first
make
want
that
to
action,
kiss
right?
somebody, that's a natural
Ain't nobody
feeling.
force you to. As soon as my thing get hurt, I'm just gonna hit this first thing. Is
The
you got a
You
choice to
because
react on it
yes,
or
you do
not.
have. It's called self-control.
Right.
There's
Kev,
nothing
I
wrong.
was on
Yes,
your side.
everyone has to have self-control, both men and women alike. You have to have
Kev,
Yeah,
self-control.
of course.
I
Oh,
was on your
yeah.
side until I thought about a monkey self-serving itself, man. So I was like, damn, Kev, I can't stay on your side.
Thank you.
Mm.
This is a
I
fun
mean,
conversation.
the urge that we get is natural. It's a natural, I mean,
Yes.
it's in our body for a reason, right? It's to give us that
Mm-hmm.
It is
desire
in
to
our
that
body
other
for a
person.
reason, and they ain't
It's a
just shoot it
natural,
out of
yeah.
without no
I'm
no.
with you on that one, though,
But
bro.
you're
We got to
correct too,
protect
though,
man.
Kev, because we all know I mean,
If that's the
sex
case, I'd be
is
impregnating
mainly.
all these girls. If that was the case, that's how we know that it ain't supposed to be like that.
Mm,
If it's
I
naturally
think
supposed to be like that,
society made it like that, though, Kev.
and it should be no problem with cheating. It shouldn't be no
At
problem
the
with
end
none
of
of
the
that.
at the end of the day, what
the,
that has to do is that has to do with, again, basic communication. Again,
right or wrong.
we could sit there and
But you
be
don't
like,
have to
oh well, this
communicate your
one.
instincts.
Hold on, hold on, hold on, hold
Let me
on.
go to the bathroom.
You
Y'all
could sit
crazy.
there. You could sit there and talk about, oh well, then this wouldn't happen and that wouldn't happen and so on and so forth. You also have to understand that society plays a lot into that as well,
True.
which you are influenced by because you live in a society. You can't sit there. None of us can sit there and be like, I'm not influenced by society. You're a fucking
Mm,
liar.
no, we all are.
We are
That's wrong.
influenced by that to some
Yeah,
degree.
Mm-hmm.
we gotta
To
grow
some
from
degree,
all
whether
this.
you agree with it or you don't.
Right.
Gotta grow from it.
But you gotta grow from it, right?
Yeah.
I'm a firm believer on not fighting your instincts. Because to
Right.
me, that
That's
makes a
good
lot of
then. I
people
mean,
sick.
we can cheat. We can do all type of stuff for sure. Hey,
No, that's not what
You're
he
you
means
no,
by that,
you are
Kev.
confusing. You
my
are
instinct is
confusing.
to smack them fat cheeks over
Wrong,
there, even
wrong,
though
wrong, wrong, wrong.
Mm,
You are confusing impulse for instinct.
there you go.
I'm not talking about impulses. I'm talking about instincts. The things that keep you safe. An evolutionary thing that keeps you alive is called an instinct,
Here we go. Men
wait. So
do,
you
not
got
an
to
women
bust to
impulse.
stay
obey.
alive?
That I'm not talking about that. I'm talking
Oh,
about instincts.
okay.
Instincts, not impulse. An
Okay.
impulsive person be like, yeah, I feel like slapping that person. I'm going to go do that. That's an
Mm-hmm.
impulse. That's not an instinct. An instinct is like, hey, I probably shouldn't walk down this alleyway. I feel something's fucking off. I'm going to go the other way. That's an
Mm,
instinct.
okay.
Your gut
Know the
feeling.
difference, people. There
And so my gut feeling is to getting some guts. That's besides not my wives.
you go. But you can choose to either go with it or go against it. If you choose to
Yeah,
go against
so if and ain't nothing wrong with it either, is it? Because I just got to
it,
get this out of my system, right?
no, but at the end of the day, my whole point in bringing all
You're
of this up
looking at it
is
wrong, Kev.
no, my whole point of bringing all of this up is okay. We need to stop trying to tell everybody how to live their goddamn lives
Oh no,
That
and go
right
live our
there.
own shit.
Right? Just
I don't.
enjoy
Because
your
I
I
own
don't
don't do
give
life.
that.
two fucks about who Joe
Yeah.
Schmo down the street is sleeping with. I don't care that
Yeah.
he's sleeping with his cousin Becky. That ain't got nothing to do with
Oh,
me.
jeez.
Mm. So you saying don't worry about nobody life, right?
I'm saying if it is
So you shouldn't have
something
to
that
worry
is
about your
going
own
to
significant
affect,
other's life.
no, what I'm saying is, okay, is that if it's going to affect you or affect society, in other words, what you're doing, if it is affecting other people and affecting them negatively, then by all means intervene. If it
Right.
is not and it has absolutely nothing to do with you,
Mhm.
mind your business. Find the line. That's
Yep.
all I'm saying.
Like if I want to
Everybody
wear
want to be in
red,
everybody's business, telling
yep.
everybody how to control their feelings. Oh, you shouldn't feel this way. Shut the fuck up. Let that person feel whatever they want to feel. If they want to lose control and be lost in their feelings, that's on that person. You don't have to engage. You have the option to disengage if you have emotional intelligence or quote unquote emotional control. People don't do that. We want to sit there and say, you need to have emotional control. Let that person do what they're going to fucking do. Let them look
Yeah,
like
I
a
think a person
jackass.
gonna do what they gonna do no matter what, if you say it or not. Because some people just got set in their mind that I'm grown, I get to do what I want to
No,
do, I live
but
my
if
life,
you
and that's the
took,
reason why they be in
And
the
they don't
predicament
have
they in and
control.
stuff. Why
but
they be
think
mad at
about
the
think
world and
about it
stuff.
this
Don't know why they not mad at the world.
but think about it this way, Mr. Motivational Kev. If they took that energy it took for you to sit there and go tell Joe Schmo down the street, you need to work this job, you need to do this is how you need to live your life, so on and so forth. You took a tenth of that energy, reinvested in yourself. You don't think you'd be a lot further? That person would not be a lot further in their life. A lot happier, a lot
Wait,
more
so
emotional control.
AJ, it
Mm-hmm.
sounds like you
That's where
saying
I'm coming from.
we don't need Lewis awareness.
No, I'm saying you can have awareness. Have awareness. All I'm saying is that if you're spending 82% of your time telling other people what to do, take a tenth of that energy and reinvest it in yourself.
Right? Look at yourself.
Turn
What's
your
your
mirrors in.
definition of telling somebody what to do?
My definition of telling somebody what to do, right, would be for me to tell you, Kev, oh, well, you just need to go out there and you need to be loose and sleep with everybody and do all of these things, because if you don't do that, you're not human. That's
Is it
I'm not going to
is
tell
there
you
a
that.
thin line
Live your
between
life how you
advice
want to
and
live.
telling somebody what to do?
You can give all the advice you want, but you have to understand that people are not going to take it, and people get mad when they
Exactly.
don't
I
take
think
it.
that already comes with it. I think when
But do you
some
think?
people is aware of it or not.
But do you think that ego drives that? Because some people give advice and get pissed off when that person doesn't take it.
That'd be crazy if somebody get pissed off at that.
People do
But
it on
Or
here all
but
the
even
I think
time.
some of the time it's passionate when you see somebody, and I think some people do get passionate by seeing other people's getting hurt or something like that. I want to say, because
For
I think
me,
It's
somebody said
different
that
if a
before.
person's
Like
being
somebody
hurt
said
I'll
that
put it this
before
indirectly.
way.
too. But
I'll
if
put
you
it this
see
way.
that people multiple failures and somebody is going into the same tunnel, I think people do get passionate. Like, dang, I be seeing people get hurt through this stuff and they don't want to listen and they about to do the same thing. But then again, you gotta just it is what it is at the end of the day. So,
Mm-hmm.
Well,
but
exactly. But people take those.
even with my stuff, what I do, just like you was mentioning with the motivational and the awareness and all that stuff, that's the point of what I'm doing because I choose to spend my energy on trying to help as many as I can, even if they listen or not.
Exactly. But the difference is that you also take that same energy. Do you practice all the things that you're talking about?
Most definitely. That's why I'm
Do
talking
you
about
do
it
you
now. It's
practice
something I learned from.
everything that you are telling other
Yeah,
people to do?
yeah, most definitely. I
Then
wouldn't
you're
talk
fine.
about it if I ain't practicing or if I'm not working on
Then
it
you're
or
fine.
if I wasn't aware of it.
Then you're fine.
Yeah.
If you're out
Even
there
with the
telling
sex
other people
thing,
how to
reason
live
that's
a
why I'm
life,
celibate for two
you don't.
years now because I've actually, I'm saying, I wouldn't speak on it if I didn't been practicing it. Or if I wasn't pregnant, I would make it aware and I wouldn't make an excuse on what I was doing, even though but that's why I am big on telling people to practice what they preach
Like,
because some people
I'll give
like
you
that, like you said, they ain't gonna listen unless you're doing it yourself. So, this is like
exactly.
parenting and stuff.
But at the
Yeah,
same
can I
time,
ask?
I'll give you an example. I'll give you an example. When I was younger, right, when I was like in my early 20s, I used to
Yeah.
have people that came up to me and they were like, you need to find a man, you need to get married, you need to have a kid, you need to have a
Mm-hmm.
house. You know what I mean? I had to have this whole American dream.
Hmm.
That's what happiness is.
Yeah.
But I grew up and I knew people who had that and they were never happy. They were constantly
Facts.
drinking, smoking,
Facts.
doing everything, cheating on each other,
Mm-hmm.
beating the crap out of each other.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me how that means happiness.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Because that doesn't mean happiness for me. You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm talking about when people are sitting there giving advice on something that they do not practice. I'm
Hmm.
not saying that that is not going to,
So,
for some people, that brings them happiness. That's fine. Talk to me about that.
so you,
But
you
if you are
said
unhappy, do not come talk to me about happiness.
so say
wait,
if I okay with this with the okay say if I'm giving advice to tell people not to sleep with a bunch of people, right, or whatever,
Mhm.
you think that I shouldn't tell people to do that or tell them just to live their life and do what they want to do? Should I do
You
that?
can
Yeah, because
you can push whatever message that you want, because Kev, unlike most people, do not get upset when people
Yeah.
do not take that, because
that's
you know that
different.
that's
Yeah.
only going to reach the people it needs to.
Yeah. So
Not
with
everybody
that's
is
what I'm
going to
saying
get
with
that.
that, and I see that when people, okay, the reason why I will come up with that is because I see it so many baby mamas, baby daddies, all this drama, people in their feelings, all this trauma, all this stuff right there. So you don't, you think I mean, will you think I should? That's a message I should deeply push out because I
Do
see
you
it
feel
causes
do you
diseases
feel
out here and
passionate?
people, huh?
Feel passionate about it? Do you feel passionate? Do you
Yeah,
feel
you
like you
can
should have a
push.
word? I'm
Most
not
definitely,
saying
yes. Because if
don't.
I see it's
I'm
problem
not
in
telling.
our society, yeah.
I'm not telling you don't go out there and push good advice. Push the advice that you need to. What I'm saying is, if you're going to walk up to say somebody like me and try to push that on me and
Mm-hmm.
tell me that and ride my ass about it, oh AJ, you got to live this way, you got to do that. I'm gonna tell you to fuck off, right? Because that message isn't for me, right? I am not the problem in that situation. I can't take accountability. I don't have any children. I don't have baby daddies. I don't have any of that, right? I don't have that drama. I don't have that trauma, right? That's me personally. Okay. Now, what I'm saying is, if it's something where you feel like it's a message that you want to push that out, push that out. What I'm saying is that if you're spending 82% of your time not just out here telling other people how to live their lives, because the difference is you're giving advice. You're saying, hey,
Mm-hmm.
maybe we should do this. Here's an option. You're not saying, don't do this because if you do this, the third's going to happen. You're not making it doomsday-ish. You're just saying, hey, look, I noticed this problem. Maybe here's a solution. That's it.
Right.
That's
You're
all. That's
pointing
all
out.
I'm
You're
saying.
just pointing
Push
out
your
things.
message. All I'm saying is that if you're going to push your message, don't be one of those people who is slamming that into everybody when
Mm-hmm.
in some cases that advice is not needed,
And that's the reason
right?
why I was
It's like
mentioning
somebody
before. That's why
pushing their
my message is
religion on
really
you.
for is towards the kids because, like, especially if you talk to adults, just like you were saying with that, they will brush that. They want to listen. They don't want to listen. They want to. They already got their mind made up because, like I said, ego is one biggest thing why you can't get through a lot of people in general. That's the reason why my message is because I know I ain't gonna get through a lot of adults and stuff. But maybe if it do help, right? Hopefully they can give this message, to the children and all that stuff because that's the next thing that's coming up. You can't tell especially most adults, you can't tell them anything, you know what I'm saying? Once they got their mind made up or they got their lifestyle, anything that interrupts or feel like it's going against their lifestyle, they probably just like, nah, F
What?
that, you know what
Kev,
I'm
That's
can
what
I
I'm
ask
talking
saying?
you a
I do what I
question?
do, you know what I'm saying? So
Lady, play your
what the
mic
heck? I
low.
just lag like a mug.
Lady, play been trying to talk for hell I think. Her mic just low as shit.
No, I just not. I don't interrupt. I try not to interrupt anymore. Kev, can I ask you a question? So, and you don't have to answer it.
I'm
What
asking.
made you come? What made you come to that decision 2 years ago to be celibate?
I start
Did
practicing this
somebody
thing that a
talk to
lot of
you about
humans
it?
don't do, self-discipline and self-control. You know what I'm saying? I realized that I got more control of my life when I started focusing on that. And then why I got even more serious on it because I was like, I want a clear decision on when I make my choice with somebody because I know a lot of people can only get relationships through sex and all that stuff and I realized how powerful sex is nowadays just because that even that feeling itself, just like we said, we was talking about, that's a pleasure. That pleasure is so powerful, it kind of overrides our mindset, and we really think we got control of it and we really don't. And like you realize how much less control you get, especially throughout the years and stuff. I realized that while when I'm not looking for it so heavy and stuff, I get to make, like I said, I get to make better decisions. I can see the attitudes now. I can see stuff that got covered up because it's a lot of stuff we deal with or we put up with because of that. That's how powerful
Mm-hmm.
sex is. Just itself, just that pleasure itself is just very powerful. And it's like I said, sometimes I be wishing I can go back and be a virgin so I can really know I can make a clear and see a clear decision in life or know who belongs or not. But even with that, that's part of emotional control because like even that's a what they horniness. I don't know what type of emotion that is. What is this? It's a desire. I'm gonna put it that way. It's a desire or
Yeah,
lustful desire,
lust.
whatever. But that itself, when that's even controlled, the stuff. like I said, I'm just big on emotional control anyway. So once I self discipline, all that stuff that comes with control, self control, and all that stuff. So that, and then I realized that it may like I ain't go to the bars no more. I don't even drink heavy liquor because all that stuff has something behind it. I start feeling a certain way when I'm drinking heavy liquor, and I be wanting get on something or whatever. And then I think about it like I'm doing all this for a temporary pleasure, and I know I want something long term. You know what I'm saying? So it's
Mm-hmm.
no point of, that's no different from smoking a cigarette and stuff. It's not doing nothing for my future. It's just doing something for my now. That's what I was looking at it as. So
Well,
I
there
like
you
that's what
go.
I
that.
decided.
That was your
Respect that.
message right there. You didn't try pushing anything on anybody. That was just your message and what you're trying to teach.
Yeah,
And people may listen,
That's the
some
difference.
people might get it. The message
yeah,
may reach the right person, and some
yeah,
people will just remove themselves from the message.
yeah.
But
Well, and that's the
that
thing.
was yeah. Sorry, go ahead, AJ.
But that's kind of the thing. Now, I do want to ask a question because I know we talk a lot about like, try not to be all in your feelings and so on and so forth. What are your guys' thoughts on people on the healing process, on just healing, whether that be trauma healing, whatever else people doing in that work? What are your thoughts on that?
I
I
don't
think
think
healing is
nobody's
so much.
100% healed. Well,
Nope.
I was just gonna say that. I think we're always
99%
healing.
people are not healed.
Yeah, you gotta heal every day. You stay healing every
Yeah.
day, or you stay something. But it depends on what it is. Some stuff we was talking about that a little bit earlier too, when Hormiga was in here. Somebody missed out, but
I missed
I
it. Damn it. I
I
love when
did.
Hormiga's in here.
yeah, I was talking about Lady Blake and she want to see him so bad. but
No, you guys are making it more than it is.
I
You'll
know
stop.
I'm trying to
Okay.
be like Jerry, she
Right?
blushing. It's like that. But we was talking about that. Dang, we was talking about that too. What the freak? What was he talking about now? Dang, I just forgot. I just threw my whole brain. What you was?
What
Somebody
was
just
your
said it, and
topic?
you was saying
Healing.
something.
Kev, I
Huh?
know I
Well,
remember
healing.
you saying you got to heal
Healing.
every day. Like,
Yeah,
healing never
Healing, yeah.
stops.
yeah, healing never. But Hormiga, okay, he put that in my mind as in like some stuff we do get better from or we get stronger from. Just like I made me think about like how muscles work. Like when you tear it, it hurt, and when you heal, and you get stronger or something like that. So some stuff you can it make you more, what was he talking about? I think he was talking about healthy or something like that. But yeah, some stuff you heal and grow better from. Some stuff you got to continue to keep healing on, like certain traumas and all that stuff or whatever, or you look at the stuff from a different way or whatever. But yeah, I think healing either you get better out of it or it's something that you just like. Okay, like me controlling my emotions. That's something that you got to work on every last single day. As long as you live, you got to always work on that. No
It's part of healing.
triggers and all that.
Yeah, that's part of healing, right? That's
Yep.
part of that healing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So the reason why I asked that, right, is because when I'm on here and I'm, sometimes, you gotta be here hustling through lives,
Mm,
everybody makes it seem like feelings are the worst things in the world. It's okay to have feelings. It's okay to feel what you
mm,
feel, just don't project
mm,
that onto other people, right?
mm,
So, in other words, if I'm healing from something, right, or say, I don't know, I'm in here because I ain't gonna sit there and say it ain't happened before, right? Where sometimes the conversations can get triggering. We all know that it happens,
Yeah.
right? But for the most part, actually every time, I'm pretty good at controlling that emotion. I could feel it, but I could separate, right? Not everybody has that ability, but some of us do. That takes emotional intelligence, right? Discipline, right? In order to do that. The reason why I bring that up is because I feel like a lot of people are healing or in that healing journey or trying to heal or not trying to heal, whatever it is. But instead, they're outwardly projecting those feelings on everybody. So now, because of that, I see a lot of I want to listen to be offended, right? We've seen that. Kev puts up a general topic up there, and somebody got to come in. That don't make no sense, Kev. What do
Right?
you mean? Oh my
Yeah.
God! Like,
I got that earlier too.
pump the
That's funny.
brakes. Pump the brakes. Calm down. It's okay, right?
Right?
We see that everywhere. So, do you think that maybe more of us need to start pushing that? It's okay to have feelings, just don't project
Yeah.
them onto other people instead of
Yeah.
pushing the don't have feelings. Because what I feel is because people misconstrue things and misuse words, I feel that young people will misconstrue that message. They're gonna
I
take it
think
as
that's
I shouldn't
unhumanly
feel
possible.
nothing.
Yeah.
No, but
That's
yeah, but
unhumanly
I'm telling
possible to
you,
have
some
no
people
feelings.
may take that. Yeah, but some people may take that as I shouldn't have any feelings, right? I
No,
Yeah.
we
shouldn't have
all have
feelings about
feelings. Like,
nothing.
yeah. No.
I'm just saying, is there a way that we can push that message to where it's like you could still feel what you need to feel, just don't project that onto other people? What would be the best way of doing that in your
I
own
don't know
words?
because I think once you get into your feelings, you're gonna project that out no matter what.
Yeah,
So I think
exactly.
that comes down to
If
the
you let your
control of
feelings
not letting
control
your
you, that's gonna be a
feelings
whole nother thing.
take control,
Yeah.
right?
I probably
Because
wouldn't ever want somebody to
Mm-hmm.
be have their feelings control them. You know what I'm saying?
mm-hmm.
It just depends on what feeling or emotion that you trying to. Everybody got their feelings. That's something you just really can't.
Right.
I think it's the emotion part that's, or is the feel. I got this one of them. I think. Oh no, feelings is the action. I
Do you
think,
think?
and the emotion is what's
But see,
within.
it's part of the healing process though for me
What is this
myself
guy talking
is
about?
I always when I'm talking about my feelings, I'm always saying for me. That's why I don't ever say, "Oh, you need to feel this way," or maybe you should feel this way, or I never feel like that person needs to feel the same way as me because everybody is different. So like, sorry, Kev, you're laughing. So, but like
Because I
for
know what's
me,
about to
it's a
come in a
learning.
minute.
For me, healing is also learning, right? Like it's a
Yeah.
learning path for me when I'm healing. So I don't always like to like I say like I agree where we're always healing every day, but it's more for me we're learning every day. And we either learn from it and we learn from our mistakes and we move ahead and we get better like you guys were saying, or we stay where we are and we just are miserable,
And complain about it the rest of our lives.
right?
It'd be
Exactly.
crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, everybody got feelings, man. That's just you wouldn't be a human if you don't. It's just about how you
Well,
use them. Put it that way.
well,
Cause
I think
feelings do
that's that.
block your vision though. Sometimes that's one big thing. As soon as you get in your feelings, it's over. You done
Yeah.
forgot what everybody said. Just like you were talking about that. This don't make no sense. You know what I'm saying? That's when the feelings take over because you don't want to try to understand it to make it make sense.
But don't you
Well,
think you
people
should
want to
open
take
up to
things
your
negative.
partner about your feelings?
To a degree. To a degree.
Like
You
your
need to
partner should be the
know.
one that you should open up your feelings if it's good or
No,
bad
yeah,
about
you
everything.
yeah, like for example, like for me, right? The person that I'm with, right? Like I'm not single right now. So like the person that I'm with, right? That should be the only person that I'm vulnerable with, right?
Exactly.
I'm
That's
not
what
going to be
yeah, that's what I
vulnerable
mean.
with everybody and their mom, right?
Mhm. Mhm.
That's trusted to one person, right?
Right.
Now, the reason why I say yes and no. Some people like to take their own insecurities and project that and put that pressure on their partner, right?
Mm.
True. True.
So,
Yep.
oh my God, I'm feeling insecure. That girl's prettier than me. Now I'm in trouble.
Mm.
What?
Right.
Oh my God, he
I
was
get what you're
hitting on
saying. Yeah.
you. What? You know what I mean? People need to separate.
Why is our what so funny to me?
Yeah, I'm
What?
like, what? Like,
Or what?
you know what I
I
mean?
know it
Like,
is, isn't it?
right? I know. I think that and I always talk about this. I think every time I'm in lives, I always talk a lot about self reflection. You got to
Right.
look inwards and be very self aware. You have to know what things are personal to you, right? And that are personal, your problems, before you project that on other people. And if you need help with that, then you need to figure out what kind of help that you need with that. And see if that person that you are with is able to accommodate to that. And if they want to accommodate to it, because they're not entitled to just because you together. I think that's the part people forget. That person you're with is not entitled to your bullshit.
Right.
I'm going to say that
Right.
for the people in the back. The
Yep.
person you're dating is not entitled to your bullshit.
To your bullshit. I agree with that.
You got to work on that.
It's yeah.
Like, you got to work on that. No one in this
Right.
world is entitled to that. right? And it's the same thing that I tell people who constantly sit there and say, oh, well, I have CPTSD, I have severe PTSD, I have a tons of mental problems, right? At the end of the day, I can't sit there and be like, oh, well, Kev, you got to talk this way because I'm going to get triggered. I have CPTSD. At the end of the day, I'm going to say this. The world is not meant to dance around your triggers and stand on eggshells. That is your personal problem to deal with said triggers, right? If I come in here and the conversation is something that could be triggering to me due to my own personal trauma, it is not my place to sit there and tell somebody else how to talk, how to live their life, or do anything else. I can hit the X button and come back. Or if I'm in here and I'm in the box and we're having a conversation and I'm working through that, it's not my place to sit there and say, Cosme, you shouldn't say that. Kev, you shouldn't say that. Oh my God.
That junk silly.
We ain't doing all that. At the end of the day, it is my responsibility to handle that trigger and put myself in control. It is no one else's responsibility to keep you in the driver's seat. You need to be in the driver's seat. And if you don't want to be in the driver's seat and you want to complain all the time and be hashtag triggered, lay the fuck down and don't do shit. But don't complain neither.
Not the hashtag trigger.
That's just where I'm at. We ain't doing hashtag triggered over here. Handle your shit. If you got a problem,
on the other sense of that too, like sometimes triggers aren't just words or like conversations.
No.
Sometimes triggers are actions, and those ones are a little bit harder to get over when those happen to you.
Yeah, they can be.
Do you know what I mean, AJ? Like depending on situations that you've been in, like certain things like will trigger a person because of the action of the other person, but the other person doesn't know. But that's where you have to communicate to your partner that, hey, if you do this,
this might be a trigger
for me.
Actions and words, they can be the same thing. They triggers.
Yeah.
Smack their lips like that. They could be.
You could say something.
For women, I'm gonna explain it this way. So for women, it's very, very much different because we are more emotional, right? That's what makes us great nurturers by nature, is because we have those emotions. We feel things very deeply. However,
literally,
it's never a bad practice to try to be rational and force yourself into a rational point, right? If I'm already, say I woke up, we already know if you don't eat, that affects your mental. You don't sleep well, it's going to affect your mental. If I didn't sleep well, I didn't eat well, my partner's doing something, right, that normally I probably wouldn't have noticed or cared, right? But because I'm extra sensitive that day, for whatever reason, I'm just saying as an example, I have to be able to rationalize that before I take that out, right? So if I'm like, hey, I just need a minute, right? Like I'm very good at being like, hey, I need a minute. I need a minute to calm down for a minute. I need to figure this out, right? That's not a bad thing to do.
No.
That's actually a very good thing to do. It's a good practice to get into because it forces you to be self-aware. Then you can start asking yourself questions. Okay, what is it that's upsetting me? Why is this upsetting me? Okay, I understand why this now upsets me. How do I fix it? Is it something fixable? Is it something even worth talking about? Or is it a personal issue within myself? Right? Sometimes we have to remember when we are healing and we get into relationships is to heal from the things that hurt us. You run in bleeding on people, you're holding that person up to the expectations and holding them responsible for the shit the last person did. They can't be responsible for that.
Don't ever bring your traumas into another relationship.
They can only be responsible for the things that they do. Right? You can, I'm not saying forgive and forget. You can definitely forgive. And if there's, that's a red flag for you, be aware of that. Be like, hey, this is a red flag, then have that conversation. Be like, hey, this is a red flag and this is why. Okay, cool. I would not go about blindsiding my partner because I'm triggered. Right? I'm not saying it doesn't always happen, but sometimes it does. Right? I'm what's up, Cloves? I try to understand that yes, I am healing and I'm gonna be healing till the day I cross over and I'm no longer on this planet. That's perfectly fine. But again, I'm healing. I'm not healed. My
There you go.
propensity to spaz
There you
is
go.
very much likely, right?
Mhm.
If you come talk to me crazy. That doesn't mean
Right.
that that's right. I have to give myself room to be human as well. I'm going to make
Mhm.
mistakes.
Right.
I'm going to mess up.
Yeah.
But
That's
I'm going to
something
own it
that's
and take the
expected
responsibility for it.
or realistic.
That's expected, right? But
You gotta
then
take
Mhm.
everybody
accountability
talks
for it.
about
Yeah.
accountability. Oh, you got to take accountability. You forget the responsibility part. I'm going to take responsibility for the things that I do because that's the only thing I could take responsibility for.
Mhm.
If my partner knows something is going to trigger me and they know it's a trigger for me, they do it anyway, that's on them.
Mhm.
You fucked
Yeah.
around and found out,
Mm.
right? I come from fuck around, find out. Like, that is where I come from. Fuck around, find out. The less you fuck around, the less you find out. I don't think it's that hard.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But I feel like that's anybody.
Like I know with me and my partner, we had a thing where it's like, for instance, like how you brought up, like if you don't get enough sleep, then you wake up and you could be irritated and stuff like that. Like we had a thing where, is if we did wake up and we weren't feeling, 100%, we'd actually vocalize that. Like, I mean, sometimes
Yeah.
mine would come out like, listen, I didn't get no sleep last night. Don't mess with me today. And then he would get
Yeah, and
it.
that's perfectly fine.
Do you know what I
Yeah, that's
mean? There's
perfectly fine.
nothing wrong with that either. That's the exact same thing if I
Do
say,
you
hey, I
believe
just need
it's
a
not
minute.
what you say, it's how you say it
Mhm.
too?
Yeah, yeah,
Because
Yeah.
some
yeah.
people be like trying to
When you're
put it in
cranky,
a
sometimes you're waking up cranky. Yeah.
nah.
Yeah,
That's
to
a
a degree. To a
that's
degree.
not
To a
fair
degree,
though. You
yeah,
want to
that
use
I'm
is
that
gonna
as
say
fair.
a
that. I'm gonna say
uh,
that to a degree. To a degree, it's how, depending on how you say it, right?
Right.
Certain things, I'm not going to take, and I think that's the reason why people take 20 minutes to get to their damn point, because they're trying so hard to say the right thing, but then they end up like not saying anything.
mhm.
Some things, it just is what it is, right?
Yeah.
If you come up to me, right, and you talk to me out the side of your fucking neck, right? My knee jerk response is to be like, the fuck you said? And you have 10 seconds to correct before I start swinging, right? I'm that person, okay? I'm unhinged. We know this,
Uh-oh,
okay?
AJ. Now we gotta change your last name. Now it speaks to AJ about that life now. So
I've always been about that life.
I
I'm
know.
unhinged a little bit, right?
Unhinged AJ.
But that's the thing, right? But before, I used to never even say that. If you came out to me and talked to me out the side of your neck, I just hit you. I didn't give you a chance to
Yeah.
correct how you're talking to me. Now I can at least give you 10 seconds, and that's a lot for me. That's a big jump. That's a big step, because before you didn't
Yeah.
get that. Like, I don't hit you with a bar stool type situation.
Oh,
Like, I've done it before. I straight, I legit knocked this dude out with a bar stool one time.
oh my.
But in my defense, I walked into the bar to hand something to one of my friends, and he grabbed my ass, and I literally just knee jerk reaction, turned around and hit him with the bar
Oh
stool,
well, no, that
knocked him
I
out.
would have,
That's your
yeah.
fault.
My first
Oh
reaction
my.
to is my arm always swings. Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, you just gonna get hit at
yeah,
that point. Like,
So
the
she
fuck?
got
yeah.
so AJ got the lumps like. Let me stop talking. She stop talking.
Ain't even like that.
Let me stop.
I've always been that type of person, but like, I feel like for me, when it comes to giving any type of advice to people or anything else, I always talk from a point and a place from, like, I've done that, right?
From
Oh
your
yeah, I used
personal,
to
yeah,
be
from your experiences, yeah,
Exactly.
yeah, from my own experience. Like, I
yeah.
used to be, and I grew up very violent. I grew up around violence. Violence was
Mm-hmm.
constantly around me, right? And it's not like violence that everybody, oh, stereotypical violent. No, like, I grew up around people fighting each other, people, you know what I mean, hitting each other, stabbing each other. I grew up around all that. I'm comforted naturally. If that happens next to me, my response is not normal, quote unquote,
Mhm.
because all I'm
Right.
gonna do is move. I'm gonna move a bar stool over. Back
Yep.
when I was drinking, I'd move a bar stool over. All right, don't hit me, motherfucker. All right,
Right.
I'm gonna drink my beer, continue my night. You know what I
That would
mean?
be me.
That
Just
was
don't
the
knock over
response.
my drink. You guys keep doing what you're
Just
doing. Just don't
don't
knock
hit
my
me.
drink. Yeah, or touch
Yeah,
me.
you
Yeah,
touch me,
I'm the
it's a
same
problem.
way. Yeah,
But
yeah.
the thing is like, I grew up from that. Right? I'm now getting to a point where I don't want to be that person. So I spend a lot of my time working on not being that person by doing the healing, by doing, like Kev likes to talk about, a lot of self-discipline, right? listening to things, understanding the things that influence my brain, right? I understand, okay, if I have this self-discipline and I can control myself and learn to control myself, that's fine. That's the goal. The goal is to control myself and not get to a point where I got to be like, fuck you said and hit you,
Right.
right?
And we're not saying that
But
you
I'm
you'll
human.
never lose control, but you got to always try to keep control.
Yeah.
Always. And that's the
And
whole
that's
thing. It's
why I
just,
talk about and that's why I'm gonna go back to with that. Like with this, like all the stuff I talk about right now, it's either I don't experienced it or I done been or I've been around it or something like that. Most of the stuff I experienced as to why I talk the way I talk now. So, cause I have got to ask that question before, like, what the heck? You think you holy man or something like that? No, it's just something that I've been aware of. I mean, I built awareness around and stuff that I was doing that I had to correct and stuff. That's the only reason why I be talking about it now because I realize, how different stuff affect and stuff. And a lot of people just never um they okay I'm put they live a life but don't know why they're going through what they're going through, and that's why I'm saying I took the time because I took time to myself as even within these 2 years, even within besides the 2 years, but I think before that I was still like wasn't talking about it like that, but I just I took time to myself to really understand myself as to what I'm saying, so I learned from that, and that's the reason why I tell or try to give advice on certain stuff because it ain't just because I grew up not knowing none of this stuff, but really a lot of stuff came from experience. I had anger problems, issue. I wasn't forgivable and all this stuff. Like all these topics I be coming out with is something that I literally had problems with, and I'm
but it's
just
the,
saying, oh, that's all it is. Though, but yeah,
it's evolution, Kev. That's what that's called. It's
yeah,
called evolution.
Yeah. And we can only
You
talk on
evolving
our
your
own experiences. Somebody who goes and
exact.
talks on experiences that they have no clue on or have no experience with shouldn't be talking about it because then they're the ones
And
giving out
that's
bad advice.
But those are the people I'm talking about when I'm saying stop coming on here telling other people how to live your
Mm-hmm.
lives because you're talking about stuff that you don't know. You ever
Right.
notice all of the relationship lives where people are talking about how to be in a perfect relationship? All those motherfuckers is single. If you knew how to be in a perfect relationship, you'd be in a relationship. How you single gonna tell single people how to be in a perfect relationship? You ain't in a relationship.
Right. I can tell you how to be happy being
Put it
single,
in practice. I'm gonna put it in practice.
but
What do you mean? Like for me, I feel like if you're single, you have no excuse but to work on yourself because you ain't got nobody else,
right,
right.
right?
right.
So why are you focusing your attention on all of these other fucking people? Look
Yeah.
inward and figure out your own shit. Don't be over here pointing
Do you
fingers at people.
Do you think the people that's single that they might be the problem why they're single, or they're just single by, like you were saying, by choice, and
I think it depends on the way
maybe
you
they
move.
It
are
depends on the
or
person
marriage
though,
material,
Kev,
but they
because
just they got the person to get
It
married
depends on
to.
how they're moving.
for
Huh?
like for
I think it
me,
depends on how they're moving.
How they moving? You said.
Hmm.
well, see,
Yeah, I'm
for
gonna let
me it
Lady go and
depends
then
though,
I'll talk.
Kev, because for me I'm at a different age too. So for me, I've been single now for a few years, but I had to work on myself and learn some things about myself too, and have that self control. But I mean, I've done that, and but now for me at my age, it's harder. It's harder. Like to be
Hmm.
single at my age is not rare because it's hard to find somebody at my age now.
Hmm.
Do you know what
So
I
I got
mean?
another
Like it's
thing too,
yeah.
cause
So
I recently
hold
just
on.
got it
I
too
want to
with
think.
somebody with this situation too. You think so? Here
So
go another thing. You think a person because they
I
were
want to
they
quick.
huh?
I wanted to answer that real quick before you ask your question. Um, if you were to ask me, when it comes, it depends on how you move. If you're on here and you're single and you spending all this time telling single people how to be in relationships, giving them bad advice because you yourself ain't practicing your own advice, doing all of these things, or you're blaming the fact that you're single because everybody's fucked up and I've done nothing wrong and blah 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 blah.
Right.
That's your fault that you're single.
Mm.
People who are single by choice do not have time for that because they're moving. You know what I mean? They're motivated differently, right? Those are motherfuckers you
Mm-hmm.
see a lot in the gym. Those are people you see who are out here and they're working towards goals, whether that be school, a career, whatever. They're out here doing those things. They're not
They're
worried about the
focused.
relationship.
Yeah.
They're focused.
Yeah.
That would be the difference. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kev. Go ahead and ask your question. I just wanted to get that out before we move on to another topic.
Yeah, um, cause I was, oh, that's what I was saying. I literally got into it with somebody with this situation too, because, and I feel that I do believe the majority of the single people don't be knowing what they talking about though. But it's all about trying to actually listen and hear what they saying, or just because you don't like what they're saying, that don't mean that they're better or whatever. Because some people I've been noticing that some people just don't like what be coming out their mouth, even though it could be something helpful. But if it goes against what they're what they already interested in, or it's something that they already involved themselves in, and that's when it becomes a problem. They like, oh, that gotta be bad advice, or you gotta be hurt or something. They quick to say that stuff because they don't like what's being said to them most of the time. But I was getting to is that, like I said, I recently just got into somebody about this. It's like they look at it that I be feeling like it's just like, some people be feeling like, okay, just because some people in a relationship, right? I always tell people that all they know is their relationship though. So just because even them, they can give good advice, but sometimes even their advices can vary too, because some of their advices don't work for everybody else too. So it can still be bad advice that's coming from a person, people that's in a relationship, because you don't know how their relationship going, just even if it's lasting for a good while and all that stuff. Because I
Well,
can
it
say
depends if
people
it's a
in
good
relationships can give bad advice too. You know what I'm saying?
But
That's why I say it
that's
varies on what you want to listen to, huh?
but I think that's any advice.
Yeah,
Your way of doing things may not work for everybody, but it's gonna work for the
exactly.
ones that it's gonna.
exactly.
And it's
Yeah,
the
but
same
it
thing with
just be
people
people that always
that
think
are in.
that people that's in a relationship is got good
Yeah,
advice too. That's what I was trying to get to. I just say both of
Not
them
yeah.
varies.
necessarily, because they may be in a bitter relationship and they're giving off bad
Mhm.
advice again because of
That's
their
what I'm saying. But
experiences.
I just be hearing people be saying that stuff like, "Well, you're single. What you know about relationship?" But that's not true, because you could be in a relationship and
I
still
think
don't know nothing about a relationship. You could be a parent and
I
still
think
don't know how to parent. You so
You
much
know about,
stuff.
I
yeah.
think it depends. It depends on the conversation and the context of the conversation, right? There are certain people
True.
on here who get praised for certain things, but when I've gone in there, it's not that I had an issue with what they said. I had an issue because you can tell that person's very hurt,
Yeah.
right? They're hurt and now they're jaded, right?
Hmm.
I've seen that with men and women on this app. Oh, women just this, that, and the third, and da 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 da. Bro, who hurt you? You got women doing the same thing. Man, this, that, and the third. Girl, who hurt you?
Not this and the third.
Men
You
are
know what I
all
mean?
dogs.
Men are all
Right? Like,
dogs. Men are terrible.
men are
So
all
on and
gonna
so
cheat
forth.
on you.
I hate men. You have hurt problems. Go work on your issues and get off the fucking internet. Go work through your
Yeah.
issues. Go to counseling. Do whatever you need to do.
But that
Fix
also
that,
comes with growth too. Like, you can't
right?
expect like a 21 or a 22-year-old to kind of get that concept of how to grow like that,
No.
right?
But when you're 30 or 40 and you're
No
on this app doing
excuse.
that,
Yeah. Yeah, no
there's no
excuse.
excuse for that because those younger girls are
Yeah.
listening to that. We are
Right.
not setting the example, right? Like I can't speak to men and say y'all need to set a certain you need to set a certain example. I'm not a man, right? I'm never
Right.
going to tell a man how to be a man because I don't know what that is.
Right.
There's no way that I can there's no way I can grasp that. I am not a man.
No.
I have no idea. You know what I mean? I can see certain things, I can understand certain things, but I would never understand what that is.
No.
But as somebody who is 30, gonna be 31 in July, all I could do is sit there and be like, hey, look, if you a young girl, it's normal to go through these things, but here's some stuff I wish I would have known. Right? Now you
Right.
can either take that advice or you don't. You can sit there and be like, oh, I'm 21, I hate men. Okay, perfectly fine. But it is not appropriate for me to act that way, right? Just like it's not appropriate for me to sit there and be like, Kev, you a man, you gotta do this, that, and the third. You ain't a real man. I can't do that. See what I'm saying? The problem on this app is everybody keeps trying to tell everybody things out of a scope that they do not have. You have men out here trying to tell women how to be women. You have no idea what that is. You can't
Right.
you can't grasp that concept. I can't grasp the concept of what it is to be a man. You can't grasp the concept of what it is to be a woman. Let women, and this is where I put it on women. Women, check other women. Stop this empowering dumb shit, right? I'm not being a pick me. Stop the empowering dumb shit. Sitting there being like, yeah, men are shitty and so on and so forth. And we're gonna do this. And men are trash and blah blah blah. You're not helping. You're enabling.
They're making it worse.
You're making it 5 times worse because
Yeah.
these girls are not gonna learn. These young girls and the girls younger than them are looking at you and they're going to embody what the fuck you just did.
Because they were bitter or they were hurt. Yeah.
In 10 years, when you process that and you're fully over it, you're gonna look stupid.
Yeah.
You mad right now. You gonna be mad in 10 years?
Because, boy, I look back at some of the shit that I used to do, and yeah, I look stupid.
That was just kind of where I was at. That's why I'm like, I don't participate in the men
Still
versus
Cosmo
women,
done fell
the
asleep.
bashing shit. We ain't bashing. At the end of the day, if you honestly ask me, I think men are the fucking coolest. I think y'all cool as shit. Most of y'all, we
Shit,
fucking
I
homies.
love men.
You make shit easy for me. I ain't gotta worry. Most of my friends are guys. The reason for that is I ain't gotta deal with all the emotional shit. If I'm like, bro, let's just jump on the
Right.
game. Cool. I don't gotta text out a whole fucking. My fingers don't gotta be pulsating and bleeding because we talking about some shit. Like, it's very simple.
But you know,
The
but the
game's
thing
on.
is, though,
Bet.
Jay,
Put money on it. Cool.
I've gotten slack over the years for that because again, like even my best friend, he's a guy. Like I've always like gotten, and I know Blue, why do you get along? Because I just don't. I don't know. I've always gotten along better with guys, but I get a lot of slack for that too, though, especially from
We get a
females.
lot. We get a lot of slack for that because they think that we're being loose, and that's the reason why all the dudes are hanging out with us. Right? It's the
No, it's
same
just because we're
concept.
down to earth and we understand
Well,
and
and
we
that's the
can
thing. I'm not
communicate.
gonna sit there and say that men and women can't be platonic friends. I can
Right.
honestly say on my end, I can have platonic male friends. I have platonic male friends. Nothing would ever
Me
happen
too.
between me and them because they like my goddamn
Mm-hmm.
brother. That's fucking gross.
Yeah.
All right?
Right.
I don't want your
Right.
big head ass. That's disgusting.
They
They
want
don't
you
want
though.
me. I'm too loud. No, I'm too goddamn loud and too rowdy, and I'm terrifying when I'm
Okay,
mad.
look, this
They
what
don't want me
okay,
in
I
there.
like you brought this up now, because
Yeah,
I don't believe that men and women can be platonic. I think that a
They
woman can set the
they
boundary.
can.
They can set the boundary and say, you know, well, this not about to happen. But just say one of them late nights, man. Even though you probably put in some time though, but I'm just saying one of them late nights though. Just the fact because it's girl and male. One of them late nights, you know what I'm saying? And you was like, if you was to ask them, like, man, can I put that in my mouth or something like that? You know, some stuff like that. I think that I think he gonna take it though. I'm just saying, like, especially
well, of
just
course he's gonna take it. Of course he's gonna take it, but
okay.
Well,
no,
but
no,
then
no,
see,
no.
now AJ, we're not
That
bashing
doesn't
men.
mean
Not
that.
all men would take it.
That's true. Not all men would take that.
They
But
yeah they would.
but you have to understand, like, I'm trying to get away from the not all men, not all women. Like, at the end of the day, if the shoe fits, the shoe fit, boo
Yeah.
boo, get to stepping.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah.
Because if you don't agree with, like, oh, I'm not that person, you don't need to if it don't apply, let it fly.
Yeah.
I ain't doing that shit no
Listen,
more.
I've had
Like,
my
this is
male friends act
2023. I'm
like
not
they're
doing
my
it.
boyfriend, right? But
Yeah,
doesn't mean like you know what I mean. Like you can have a platonic friendship with a man. You can.
that's the whole
I mean, I
point.
get what you're saying,
That's the whole point.
Yeah,
but
you
then we're gonna
can, right?
stereotype.
You can
No,
say
but
that though.
you're stereotyping men by saying all men think like with their
I'm
other
gonna say
half.
majority. I'm gonna put it that way. I ain't gonna say oh. I'm gonna say
Yeah,
majority. If you
majority.
was to say,
I
huh?
think it's. I get what Kev saying. Majority of men, if they could,
They
right?
would.
Because
Would.
I've had male
Yeah.
friends that have tried, right? And I have
Of
known them
course.
for years. They got upset with me. Oh my god, I could just make you so happy. Couldn't control their feelings no more. Had to confess they. It happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
You just so
It
cool,
does.
man.
You're just
It
so
does.
cool. Like, I could make you so happy. I just don't know why you don't want to be
Right? You
happy
just
and
give
blah
me
blah
a
blah blah blah.
Can I
chance.
just
We
kiss it,
just work
man? I
so
just want.
well,
Yeah,
so on and
you
so
just
forth. And I'm like, you one of
can I
the
just
boys though.
try? Can
Like,
we
I
just
saw
try?
you
Yeah.
cry. Like, what do you? You know what I mean? I saw
Yeah,
you
it's over.
legit
Like
not supposed to
that's what I was
cry.
saying. Once a woman puts you in the friend, you in the friend zone. They don't
Oh
see
yeah.
past that brother. You just a straight
100%.
up brother.
Like, but this,
100%.
you
But
know what I
see, if
mean?
a
Like,
man puts us in a friend zone, we can get out of it.
that's true.
That's
But
fake.
that's the thing. No, no,
It's
no, no, no,
not
no, 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 no,
fate.
no.
It's
At
like
the
It's
end of
no.
the day,
human
at the end
nature.
of the day,
It's human nature.
no, at the end of the day, that again, it's a difference between how men and women operate, right?
Yep.
We all
Yeah.
know that for me as a woman, right? If I were to slide in a dude's DMs, the likelihood of me getting with that dude is going to increase
Always.
what, like
Yeah.
95%?
Yeah.
No, no,
100%.
let's be more realistic. 99.999%, there's that 1% that it wouldn't work.
Yep.
Okay? Right? 1%.
Facts.
If
He
a
automatically
dude,
thinking I'm a
it's
hit. That's what he thinking.
that's the
So he
Right.
whole
see,
point.
so
But
he
if a
see that
man
DM.
slide,
Ooh, she like me.
right?
She
But
want the
if
D.
men slide in to say my DM, well, not my DMs, but like a female's DMs,
My
that
DMs,
number
let's say.
decreases a lot. It's probably like maybe 5% that you even get that girl if she
Mm-hmm.
don't just make fun of your ass.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Let's be real.
Exactly. Right. Exactly.
Like that's the difference between us.
Especially on
So
here because
when
you
I
go look at their profile before you even say anything back.
well, and
Hmm.
that's the thing,
See, this
and
what
so
Yeah.
happens. I would mention that before. Men look to qualify, women look to disqualify. That's just how
hmm
we set up. It's just
that's
a
how we.
What?
nature
Say that
thing.
again, Kev. Men look to
I
qualify.
said man looks to qualify, woman looks to disqualify. That's how we just
Oh,
operate
we
in
we know
general.
all the
And then I
like.
think that
Okay, I get what you're
it's a
saying.
some a defense
Mhm.
mechanism, and within that, just because of the simple fact that women is the one that just carry the babies anyways, and they gotta make sure they. That's why they always pick the best partner they can find.
Well, it's
They
not.
look
It's
for
not always
that's
just
just
that.
like
It's since the beginning of time.
Yeah.
Men outnumber women anyway in societies, all societies. There are more men than there are women, right?
Go to
So back in the
Alaska.
day, like at the beginning of like human civilization, right? There was a lot of you know what I mean? Like as a woman, you wanted the stronger guy. You wanted the guy that was going to that was going to protect you and give you the strongest offspring. Naturally, women always had that option. And it's still like that today, and people forget that. Yes, when it comes to men, yes, women, as women, we have options, right? We have, oh yeah, I can get that dude, I can get that dude, I can get that. That ain't that's not even a competition for most of us, right? We can get, men are not, we're not running out of men, right? Unfortunately, the problem is that a lot of women understand that, but they play a lot of men, and that's the problem, right?
Amen.
Because now you
Yep.
have one guy paying your bills. You got one guy, oh, I don't feel like fixing this. I'm gonna call this guy and flirt with him real quick. That
Oh,
to
I want
me
to
is
go to this
irresponsible.
restaurant this weekend, so I'm gonna call this
And
other
that's the
guy.
thing. And that's the thing. A lot of people, and I've heard a lot of conversations on here amongst women where they're like, oh, well, we should switch to a matriarchal society. Honey, you do not understand matriarchy. Matriarchy would teach you as a woman that you do not play like with hearts like that.
mm,
You're not designed to do that. Do I understand a man's nature? Yes. Do I know how to motivate him? Yes. I know how to motivate him. I know how to keep him happy. I know how to do all of these things, right? Yes, some of the roles are reversed, but overall, some of the shit's still the same, right? The difference is how those relationships work. Those relationships aren't women are above men. That's not what it is. It's a partnership, right? So
Exactly.
when you go in to like a house, right? There's a household. It's not just her responsibility to cook and clean. You're a whole ass adult too. Jump in and help because you're a team,
Yeah.
right?
It should be
The
100,
only
100.
thing, the
she
only
better be
thing
working
that
outside the
changes,
job.
the only thing that changes, right, is when it comes in terms of children, right? Because most matriarchal societies are very small societies. You don't want to be trying to have cousins. You don't want to be trying to have kids with your cousin. Okay. I
Well,
don't
No.
know
No.
how that is.
No. No.
Okay. I ain't trying to do that. So what they
No.
do, right? Like in my society, the children would take, so like if I were to marry a man, the children would take my last name. It has nothing, it's not a disrespect to him, right?
Oh no.
As a
Yeah.
woman, I
Yeah.
can't deny that child, right?
Yeah.
That's a bloodline,
Yeah.
right? I can't, that's not my kid. I carried you for 9 months and birthed you out of my body. I'm going to remember that. Sorry, right? Unless I'm in some weird coma or have some weird amnesia and don't know, I'm going to know that I'm going to know,
Yeah.
right? at the end of the day. It's not what a lot of women think it is. A lot of women think that it's, oh, we're just going to reverse the roles and men ain't going to mean shit. Matriarchal societies understand that men are very important. Men are very
We're both
important in those
important to each
societies.
other. Yeah.
But you're held to high standards. Men in this society would be fine switching over to that. It's the women in the society that I don't think can handle it. Because yes, although we have emotions, you have to know how to be rational because your decisions are no longer just yours.
Mm-hmm.
Your decisions affect your husband, affect your family, and affect
Yep.
your community.
Mm-hmm.
You can't sit there and be like, I'm feeling sad. I don't want to do nothing. You can't do that in a matriarchal
Sure, I
society.
can.
You
I just
have to
did
be
that
selfless.
yesterday.
No, you could do that here. You could do
Yeah.
that here. But in matriarchy, you can't.
No, you would not be able to. No, no, no. I
You're
understand what you're saying.
completely selfless.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
None of your decisions are yours.
Yep.
You have to do what's best outside of your emotions. So imagine if there's a death in your family and it's your parent. You're struck with grief. You have to make decisions that are best for not only your parent and whatever their wishes are, but what's best for your family at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Most women here, honestly, would break. It's not what you want. It's not what you think it is. And I have been in those conversations where I've had to tell them that this is not what you think it is. If you
Right.
have a problem with men, you have some healing to do. Some guy hurt you and you need to process
Preach.
that.
Right.
Go
It's like
process
how
that.
it's also too like a little bit on how the women's movement is. It's like I get the message. It's a good message. We need it, but some people were taking it way too far with that.
They are.
Like they were hating on men and stuff like that. Oh, us women
What you
could
talking
do
about the
whatever
women's
you
movement? You
men
talking
can
about the
do, and
empowerment?
No, like modern day feminist.
yeah,
Oh.
like the women's
The
movement
modern day
now, like
feminist
how
movement.
yeah,
Men are
yeah, all
shit.
that.
Men are predatory. You
Yeah,
Why is
can't
it
we
trust
don't
always
them.
need
like
we
that?
don't
That's so
need men. We
weird.
don't need this and all. Those are just women who
There's
Like,
are
always some hatred
again
behind
hurt,
it. I never heard a
hurt.
man do, but we probably get bashed for that junk. You can't even do no type of movements like that. They're like,
Yeah,
if they don't
because you
get
guys have
y'all
always been
zesty
ahead.
selves
You
about
guys have always been on top,
yeah.
right?
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's the same thing with that. And I mean, and that honestly, a lot of those movements, because of those women who are hurt and angry and just don't like men, that hurts the movement more than anything else.
It hurts
Because
women at
that's,
the end of the day and they don't realize it.
and women as, yeah, 100%. Because again, not all of us think that way. And yes, I do believe in some points of the movement behind it, but there's so much of it that I disagree with.
Well,
Like,
and that's
it's,
the same
yeah,
here. Same.
yeah,
Because, like, I'm
yeah.
very, even though I was born here and I obviously live within patriarchy, as we all do,
Mm-hmm.
I have very strong matriarchal values, and I think that's what confuses most people. So I've been
Mm,
looped into them, but I'm not them, right?
right.
At the end of the day, the thing is that it doesn't, from my perspective, it doesn't make sense for me to push that rhetoric because I understand the value of men. But before I understand the value of men, I have brothers. I have a dad. I have a grandpa. I have men in my life,
oh shit.
Mm-hmm.
right? I will protect them as much as they would protect me,
Yeah.
right? Because
See,
of
and
certain
I
things,
had
right?
tons of
So for
cousins and
example,
uncles, and yeah,
yeah. Yeah, like for
yeah,
example, right? If if there's like a girl, right, who's trying to provoke my brother into hitting her, and she's hitting him. He can't hit her, right? He's
no,
not going to. But you know whose hands are ready to eat for everybody? His sister.
yep, yep, exactly.
Because you're not going to do that. At the end of the day, when it comes down to it, I hold women to a higher standard than I ever will hold men. I
So you
said what
hitting
I said.
babies too?
I hold women to a high standard because I know what you're capable of. You're not allowed to be out here acting like a jackass. You don't get to do that and be in my camp. You can't be a weak woman in my camp. To me, that's weak, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're weak to me. If you got to go out of your way and sit there and be like, oh, men are trash and everything, you're a weak woman to me. you're weak. You
Yeah, but
can't work
see,
on your own
AJ,
issues and separate.
a lot of women would probably step away from you because you are too strong.
They
Like for
do.
me, like I've always been a
They do.
strong Italian. Like I've been a
Yep.
strong, stubborn. Like sometimes, like I said, it
Oh
gets
yeah,
me in trouble.
Italian women are
But
like hella strong,
right,
bro.
but I've always stood my ground. And some people
Yeah.
either like exactly. And if you don't have a backbone, and you can't handle
Hmm.
certain situations, you can't get through it, and you can't be strong about it, I can't be around you
So,
because
But
that's
at
not
the
how
end of
I
the
work.
day, but at the end of the
so
day, I'll put
what
it this
do?
way. I'm not everybody. I ain't everybody's cup of tea. That's cute. I'm a shot of tequila. I ain't
Exactly.
meant for everybody,
Right.
right? I'm not meant for everybody. There's a reason why, right? For me, okay. The reason why it's easier for me to relate to men in this society is because to some degree I understand the pressure that they're put under, because I am put under that something very similar amongst my own family and my own culture. So I
Okay.
understand. I get that. I understand having to make the money and do everything else to make sure your family's taken care of. I have to do the same shit because it is expected of me based on my culture. You see what I'm saying? So it doesn't make
Yeah.
sense for me to come here and be like, you got to be the held standard because you're a guy. No, I understand. Yes, you're a man. You're already being held to a high standard here. It's not my job to
True.
make you feel that. My job is to be so strong as a if, for example, if I had a husband, my goal, the whole point of that is that I am so strong that he can be vulnerable if he needs to for his
Exactly.
own
That's
mental
that.
health. If he
Exactly.
needed
Like if
to
he's
break
having a
down,
bad day,
he
you pick
knows
it
I'm
up.
strong enough to handle it. I can't do this today. I don't know. I'm losing it, right? But what's the main thing that men complain about now? Y'all don't have that outlet. If you cry,
No
that's a
support.
fucking problem. Everyone jumps your ass for that. What are you crying for? Be a man. Do this,
Yeah.
do
Why are you
that.
showing emotion?
Why are you showing emotion? What's wrong with you?
Yeah.
You're acting like a lady. I'm not sitting there saying he's got to be vulnerable to the entire world. But if you need to cry, go in the room and cry for a second. I ain't gonna say shit.
Right.
And
There's
that's
nothing
why I
wrong
have the
with
guy
that.
friends that I have because they understand, because they've done that. They've broke down, busted down, broke down, lost their shit, did whatever. And I never said anything. I didn't sit there and be like, man, you gotta fucking man up. I was like, bro, that fucking sucks. I hit them with
Or
that
pull
human
it
element
together.
and it threw them off.
Yeah. I hate when people say
But I'm
that too.
strong
Pull
enough
it
to be able
together.
to handle that. I'm strong enough to handle that. That's the thing.
But then again, like you said, AJ, not all women are like you, right? Like you're,
No, I
like
can't expect
yeah.
that.
And
No, I can't
exactly,
expect
and
that.
that's what I
But the
had to learn too growing up is like I couldn't expect all females to think or act or react the same way I do. Because I was
but
in a
that's
different environment like you as well. Like I had a
yeah.
different kind of environment, you know what I mean, kind of
Hmm.
heart. And so I was what's the word I'm looking for? I was exposed to things that maybe some people shouldn't have been, right?
Hmm. Same.
But
Same.
exactly, but it's made me who I am. So yeah, I can be very hard and some people don't get me. They're like, "Oh, I've been called aggressive so many times and it
Oh, I'm
just
aggressive,
irritates me."
intimidating.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh,
aggressive,
yeah.
intimidating.
Yeah,
I'm
intimidating.
too
I hate that
masculine.
one too. I'm like, if you don't know how
AJ, you're
intimidating
so
I can be,
masculine. You're too
right?
masculine.
Yeah.
You're too much like
Yeah.
you're too
Or she
masculine.
acts
Like
like a
at the end of the
man.
day, I'm like, do you
Yeah.
even know what femininity is? Do you even know what that really is? To be that. Most women don't understand that. Women, there's nothing weak about women. Okay? Not a fucking thing. But if you want to walk around and be that, that's fine. Just get away from me.
Well,
Because
but that's the
I need
thing. They
strong
go
people in my
around.
camp. And it's the same
Yeah.
thing when it comes to some men. Not all men are allowed in my camp either. Because if you don't act like her, you can leave. I ain't doing all that.
Right? Yeah. Yeah. I
What you
mean, but
got, Kev?
again,
I
like,
can see the wheels turning in his little head over
right?
there.
Kev's just like, what's he looking up
He's
over
like,
there?
shh, shh, I got questions.
I
I
was
got
downloading
questions.
this video on my
I
YouTube.
think
I gotta download
we
my
lost
live from earlier.
Cosmo. I think he fell asleep.
Probably.
Yeah, because he hasn't
Hey,
spoken in
Cosmo
like the
But
done,
last
that's
folks.
hour.
Yeah, no, but I had to learn that early. Like you can't when you're a strong woman, you don't. And it's not anything against other women. It's just you don't get along with a lot of women. A lot of strong
No.
women tend to have a lot of male friends
Mm-hmm.
for that reason.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just because it's just because you're always having to be the strong one,
Yeah.
right? You don't necessarily need the coddling. Oh, poor baby, you fell off your bike. You don't need that. You're like, man, I
Yeah.
fell off my bike. Like you just get up, dust yourself off, and get back up. Why? Because like for me, when I was young, if I fell off my bike and scraped my knee, my mom did not come pick me up. My mom literally looked at me and was like, "What the hell are you crying about? You
You
want something
also
to cry
had
about?"
brothers. You had brothers, so
Right,
You know,
you
that
want
makes a
something
big
to cry
difference
about?
too.
you know what I mean? Oh, I
Okay.
had brothers, but they're younger than me. You know what I mean? I had to
Mm,
set that
okay.
example. I
Okay.
got two younger brothers, and I had
Mm-hmm.
to set the example for them too.
Yeah.
Not
See, for
in terms
me,
of being a man, but in terms of being like responsible, right? My responsibility is to them. So none of the choices that I could make, right, were just mine
mm-hmm.
because my choices could affect them, right? The
Mm-hmm.
only choice that I could make is if my mom was like, "Do you want a Slurpee or a Coke?" Oh, I want a Coke. That don't affect them, right? But if it was
Yeah.
like, "Hey, I want to go play basketball for the school," okay, cool. You know what I mean? But you have a responsibility for your brother too. Make sure he gets home.
Okay. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. See, for me, it was just
So
me
I
and my
had to
sister.
pick
So
and
my dad
choose
never had any
what
boys.
things I could do.
So, my
Yeah.
dad also taught us things as young women that
Mhm.
most women back then weren't taught. Like, you know what I mean? Like, my dad taught us how to change our oil, how to change our
Mhm.
tires if we got stuck, things like that, that common sense things for like day to day, right? So,
Yeah.
I had that. And then my cousins and my uncles as well, right? But I didn't have a brother or anything like that to really tap into it like that.
Mhm. Yeah. And that's the thing. Like my bio dad was not in my life. I didn't have a dad until I was 13. So for the longest time, all I had was other men. I had my uncles.
Right.
I had my grandpa. I had these men who taught me the nature of men. Right? You couldn't be a guy that was gonna fool me and be like, "I'm gonna be your Prince Charming. I'm gonna save you." Why? Because I already know that shit. Okay? Because the moment I hang up the phone, you're gonna be like, "Bitch." Okay. You weren't gonna fool me with that. You know what I mean? I don't gonna fall for that dumb shit. I already seen it. You know how many times I don't seen it? My uncles used to do that shit to people. My cousins used to do that shit. My homeboys do that shit.
I was just gonna say, my people used to do that all the time, and I was just like, oh my god, shake my head.
Like, you know how many times my homeboy had not. You know how many times my homeboy got slapped in one day by 3 different women
Oh my.
sitting at the park because he was over there playing them, being a jackass?
Right? And when they used to come
And
back,
I'm
and
just sitting over
we'd
there.
all laugh at them, and I'd be like, well, I told you.
Exactly. I'd be like, "Bruh, I told you not to do that shit. I told you she was crazy. Like, you don't want to believe me. Now she out here, she done busted the windows out your car, slashed your tires. I
Shouldn't have
told you
got.
don't mess with her, bruh.
You see that she was drinking honey? Like, what the hell?
Like,
Don't go over there.
you know what I mean? She over there, she over there drinking that OE, bro. Like
A 40 between her legs and a cup of
40
honey.
between. You know what I mean? She done opened it with her mouth, like, bruh. Like her teeth, she done popped the cap with her teeth. She crazy, and you went over there anyway.
Right? And then you want to come back and cry on my shoulder. Get the
And now
fuck
you
out
over
of here.
here, bro. I don't know why she slapped me. Like the funniest thing one of my homeboys ever did. Right? Let me tell y'all this story. One of my homeboys got this girl's name tattooed. They've been together for like 3 weeks.
Oh no.
What the?
Red
Came to
flag.
my house, bro. Upset. We broke up. So on and so forth. Over there listening to like breakup songs on my speaker. Standing
Oh
outside.
god.
Drink. You know what I mean?
Ain't
This is
nothing
back when I
like the
drank. I don't drink
first.
anymore. But we were sitting there, like giving him beers, letting him vent about it. I walk in the house. I walk in the house because I'm like, bro, I'm kind of hungry. I'm gonna go get the steaks out the freezer, right, and thaw them out. I look back out there, and he's got my barbecue brush, and he's scratching her name out his arm that he just got tattooed. When I'm telling you, I was dying laughing, bruh. Like, I was like, who? Bruh, what? He was over there crying. I was like, I can't laugh in front of him, but I'm gonna take my time before I go back out there, bro.
Maybe he'll get the whole name off.
I was like, came out, I was like, bro, what are you doing? I was like, you owe me a new barbecue brush, by the way, you asshole.
They
Like,
got flesh and stuff
crying.
on it now.
Over there crying and shit. She broke up with me. I thought we was gonna get married. Like, y'all were together for 3 weeks. What do you mean? So when
Yeah, that's
everybody
first
always
thing.
on here sitting here saying women do some crazy shit, I seen some men do some crazy shit. Like,
Oh yeah.
prime example, Exhibit A right there. What the hell was you doing, bruh? What were you doing?
What are you doing, Daddy?
You know? I've also seen men like go way out of their way and try to destroy an entire woman's life too. So it don't happen often, but it does happen.
Yeah, I had one of those.
They try to.
They try. Don't show up at your job, show up at your house, show up everywhere else. You got to get security involved. It's a whole
Mm-hmm.
situation.
Yep. Gotta let your supervisors know.
Hmm. But I will agree. I think it's harder for men to kind of defend them. It is very hard for men for them to defend themselves in that situation because they can tell they supervisor and stuff. But I don't think security responds nearly as quickly than when it's a female. Like when we were like,
No,
"Hey,
not at
this
all.
dude is doing something," like the security slowed. Oh, okay, gotta go get physical.
Oh,
I think they slow
Mm-hmm.
I hear nothing.
to respond. You know what I mean? Like I will give men that, but I will say, like, have I had to press charges? Yeah, before, but you really gotta push me to that point because I really don't want to destroy your life.
Mm-hmm.
But if you ain't getting it, like, I ain't got a choice at that point. Like, you kind of gotta go because you ain't getting it. Like, you cheated on me, bruh. You cheated on me. And matter of fact, I left you the house. Okay, I just took my stuff and I left, and you at my job doing the extra. Like, yeah, I'm
Doing
gonna
all
do
the
that.
crazy
I ain't
shit.
got a
Yep.
choice. Doing all the crazy shit, like, doesn't matter of safety. But I think that's the thing. I think a lot of women gotta understand too. Like, we are not the same. We are never going to be the same. Men are not going to see things 100% from your point of view. They are not built that way.
No, we're different creatures, and we know
We're
this,
very
and people
different.
have to remember that. Men are different, women are different. We're just that's how
We're
we
not
were
different.
created differently.
They run,
Yeah.
but don't focus on the differences. Focus on the things you got in common. Just understand that he's going to be different. He's not going to see things
Mm-hmm.
100% from your point of view all the time. There's
He's
going to
gonna
be
find
some
your
things he's
person
going to
to
be
fit
very
with you.
rational.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, and some things, you know what I mean? Like, there's just some things they just aren't going to understand. If you over there bitching about Bethany at work, you know what I mean? And it's a whole drawn out story. He's not going to understand that. He's going to be like, well, did you write the email? You can't get mad at him for that. He don't know the story. He ain't one of your girlfriends that's going to be like, yeah, she's a bitch.
Cheerleader.
He ain't going to do that. He's going to be like, well, then what's the problem? I don't understand. Shouldn't she go to your other boss before coming to you? Like, I don't understand. We got to
Oh,
understand that.
finally dropped. Yeah.
That's just where I'm at. I'm just saying, like, you have to understand that whether you're dating men or you just friends with them. You have
Yeah.
guy friends. You can't expect a guy to be the same way as your female friends. They're not built the same.
No, not at all.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't go to my guy friends and expect emotional support, right? I go to my guy friends because they gonna clown me.
And
Either
they're gonna tell me
they gonna
straight.
clown me,
Yep.
but they're gonna be straight up and they're gonna be
Yeah.
brutally honest about it. They're gonna be like, "Yeah, you was dumb as fuck for that.
Yeah.
What are you doing?"
Oh, they'll tell. Oh, they definitely will tell me. But again,
You know what I mean?
I don't go to them when I'm really like down and stuff. Like I go to them when I
Yeah, if
want
I'm
that
emotional, I won't
advice.
go to them.
Nah. But
Yeah,
if I
like if
want
I
that
need to cry or
advice,
something, I ain't going to my guy friend. Because the thing is that if I go to my guy friend and I'm crying about something or I'm crying about somebody, instinctively he's gonna want to go do something.
exactly. And you got to be careful with that sometimes.
I'm not putting him in that situation because I don't need you to
Right?
do shit.
Exactly.
I'm gonna handle my
Exactly.
emotions and then I'm gonna come talk to you and be like, man, this motherfucker, guess what this motherfucker did today?
Mm-hmm.
We'll have that conversation. Am I wrong, Kev? If one of
Right.
your female friends came to you crying and said, oh my god, this guy did this and that, you ain't gonna want to go beat him up?
Or do something at
Instinctively, I'm not
least.
saying you will, but you're gonna feel like the urge to want to go do that, right?
Protect
Yeah,
her,
I
yeah.
feel you.
Yeah,
I
that's
mean,
where
I
I'm
would
Yeah,
do
at. I'm
that with
like,
my
man.
let's just
guy
not put.
friends. Like, if one of my guy friends came to me and he was like, this bitch did this and that, I'd be like, all right, let's go. Where's she? Like, she can't do it. No.
Where's
I would
she at?
protect
I'm gonna
him
call her.
too.
Look, I'm gonna call her. I'm
Exactly.
gonna be
I'll
like,
be
call
like,
her
where
right
is
now.
this bitch?
Call her
Like,
right now. And then as soon as
no,
she answers the phone,
call.
I'll be like, pull up,
I'm getting in
fucking
the
pull
car.
up.
I'm getting in the car.
Let's go. Pull up. Don't play.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go. I'm like, look, I'm gonna throw my when I had long hair, I'm gonna throw my hair up, hold my shit real quick. I got you. You know what I mean? But I
But you
feel
gotta
like
be careful.
there
But see,
should
we
be a
gotta
mutual
control.
respect.
We,
Yeah,
we
but
gotta
there's got to be a
control
mutual
how we.
respect with your guy friends.
Exactly. Exactly.
My guy friends won't put me in that situation unless they have no choice. I won't put them. I've never put them in that situation because it's,
I've never.
to be honest with you, like any dude that ever tried to put his hands on me, I hit. Like I'm gonna fight you. These hands ready to eat for everybody. And I'm
Ooh.
5'3", so if you taller than me, I'm gonna hit you with a brick for educational purposes.
It's not always about the size.
So you saying you fought with dudes?
Many times, yeah. Because I've had dudes that have tried to put their hands on me.
Touch. Yeah, she said when they put
Oh,
their hands on her.
they was they seriously fighting?
Yeah, I've seriously fought dudes because I've had dudes that have seriously tried to fight me
Oh wow.
because I told them no.
Mm.
We're drinking at the bar. Oh, come to my car. No, fuck off.
No.
You got an attitude. Somebody's got to teach you. Oh, really?
What the heck?
You gonna be
Or
the one to do it?
heaven forbid you're at the bar and you reject a drink from a guy. You know how rude they
Yeah.
get? And they
Mhm.
keep pushing, oh, what the fuck? And then they start calling you a bitch and all this. I'm like, I just don't want to accept your drink because
Yeah,
you're with somebody
men
else.
some men get really aggressive with women when they get rejected.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have been in fights with dudes before. I started a bar fight getting into a fight with a dude. Like a whole bar brawl on accident. I didn't mean to. The bar brawl was an accident. Me hitting him with, the pool stick was not. That was intentional.
Yeah.
That was intentional. But yeah, I was like, I wouldn't recommend doing that. Definitely be more mindful of where you hang out. But no, I'm not trying to, you know what I mean? Overall, it's not like I went and picked fights with dudes. I was like, you're a dude,
No.
I'm gonna kick your ass. Like, it was never that. It was very much defense.
Yeah.
Women, another story. Like, I would fight you because you looked at me stupid
Well, that's different. Depends
when
on
I
the
was younger.
situation you're at. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, looked at me dumb, like, I'm gonna fight you. You know what I mean? Man, I don't go out of my way to pick out fights, but I will end them.
But like you said,
I
they
will
put
end
their
them.
hands on you first. Right?
Yeah, I'm not gonna sit there and say I won every fight. Like I got sucker punched when I worked when I worked security, in Denver. I got sucker punched by this dude playing the knockout game. He was running down the street just hitting people, and I just happened to
Wow.
be outside. He hit me, and I got sucker punched. That dude hit me fucking hard too. I was fucked up after that. I
Oh
go to the
wow.
hospital and shit.
Oh my.
Yeah, kids be crazy these days.
Yeah, they is.
Um, but the dude, the guy that actually, one of the guys that actually stepped into that one, like straight out laid out that dude that did that, was a homeless guy actually. That I would like sometimes bring like coffee or hot chocolate to
Oh
when it was
wow.
cold outside,
Mm-hmm.
and like a Pop
Oh,
Tart or something, and I'd
he
like
like
sit and
you
talk to
messing with
him.
my source.
Not well, no, like so he was a vet. He was a Vietnam vet, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was just homeless or whatever, and I always felt bad for him. And how we met was like I was working at the baseball stadium in Denver, and I was looking on camera, and he was like picking up this. So it was like a Saturday or whatever. So the night before, Friday, everybody was out drinking and whatever. and somebody had like dropped a pizza like on the ground or whatever, like a piece of pizza or whatever. It was like probably took 2 bites out of it and dropped it. But either way, it was on the cement, right? In a city that's like covered in bars, right? Well, what do drunk people do? They pee everywhere. Bro, don't eat that pizza. That's gross. You know what I mean? So like
Six four in a building, man. What's the deal?
hey, what up? So I went out there and I was like, hey man, I understand you're hungry. Do you want me to just go? I'm about to go buy a slice. You want one? And he was like, yeah, yeah. And I was like, yeah, throw that shit away. Like that's like as a human being, I can't allow another human being to eat that. Like that's just gross type shit. And if I can afford the extra slice, I'm gonna buy it. That's not a problem. So anyway, I bought him a slice of pizza, and that's how we met. And then he was telling me kind of about his story, and he was like, yeah, I'm a veteran. I've been suffering with this, that, and the third, and I've been homeless for this long, and blah blah blah. And he used to sleep on a bench outside of the stadium all the time. And I was just like, hey, like set an alarm or whatever on your phone at 5:30. Just sit up. You know what I mean? Just like wake up and sit up. Like just sit on the bench. I
Oh
don't care if you
my,
chill there.
nah,
You know what
nah,
I mean? I was like, I
six
don't care if you
four
chill.
again.
And so, oh damn. And so I was like, all right, cool, bro. And then yeah, we became friends after that. We was homies after that. But yeah, he saved me both times. I got a lead pipe too. I got hit with a lead pipe at that job too.
Dang,
Yeah.
you was in
Was
some
laying in
deep
spinal
stuff
fluid.
back in the day.
That wasn't even that long ago. That was like 4 years ago.
Oh wow.
Yeah, that was 4 years ago. That was 2000. No, excuse me, 5 years ago. That was 2017.
You most definitely must have been got humbled. It don't
Yeah,
seem like you like that now.
what,
I
me?
don't know.
You
Yeah.
don't think I'm humble now, Kev? You talking shit, Kev?
No.
I'm
See, there
just
you go.
kidding.
See, said those. But
Now
nah, I was saying
hashtag here, bro.
it seemed like I said it seemed like you're more humble now, or you
Oh
got
yeah, I had
humbled
to.
or something like
I
that.
had to grow up. Is really what it was.
Yeah.
You want to talk
Dang, you
about a
went through
job
some
that'll teach
serious stuff to
you,
say you be fighting dudes and all that. That's some
bruh.
serious
You want to
stuff.
talk about a job that'll teach you how to control your damn emotions?
Ouch.
That job will teach you to control your damn emotions. I've been called everything under the sun, everything out my name. I've been threatened with everything, and still like had to act. You know what I mean? Had to be in control the whole time. So like, yeah, that job humbled me.
Hey, why this thing giving me a crick in my neck? I must ain't sitting at this thing right. Look this way.
Over here. So yeah, when I sit there and say, it's possible for women to control their feelings and their emotions, it is. You just choose not to.
They choose not to. That's what I said. They got to. I think any adult should be able to. Cause sure, that's what make you. That's the make the difference between an adult and a kid. Cause kids hardly know how to control their emotions. You got to teach them.
Well, kids run on impulse.
Mm-hmm.
That's why
You're
when
in a
they
s-
little, they like slap you sometimes, and you're like, what the hell was that? It was just an impulse. I don't know. They're like, I didn't mean to.
I just bad.
I was
I
just mad.
stubbed my foot.
Oh, stop doing that, Kev. You're making me
All
yawn.
right, got you. Got you. Turn you
I
into a
don't even
ghost
want to
real
hear it,
quick.
all right?
Yeah,
Because
she
man, I
terrible.
don't even want to hear it. Because Kev gonna pass out on me and then wake up and be like, I wouldn't sleep as he's
I
wiping drool
wouldn't.
off his mouth.
See, you see when
Right.
I mess up, man, it's forgive and forget.
No, see, look. I forgive
See,
you,
that
but
was
I ain't gonna forget.
last year.
Right. We
That
can
shit was.
forgive, but we never
You did that
forget.
to me. You did that to me this year. You
That
did that
was
to me
last
and
year.
Hormiga. You did it to me and Hormiga. We was up
I
here.
was a
Kev was
whole
passed
different
out,
guy.
snoring, everything else. We were like, damn,
I am.
Kev
How do you
passed
sleep on
out.
your
Like
own live, Kev? Come
Oh,
me and
on.
Hormiga had to host the live without the host. She was fucked.
see, she will
I got
never
stuck
let
in a
me
At
live
lava,
one
it
Kev.
point,
And
down.
you
like,
know it's terrible because
Lovely don't let me
you
live it
can't
down
bring
either.
people up. You can't, yeah. And
but
just
I
I
say
mean,
but
what to you.
if you want to be technical, Kev, like I thought about taking the screenshot because at one point your phone fell out and your mouth was open. But I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you,
That would have been good. That would have been
oh,
good.
I know I did it that bad. Oh, I'm about to say I could have sworn I'd be turning them. See, this how I do before I'm about to fall asleep. I feel like I'm about to pass. I would turn a screen off and have that boy on my lap,
Oh,
then pass up.
No, I'm
I
just
think
kidding.
I
That
got.
didn't
Did
happen.
I get caught? Huh?
No, no, that didn't happen. I'm just giving you shit.
That's
I
why I'm
thought
like,
I
no,
thought
I'm
I'd
trying to.
bust
You
you.
made me think like, no, have I ever had my camera on? I feel
Did
like
you
I
see
did
how
it.
scared he got though? You see how scared he got? He was like,
I
"You
did it
got
before
what?"
though. Like did do it originally. Like I had my head down. I know in one of my videos I got my head down while they was talking and stuff. I actually, but you couldn't tell though. They couldn't tell though. I just passed out looking at like this. That was actually like 2 weeks ago or something like
I
that.
don't think
I just
I've
had
ever
my head
passed out.
down
I
for
think I've
about
only
45
only
minutes.
once I think I've passed out being on a live, but I was just the guest. I wasn't on live myself.
So that other app I was talking about, that Likey app, where I met Fairy
Mm.
Tale. I met a lot of people on
Mm.
there. Really cool cats. Um, I have passed out in a live, yo. And so like the problem there is like when somebody ends the live, you just fall into the other live, right? And you just keep
Yes.
Mm.
falling. So like every time it ends, you just fall.
To the next
And
one.
Mm-hmm.
sometimes like people's like so like you know how they have like the multi guest.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes they just have it switched on to where like if you drop in the live, you just immediately go in a box. My
Oh,
ass was up
jeez.
there snoring like a motherfucker. Like I can hear myself snoring. I don't passed
He
out
said,
so hard, drool face, everything.
They were
Passed
probably
I
out in my
thinking you
keep
homegirl's
on
passed
live.
out.
falling.
Originally, I was muted, right? But when you drop into the other live, you're no longer muted. So I don't
Okay.
know how long I was sleeping like that, and how many damn lives I done came in the box just
Oh, jeez.
She had the
done.
snort remix.
Yeah, it was crazy, right? I woke
See,
up
that
in
should be
this
an
live.
option.
Yo, I
To
woke up
not
in
to.
this live. Like it kept me calmed down, thank God. But I woke
Mm-hmm.
up in this live, and like I think they were all from Bangladesh,
Oh
right?
gosh.
Mm-hmm.
Oh gosh.
And I was just in the box, and I had looked, and like they had gifted me like I don't even know how many people done gifted my sleeping ass in that live. Like I was like, I hope to God this was the only live I fell into. And then I remember checking to like check because it gives you like a list of all your live gifts.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how many. I can't. I think I had gotten gifted like 3 point mil in just like beans or whatever.
What?
Just from
What's that?
I passed out for like 4 hours, just
Wait,
falling
so
in
how that
lives.
work? If you
Wait,
fall into another live, you be on the camera, or can they gift the comments?
no. I'm cam down, but the multi guest. There's an option on there, right? So when
Mm.
you click it, anytime somebody comes into your live, they automatically get pulled into a box.
Oh, they can pull you in the box. Wow, that's some
No,
scary stuff.
no, yeah.
But
So it
she's
just
dropping from
automatically
another live.
dropping passed out, and these people have this thing on. So if there's an open box, I'm just automatically falling into it, right? Because it just
Mm-hmm.
pulls you right up. Like as soon there's
And she
no,
ended up in
oh, okay, let me
Bangladesh.
accept it. It just,
No, bring your here.
yeah, it just puts you in the live. So you're like, what the hell?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't like that.
yeah.
I've
Like
done
it
that
had
before
the
where I
we had
was
like the
watching a
8 boxes
live.
there too.
Yeah, I was watching a live and I fell asleep, and then when I woke up, I was in a completely different live. But it wasn't because I was in a box; just I was watching it, so it dropped me down into another live like that.
Yeah,
But not when you're in a box. That's
yeah. I did
scary.
that when. Yeah, so on that app, like you can have it kind of like how Kev has his app now, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
his live where he has people on the side, but there you can only have two people in a box. But then on that app, at the time, you can open it up and then you're put. So there's 9 boxes, right, including the host box.
Mm-hmm.
So you have the host, and
Mm-hmm.
then you have 8 other just empty boxes you could put people in. When
Okay.
they would have those multi-guest lives, that's what it's called. It's called a multi-guest.
Mm-hmm.
There's literally a button where it's like anytime, like if you have empty boxes, you can literally just turn it on, and anybody
Just
who
pull
comes into your
anybody.
live, it just pulls people up. But the problem and the reason why
Wow.
I hated, so like when I would go live over there, I would turn that off if I was doing like a multi like that,
Mm-hmm.
because there would be kids that would go on that app, right? And if
Mm-hmm.
they go
Okay.
in the box, they take your account, right? So we have to
Okay.
kick them
Oh.
all the time, right? But sometimes you get like weirdos that are up there, like doing some like
That's what I'm
gross
saying. You get
shit.
so many random people.
Right.
I
Yeah, like
wouldn't
you
like
like
that.
it. it was the
Hear that
Wild
heavy
Wild
breathing.
West.
Right.
Like when I'm over there saying it was the Wild Wild West. Like I remember one time, this guy, I was in one of my other friends' lives, right, and they were doing a multi, and I guess they had that function on, right, and I had kicked like 13 people, but this dude came up like jerking his chicken,
Oh,
I
Jesus
knew it,
Lord.
right? Always be
like
like that.
Oh
straight
Jerking
God.
staring at
chicken.
us, and I was like, bruh, the
He
hell.
Oh
stared you. Did he stare you right in your eyeball?
Yeah, he was staring at all of us. I was like, bro, I can't make eye contact with nobody. I'm camming down for the rest of
no,
the night. Y'all
no.
crazy.
Yeah,
Like,
I would
Not the
but
drop.
jerk
I would
chicken.
drop right away.
yeah, well, I
I
mean, I
heard a
was a
jerk
mod
chicken.
in there.
Yeah,
So like, but when you're a mod in there, like you can kick anybody,
yeah.
right? So you can kick
Like
like
in
other
this
mods, you
one.
can kick all sorts of stuff. Yeah.
Oh, even other
But over there,
mods.
like I said, it
Oh,
was it was the wild wild west over there, y'all. When I say when we
yeah.
were
That
over
doesn't
there,
sound like
like
an app that some people over here need to just
no,
block
like
and
when I
just
sit
knock
there,
everybody. Yeah.
well, and that's the reason why I laugh at everybody that's over here like trying to be a troll. I'm like, y'all ain't got
Mm-hmm.
nothing on the trolls I'm used to dealing with. You know what I mean?
Right.
But I've retired from streaming. Like when I
Yeah.
quit all those apps, that's when I retired from streaming, and that's why I don't go live. Like I'll go in
Okay.
lives and I'll go in boxes, but like to see me ever go live, like that probably ain't ever gonna
Yeah.
happen. If I go live, it's gonna be very rare, and it's not gonna
Mm-hmm.
be for a long time. I don't
Yeah.
typically go live no more. But
Yeah.
yeah, I
Me
used to
neither.
go live all
I
the
haven't
time.
gone live. I think since before Christmas. On my own.
Yeah.
I'm like you, I'll go in lives, but even now, like I'm very, very selective of what lives I go into. Like I like
Oh, you
Kev's because
have to
it's
be.
very neutral. It's very, we can have discussions and still come out of it all laughing and have, and the subject changes. It's very nice, very,
See,
other
Kev
lives I
Don
go
fell
into.
asleep on us.
I know he's
Nope.
falling asleep on us.
Nope.
Yep. Then why ain't you on camera?
Right? He moved off.
Yeah, shut up.
You notice he moved off camera
You
quick.
can't be telling my tactics, even though I just said the tactic
Oh,
earlier. That
I
was
caught on to
Steve.
that one too. I'm like, Kevin, you're falling asleep, man.
Nah, I just needed to
But
take a
yeah.
camera break.
But yeah, no,
Mm.
I'm very selective of whose lives I go on now, right?
Yeah, you have to be on here.
Yeah.
Some things are not worth the energy.
No.
Um, I only, if any, well, I try to catch Kev's big head ass lives, but he sometimes be going live and like I don't get off work, and then by the time I get
Yeah.
off, I'm like, oh, Kev's live, and I click it, and he ended it. I'm like, you
And
motherfucker.
he's ending it. Yeah, I know. That happens a couple times with me. I'm like, oh, Kev's on, and then he's ending it. I'm like, never
Right?
mind.
Oh, tomorrow
Oh,
about to
damn
be
it.
mine. I can't wait to talk about that. Every other
What time are
Saturday
you
I'm
gonna do
doing it.
that tomorrow, Kev?
Huh?
What time
Um,
tomorrow?
um, what am I doing tomorrow? It's something I'm doing tomorrow. I know it's gonna be later
Oh,
though.
what time is it for you right now? 3 o'clock?
Maybe 10 p.m. Right
That's
now it's
for
4,
his,
4 or 7.
that's for his time.
4:07.
Yeah, he's on
Yeah.
East Coast.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock for me. Never mind.
Yeah, Kev's on
I
the
was
East Coast
thinking
time.
3. I'm thinking 3. I'm thinking it's
EST.
midnight. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yep.
what? 10 o'clock your time?
Probably so. Maybe.
That's gonna be 8 o'clock my time.
That's gonna be
That's Mountain Standard. Are you
that'll be
Pacific?
7. Yeah, I'm so that'll be 7 for me. Yeah.
Yeah, 7.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Because I
Another
Hey,
one of
we'll
my
see.
gifts.
I ain't gonna promise it, but I know it's gonna be late though.
well, yeah,
I don't
because
know.
it
You
depends on
good?
what time you go to bed here now.
You said what?
I said it depends on what time you go to bed now.
Yeah, right. I do gotta get up like 11 in the morning. I gotta help my mama move some stuff. My grandma's house.
Well, do you want to end it or do you want to keep
At
going?
my I don't know yet. I think I'm gonna figure it out.
All right. Well, I'm gonna give you 30 minutes and then I'm gonna drop and then I'm gonna let you figure it out on your own because
There you go, right?
I don't
Don't
wanna. I want to
need
host your live. Like I
me.
love you, Kev, but I don't wanna. I want to host your live again with you
I already
snoring and
told you, I don't have the energy tonight, Kev.
I got it. You owe
and
I've
me
had a
some
farting.
snores,
long,
like the.
long 24
They'll be over
hours.
there snoring and farting and whatnot. Mm.
You ain't supposed to caught that one. I must have did that too loud. I'll shout out
We
it
ain't trying to
here, you know.
right.
Oh
Like I can't
god.
mute you, bro. I can't. I don't got
You're
that
right.
option.
It's all done for, right? I done got caught. Like,
Yo,
where they?
on
That could be the laugh
Bigo.
part.
Yeah, if you're
Huh?
on Bigo, if you're on Bigo, if you're a mod, you can definitely mute people. You can mute anybody on the panel,
Oh, that's
and then as
sweet.
the host, you can mute
Even the
everybody.
host?
Yeah.
Nah, everything but the host. I'll be saying that dude would be funny. A mod guy, that's too much power as the mod.
Yeah, that's too much. That's what I'm saying. Like, there, some people don't need to be going on that
Yeah,
app
but
over
it's the
here.
Wild Wild West over there. Like, if you ain't ever been over there, like it crazy over there.
Can a mod make another mod?
No,
Yeah, she said. Oh,
That
I
you
thought
can
you
do
said
that on
another
no.
mod
Facebook
could mute.
though. On gaming, I had, that's how to do last time. I was a mod. And I made my another page a mod. That's how I done get my
Hmm.
gaming page back. I
Yeah,
lost
yeah,
one of
no.
my freaking names.
Yeah, no. You can't make another mod over there, but you got a lot of like abilities to do stuff over there.
Mm-hmm.
That you can't do over here. The only thing that like I will say that I do like better over there is like like the big gifts and stuff that people randomly be gifting is way
Yeah.
more animated over there, and it's even more animated on Hago. Like I remember
Oh
doing like
wow.
those battles and shit, and you can't even see the goddamn screen. Like I can't see if you commented. I don't even know who gift. You know what I mean? And they're just going, 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 and then the battle's over, and it's just like it's still going. You're like, oh damn.
Oh my.
Then you finally
So
finish, and
you
you're
still
like,
like that little lion and stuff they got on here and all that?
yeah.
Yeah,
Like I'll have to
I'm
go. I'll have to go over there, and I'll do like a video recording or some shit and send it to you, Kev. This shit's fucking wild over there.
I remember
and then
you
also
heard the
too here,
live
not all of them
me.
are animated. You have to get to a certain coins for it to be animated too.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's
And
live
so
me like that too. They got. I think they still got that live is still up. I had one of them.
I don't know. I see that little lion thing on here, and I'm like, I ain't paying for that. That's
What's that?
The
stupid.
lion. Oh no, those big galaxies and
The gifts,
stuff like that. Hell no.
those really big gifts and stuff. The reason why I'm
No,
gonna say
no.
those are never worth it on any app, even if you're getting paid on it. Like when I was on like they had like a dragon, right? That you can send. We had like an EBT dragon. We used to call it the EBT dragon. It was like 300 like coins or whatever. Um, but then we had one that like literally in order to pay for it, it's like 300 like US dollars.
I know.
I
So
was
like
like, bro,
even
I'm gonna
here,
cash app you that. That's stupid,
like even
right?
tonight,
Because the
like
thing
I
is like you only get 80% of the money that people are spending,
here, Kev, I'll
right? So
send
if
you
you
this
put like
one.
$12 in there, you're only getting X amount. You know what I mean? Like it's
You got
stupid.
this one, Kev?
You said what?
The
Oh yeah,
corky
that
The
one.
booty
sticking his
shaking
ass
boy,
up and
do it.
shaking his ass at you, the little corky.
Watch out. That boy, it stink too. Say nah.
That's
Thank
the
you.
thing. TikTok takes so much too off of this app, right? Like
Yeah.
they're making their money,
That's why I
right?
got
And
my
you think
cash up because I'm like, if somebody gonna give him out of this cash up
Did
because
you hear
that'd be taking so much
they
money.
unalived the guy who did the Cash App?
What you mean?
who
Oh, they
created
He's
it?
created
Or
cash
unalived.
up?
Yeah,
yeah,
the CEO of Cash App, he got unalived
Oh
like
my, he don't even get
2
his
or 3
cut
days
out of it
ago,
no more.
or he's
That's
unalive or
crazy.
mm, that's
something
crazy.
like that. It's something to do with he was running on the street asking, and he was calling 911, and then he collapsed. I don't know what happened exactly, but
Oh
yeah, he's
my,
unalive now.
Sounds
So I
like
don't know
some
who takes over
schmugs.
Cash App.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
We
that's
don't have
crazy.
Just
Though
Cash
want
I
App
to
don't
in
know.
interrupt
Canada.
the clickers on.
You know what? They'll probably shut it down because there's a bunch of scams and stuff going on in Cash App.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Um, I keep getting like the random people who be like, I'll comment like on a video, a completely unrelated video, right? I could be like, oh yeah, this is great, or like good shit, or whatever, or like laughing emojis, and somebody be like, Cash App, I'll give you $200, I'll give you $2,000. I'm like, get away from me.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Drop your Cash App.
I had one girl on here
Oh,
and
yeah, I already know
she's
that, huh?
offered
Right.
I think $500 just to for the
Drop
guy to
that
watch her
cash
eat.
up.
Yeah,
Like
there was
crazy
one of
shit.
my friends just fell for that shit, I guess, on Facebook, where they were like, yeah, if you don't have a butterfly tattoo or whatever, drop your Cash App and you'll get blessings or something. And I don't know why they were dumb enough to fall for it. but they fell for it, and then they were like, "Yeah, I had to pay like I paid them like $250. I never got the 2,000," and I'm like, "Because you got
Exactly.
scammed. They were never gonna
Exactly.
give you that.
No. I
Like,
never said anything
don't."
like that to anybody.
You know what I mean? Like, I think I put my Cash App in my bio if anybody, like, I was like, if people want to donate to it, it's there. But like,
Yeah, but they can't
I don't
take
be
it
going
away
live for
from,
that.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm
But then
like,
they
if you
can
want
also
to
hack in. Like people can hack
donate
into
stuff.
your Cash Apps. Apparently, I
Mhm.
heard that too.
Yep. And that's the reason why I don't have my bank account linked to it. Like, I have the Cash
Okay.
App
Mm-hmm.
card, and I'll pull the cash off it and put it in my account, but it ain't linked to none of my shit. Like, y'all got me
Mm.
fucked up. Nope.
I don't know how it works. Like I said, we don't have Cash App up here in Canada.
You
No,
got
you
App
guys have
Cash?
PayPal though, right?
PayPal, we do. Yeah, we do have
Mm.
PayPal.
Yeah, I was like, I think they have PayPal. I don't think that
Yeah.
Canada. I know Canada doesn't have Cash App. One of my
No.
friends
Yeah.
lives in. I have a lot of friends that live in Toronto,
Mm-hmm.
in
We
Canada, and they were
actually, you know
telling me the
what?
same.
And the funny thing is we have it right through our bank. It's just called e-transfer. And honestly, I
Mhm.
go into my bank account, I put in your email address. I send you the money
Mhm.
right from my account. You get the email and you deposit it right into your account. It's called an e-transfer. That's what we do here.
Yeah,
It's so
yeah,
much
that's what she was
easier.
telling. Yeah, I got
Yeah.
a lot of friends in Canada and stuff. I want to go visit
Yeah.
them, but I'm like, I don't know, like, because I wanted to visit them during like the whole pandemic or whatever, but obviously the borders were shut down, and I'm like, I
Yeah.
ain't trying to. I'm the wrong color to be trying to get over there, over the border like that. Like, I'll just wait till
Depends.
they open
Depends
it
which.
back up.
Well, what? Where are they on the East Coast?
Yeah, they're in Toronto.
Oh yeah, that's yeah. But if you go through like Niagara Falls and stuff like that, you'll be fine because so many people come across from the U.S. because you got U.S. and the States Niagara Falls, right?
Yeah, because it's right there. You can literally just walk
Yeah,
over there. I'm in Canada.
yeah, exactly, right? So they're more used to everybody going through that border, right? That's a pretty hectic border, but yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I ain't too like I wasn't tripping about it too much. But yeah, I got a lot
Yeah.
of friends. I like my Canadian friends. My Canadians are cool as shit. I don't
We're
give a fuck what no one
friendly.
says. I'm
We're
like, they're
over
like so
friendly sometimes.
nice and polite, and just don't fuck with them though. That ain't that temperament is terrifying. People from
I
Canada
know
chill as shit.
everybody thinks because we're so nice that we can't be like mean or something, but oh, we can be. Trust me.
You can't be nice, eh?
Mm-hmm.
Although I feel like my friend that lives in Toronto, like that shit practically fucking. She practically in Detroit. Like she literally just
Oh
she can
yeah.
see Detroit from like
Oh
her
yeah.
house. She's like, yeah, I can see the
And
fireworks on the 4th of
Yeah,
July.
we can
that's the
see
difference from
Canada
Toronto.
from
Toronto's very much US
Detroit.
influenced, whereas
Yeah.
Tell her to
like
stop
where I
looking at
am
my
on the
area. We
East
only
Coast,
look at their
Vancouver,
area.
it's
Pardon me.
not. Vancouver, like
Yeah.
BC, it has its own like identity and stuff like that. We're not influenced by like Seattle and stuff over here like they are on Toronto with New York and
Yeah, yeah.
Boston and all that,
That
right?
was
Yeah.
crazy. And
The East Coast is very much more.
yeah, she was telling me,
We're a
she's
lot
like, yeah,
more
I go to
subtle, yeah.
Detroit all the time. I just go down, I just drive around the
Mm-hmm.
lake. I was like, that's stupid.
Yeah.
I was like, for real? I was like that, and I thought about that too. I was like, man, I guess if I really wanted to go to Canada, I could just go to Detroit and just take a boat across
Yep.
that little lake.
Michigan
Would be
Lake.
alright.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. That's right where we be going fishing at.
Like, I'm gonna
You
go.
fish? I only fished once, and then well, that's when I was in Alaska. But it was a catch and release in Alaska. You can't keep them.
Oh, I go fishing all the time.
Hmm?
I also go hunting quite a bit too.
Do you?
Mhm. I go hunting and fishing and camping. I'm in Colorado, so
Oh, okay. Well, that makes
yeah,
sense. Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like you kind of have to be somewhat outdoorsy out here, because
Outdoorsy kind of. I know that's how I was I lived in Alaska for 3 years, and it was like you had to be like an
yeah.
outdoor. You had to have all the toys for winter and summer, and but that's not. Yeah, I'm not.
I
I'm not a
think the
camper.
yeah. Speaking of Colorado, I think the thing that makes me laugh the most about my Canadian friends is when we're colder than it is in Canada. They're like, but you're so much further south. I'm like, we're also very high above sea level.
Yeah, Colorado
It
gets the
gets
snow for
fucking
sure.
cold. I was
Mm-hmm.
like, it gets cold here. Like, you can explode your lungs here.
Oh
Or,
yeah.
not explode, you can freeze your lungs here.
Mm-hmm.
But during COVID, we had a bunch of people who kept coming to Colorado with those elevation masks, which I don't know why you
Oh
would try to work out here with an elevation mask. Like, you're already in elevation. Stupid.
yeah.
But they were passing out everywhere.
Well, yeah, because they're getting double. They're getting. That was stupid.
They're like, I'm going to go to Leadville. And I'm like, you do realize that's 10,000 feet above sea level.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not with wearing that fucking mask.
And
I
I
was
was gonna
like,
say,
that
and they're
mask is,
wearing the mask. That's stupid.
I'm like,
They're
that
asking to
mask is
pass
designed
out.
to mimic us here.
Mm-hmm.
It's to mimic our
Mm-hmm.
elevation. Like, that's not meant for you to
Right.
wear
You
that
don't
here.
come here
Nobody
wearing
here
it in
wears an
the
elevation
elevation
mask.
that it. Yeah. Stupid.
I was like, I'm from here and I don't wear an elevation mask when I work out. Like, what are you doing, weirdo? I don't know. I was laughing. I ain't even gonna lie. Like, I was laughing. I was like, you idiots out here. I'm gonna wear my elevation mask. You're in Colorado. Like, what are you doing? Terrible.
Elevation.
Elevation. Disagree. No disrespect. This is a Ander Rome. We take accountability here. Oh, okay. I ain't never read that little thing you got there before.
Yep.
Mostly because I can never really see it.
Oh, the
Well,
thing
no,
on the
like the
bottom.
thing
Yeah,
that
what
I hate.
says that?
No, I just hate this app because like you can't move the like you know where it says like the
Screenshot.
creator corner and like the
Yeah.
other stuff.
Like this.
So like sometimes like Kev will
Moving like
put
that.
like topics up there and I can't read them. I'm like, what the fuck does that say?
Oh yeah, because
Oh, you
sometimes
talking
they're
about
too
like where you
small.
got
Yeah. Well, it depends on
the
how you have your
goals be sitting
boxes.
there and stuff and
Yeah.
oh, I see what you say. Create a corner. Yep, I see what you're talking about. Right, that jump be in the way sometimes.
Yeah, I'm like, what does that say? Like I literally
I
have to
think
go
if
to
you
the
swipe left or right, I think it's swipe it right, then
Left.
it should
If
be
you.
a clear
Yeah.
screen.
Yeah.
yeah,
You don't
if you
get
have an
any of the
Android, that you
comments.
can't do it on iPhone anymore.
Dang.
Oh, I just did it, so I don't see any of the comments or
What?
anything right now.
It won't
No
let me. It
comments
just
here.
keeps
No
if I
comments.
want to get out the live.
I swiped right and it took off all the comments.
Oh, I have no idea. It doesn't let me do it, but the only thing it'll do, like if I swipe the other way, it just brings up like the For You page and I could see
The
everybody
other,
else who's
yep,
live.
the for you, yep.
And then if I swipe the other way, it just says, watch another live. You are currently watching this live. That's all it says. So it won't
Was
let
this
me.
what that is? Is this all the people that are live right now? I didn't realize that when you pull that out.
Yep, I had just noticed that yesterday. That was my first
Oh,
time.
I did. This is the first time I
That was
noticed that these
literally
are all
my
people
first
that are
time yesterday.
live.
I figured it. Yeah, I'm like for you page, huh?
And it actually shows you how many
Yeah,
people
that's
are in the room.
sometimes. Yeah, like
Huh.
sometimes, like what you may see me do. Sometimes, like you may see me come in and you'll be like, "Hey, AJ," and then like I don't say anything. I
Mm-hmm.
literally have to go to the FYP page and like go out of the live
Hmm.
to read sometimes like what the topic is. I'm like, what is? Wait, hold on, what is that?
Oh
Oh,
yeah, you have to
okay.
be
Ooh,
able
so
to
you
see
just
it.
be
Yeah.
Well,
you
I
be
have to read it
ignoring
and
me
come
on
back in.
purpose.
No,
I gotta
she's
read
trying to
it to come back
understand what you were
He
in.
trying
said,
to
I'm not about to
say.
say nothing to him until I read what this topic is about. So I'm not talking to him.
Well, that's because like sometimes I come in and everybody's talking, and I'm like, I ain't gonna be able to hear him. By the time Kev tell me what the topic is, we don't get
Right.
Not
distracted.
me.
Because like right now, it just
If I
says,
don't see it, I'll be like, Kev, I can't see the topic. Topic. What's the topic?
if there's not a lot of people in here, I'll do that. But if
Mm-hmm.
he's got like a bunch of people on the boxes, and then it gets real small, I can't
Yeah.
see it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I have no idea what the hell that says, um, or whatnot. But I'll do my best or whatever to kind of to read it. But if he's up here like this and he's got a bunch of people on the side, then I'll just go out on the FYP, read it real quick, and come right back in. And then I'd be like, "What's up?" So yeah, Kev, I'm only gone for like literally 2 seconds.
Nope. Cheated for
Yep,
2 seconds. Like, no.
you did for two
Don't get
seconds,
jealous, Kev.
I'm in my feelings
right?
now. This need to
Jealousy
be a
doesn't make
I
you
pander
don't even
room
want
wrong.
to.
now.
I don't even want to hear it. You over here be replacing everybody. You be like, "This my favorite person." And then you go and replace them like a month later.
I
It'd be
don't replace
somebody else. This
nobody,
is my
man.
favorite
Everybody
person.
even
And they'd be
grounds.
replaced. And they'd be replaced. And be like, oh, okay.
Nah, it don't be like that.
See how Kev is? No, I'm just kidding.
Nah, that
I still laugh at the first how I met Kev. I met
oh
Kev
yeah.
on accident. I was swiping through lives, right? Because sometimes I get questions and I just want people to answer them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I was swiping through and I was like, "What motivates you?" That was like the question of the day. I was like, "All right, I'm gonna swipe through whatever." I came into Kev's live and I asked him, and he's like, "All right, cool." And I was like, "All right, cool." He answered it, and I swiped, and then I came back, and then I said something in the comments. He's like, "Man, I'm gonna follow you." And then I came in the box and he tried to follow me 8 times. I was like,
You
he was
got
like, "I'm already
rejected, Kev?
following you.
Yeah,
I'm
that was the
already
boy.
following you."
Oh.
I try to put her on to everybody. I'm like, no, this girl named AJ, man.
Yeah, I come in, Kevin be like, "Hey, Jesse, oh my god!" I was like, "Yeah." Like, I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back, bro. Like, this is
I
fun."
don't even remember the topic was
She
when I
was
came
gone
in.
for a whole 2 weeks. Then she came back out of. I was like, oh,
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I was gone for like a week, 2 weeks or whatever because of work, and then I came back, and
yeah,
then I
for
was like, "All
sure.
right, what's up?" And then that's when I met everybody. I was like, "Oh
That's
man,
when you met
damn,
everybody. So everybody that met you need to thank me.
right?"
I
I can
feel
go.
salty.
Thanks,
Everybody got
Kev.
to get a piece of AJ, and I'm the one that showed y'all them. Y'all gonna be mad at me?
I
Yeah,
told
I
you,
know. I
jealousy
came in
doesn't look
here.
good on you, Kev.
Yeah, I came in here and met everybody or whatever. I guess I don't know. According to a lot of people, they're like, "It should be dropping mad like nuggets and stuff, like mad gems." And I was like, "Yeah, that's cool." But then like everybody wanted me in they live, and then people got mad at me because I was like, I'd be in here and they go live at the same time as Kev, and I'm like, "But I
Yeah,
like this
I
topic over
Mhm.
here." And they're like, "No,
right.
come over here," and I'm like, "I'm over here though.
All
Yeah.
right.
Like I can't be
Mhm.
everywhere at once." I'm gonna start charging
No, they
commission.
want
Be
to
like, if you
split
want
you.
me to
They want to
come,
split you in half.
I'm like, y'all want me to come, you're gonna have to pay me $1 in my
Yep.
cash.
And I gotta get a
Have
piece
you
of it
seen
too,
those
man.
lives where
Cause
they
I
actually
seen you
have it
first.
up?
Mm.
Have you seen
Where
those
they
lives
do
where they
what?
actually have it up where it's like $30 to drop somebody out of the box? Like that's ridiculous. Like I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I would.
pay you to drop somebody, and I'm not gonna pay to go up. This is like a free app. Like I'm not
That
cash
part.
app you to drop somebody.
That I don't always want to be all up in everybody's boxes. Like there's sometimes like I'll swipe into a live, right? Like I'll be like
Hmm.
sitting there like ear hustling, I'll swipe into a live, and all of a sudden I'm brought in a box and they talking about some weird shit, and I'm like,
Yeah,
I wasn't
I
even in
just
here to read
drop.
the room to figure out what you were talking about.
Right.
Like I got pulled into one line one time. It was kind of like that. Like they literally just put me in a box, right? And to be honest with you, I feel like the dude did it because it was all a bunch of like light skinned women up there. Like I noticed. Like I ain't gonna lie, I peeped that. And I was sitting up there and like they were having this really weird conversation about like you know what I mean? Like I'm a spiritual person, but this was like way woo woo spiritual, right? Like even for me type situation. They were like, yeah, you know, the mothership is coming and so
Oh
on. So
my.
like it was
Conspiracy.
weird. Like they were like, yeah, so we got to be spiritually aligned and not everybody's gonna make it because you know. And it was like they were like only black folks are the
What's
only
the
ones.
deal, Bam?
Doing that. And I was like, what the hell is this, right? And they brought
How
me in
you
a box.
feeling?
I was like, bro, what are we doing? What's up, ma'am? I was like, what is going on, bro? Like, why are we in here right now? I don't even know what's going on. And he was like, all right, AJ, what you gotta say? And I was like, I think you should just respect what people believe, I guess. Uh, we need to stop separating on some dumb shit. And yeah. And then I muted and didn't say shit the rest of the time. And I was like, I
He said,
can't.
he said it's over
And then
after
I just
that. You
left.
better
I
let
was
Right.
like,
that
what
mothership come.
is this?
Like Bam said,
I kind of
it
feel
might be
like
coming.
aliens take
I could have felt like
everyone
it if aliens.
with
It felt like if aliens take anybody with them. I
Yeah,
feel
it's
you
gonna
though.
be us. Actually.
I'm
But no,
tired
like
of
they were
y'all stuff.
right.
like there was it wasn't even like it was bro, like when I say it was weird, like it was weird. right? Like I
Yeah.
went in there and they were talking about like it wasn't even just like, oh, they only just gonna take black folks. Like it wasn't even that. They were just like, oh, it's only gonna be us light skinned black folks. And I was like, the fuck? Like take us where?
That's
Where
the
Where
am
would
I
man.
say
going?
what? Because I highly
What are
doubt
you talking
aliens
That's
about?
some
gonna
stuff
want
Studio would
races.
say. I swear the way he just said that because they don't want raisins in their potato salad. They said they want some seasoned
Ah,
food.
right?
Like I was
That's funny.
confused. Like I was so confused. Like I literally was just like, respect what everybody believe. Bye. I don't know. When I exited out of the box, I was like, what the fuck was that? And then I looked and like everybody in that live followed me. And I was like, please don't be all up on my page being weird. Cause I'm gonna block
Right?
you real
Oh, I
quick.
remove them from like if weird people follow me, I remove them from my follow list.
I'm like,
Like I
nah, I
don't.
ain't trying to do
Yeah,
all that. Like
yeah,
you too much, bruh.
yeah.
Like and everything
That's when
else.
they
I've had
gonna
to learn to
never
be
evade once they
I've
get
had
them
to
raisins
learn to
in their
be
potato.
stingy on that follow button though a little bit. Like I feel like if we don't like anymore, like if we don't talk or
They
like
want
interact,
Chappelle.
I'm not following you. You know what I mean? Like I hate that
Yeah.
shit. Like you ever go into a live and everybody's like, make sure you follow each other.
Yo, couch.
No, I don't go into those lives. I hate
Like I'm
those
not
follow ones.
following everybody. Like some of y'all are
Yeah.
weird. Like
No, that's what I'm saying. Like then you get a lot of the random people on here that just are there for the no, I don't go into those lives.
yeah, like because I've made a mistake where like I was like real like like I was real friendly. I was like, oh yeah, whatever. I'll follow you. I'll follow you. This person, that person. But then like they would go live and I would go in there and I would peep like whatever they were talking about, and I was like,
Ugh.
this is not what like this is
Yeah.
not what I'm
This
about.
is not what I need to be in here for.
And I'll be like, all right, I'm unfollowing you because you want some weird shit, bro. Like we ain't like I ended up in one live they were talking about flat Earth. So I was like, I'm not
Yeah.
what.
And I don't go I definitely stay away from all the religion ones. The ones where they're preaching
Yeah,
and doing I
yeah,
stay away
yeah,
from those ones too, yeah.
No, you
yeah. I had
better
one.
catch this
There was one.
word. Nah, I'm about to turn into
I
one.
don't know. Yeah, Kev had one person in here. I don't even remember who it was, but they used to come in here all the time and just be real weird and say some. It was that lady. Remember, Kev? She was like, "You gotta pray for God." Do you remember that
Oh
conversation?
hell no. I'm not dealing with no
Like, and
damn Donald
Me
Trump,
and Kev
bam.
were like,
Get the fuck
we were like, what?
No, he ain't talking about. He talking about the aliens got to deal with Donald Trump.
Yeah, well.
Ooh,
They like, hold up, Donald Trump gonna be racist against them too. I don't like orange, green people.
I'm gonna build a wall and I'm gonna put
A
freaking laser beams on it.
Wall.
wall
Yeah,
around
you know
Earth.
what? He's gonna be staring at four walls now for quite a while. Never mind. He'll have his
You
walls
wanna know?
already.
Ooh.
You wanna know what used to pop into my head when he was saying that during his little campaign? You ever
Mm.
see that Austin Powers, like the main villain, the evil guy, where he's like, I'm gonna get
Dr.
sharks and
Evil.
put freaking
Yeah.
laser beams
Austin.
on it. Like that is all that would play in my
Oh
head
yeah.
the
What do
whole
you mean
time.
he's
I was
not, man?
like,
He's not going to jail now?
yeah, I thought he was in jail.
Yeah, I thought he got acquitted
They
on
said they got like
all
3 things
26
on him
Oh
throughout
charges.
the
yeah,
years.
oh they ain't gonna keep
And
him. We all know that.
They said they got three
wow.
things on him. It's gonna be different parts of this
That
year.
don't mean they gonna keep him in jail. They just gonna be like,
Uh-uh.
he went
What do
to
you mean
jail and then he'll
he's
get.
already out? What the
Of
fuck?
course he is. Of course he is with his little weird
Boy, when
ass.
you a billionaire, you can make
Man,
things
I
happen.
tell
I'm
you,
gonna put it that
what
way.
is this? I mean, he was cussing the judge and everything. Did you see that? His dumbass? Like, who can get away with that shit? Like,
A
who the hell does
I
he
billionaire.
think
don't know.
he is?
A billionaire.
I don't know.
Did you see
He's just
that
one of
one
those.
lady too? That one YT lady? I don't know what she was on. She was actually comparing Trump to like a lot of Mandela. She was because he went to jail, and also Jesus went. She was comparing Donald Trump to them. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Comparing him to
Oh,
Jesus?
No,
Because
it's
he
please
went to
don't.
literally
jail and
people
he was a big.
that feel like he's a god. Like he was already somebody was telling me about that too. The way he be, he like if I was to hurt their own mama, they still gonna love me. You know what I'm saying? That's how this dude was.
Yeah,
I
it's
was just
he's
like, bro, like
ridiculous.
that's some cult shit, bro. I'm good.
Yeah.
Man.
Oh
You know
yeah,
what I mean?
definitely. Like, look how the world's turned and switched since he was a leader. Like all this racism, all that, all just came full force because he brought it out of everybody,
It's
and
not that
it's
he brought it out
sad.
of everybody. It's everybody
Oh, I
likes to
mean, it
play
was
into.
there. It was there,
Well, people
but
like
you know
to
what I
play
mean?
into the bullshit because at the end of the day,
Mm-hmm.
like we can all collectively agree that they like to keep us fighting, right? And as long as they
Facts.
keep us fighting, I'm not saying that we can't work on our own shit. Like, yeah, black people,
Mm-hmm.
we got to work on our shit. But like, we've always known that. You know what I mean? But they just like to
Mm-hmm.
keep everybody fighting, so like the rich and elite just stay richer. That's like all it is.
That's
They're the only
exactly
ones that
what the
benefit.
rich stay
Nobody else
richer and the
benefits
poor
from
stay
it.
poor. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like him better than Biden. Mm.
I don't
Mm.
know,
Yeah.
bro. I don't like either
I
one of
might.
I
them.
don't know.
Like
Yeah, I
I mean,
probably
Biden
would
is
pick him over.
slow, but he's got a lot
Biden
more
reminds
experience than
me.
Trump.
Y'all ever see Family Guy? Biden reminds me of Mayor West. Like I'm good
Broke at
on
any
that.
moment.
I know the vibes.
Oh man.
Mm.
That's why I'm just like I think
Ain't he
America just
about
needs to
80?
think.
I mean, at this
I
point,
just
you
need
guys
America
might
to
as
be single.
well. At this point, you guys might as well vote in The Rock. Vote in The
He
Rock
probably
for
do a better
president,
job.
right? He probably
I
would
don't
because
know.
he's more for the people.
I mean, he a good actor, so
Yeah, well,
he
I
can
don't know.
act like a
I
person.
mean,
I
Arnold
still
Schwarzenegger.
maintain Kanye definitely gonna try to run again. Bro, I laughed when I saw
Yeah,
his name on the
Biden's got more
ballot. I was
experience than
like, what?
everybody because
His
he's
name really was
old.
on there. That's
He's
funny.
old.
His name was really on there, bro. I was like, what?
Oh, wasn't it? It was on there when they was voting Biden, wasn't it?
Yeah, yeah, he was on there.
I
What?
It
think I do
literally said,
remember that.
yeah, literally his name, Ye West, was on there. And I was like, I am not, no, bruh. Like, as I'm gonna say this, okay?
Eric
As a
Mays.
member of the black community, we do not claim him. We respectfully pass him to the white tea people. And y'all
Well,
can
no,
also have Candace
Hey,
Owens. I
hey,
don't like
speak
her
for
Z.
neither.
yourself. Kanye is a big follower.
Hey, look, all I'm saying
Speechless.
is
You
y'all
guys are
have,
speechless.
yeah.
I knew that was.
Who is
I
who is Eric
also,
Mays? I gotta look that person
as
up.
a member of the Black women um society, I would also like to say that we also pass on Candace Owens. Y'all can have her,
Mm.
YT people.
I don't even know
We
who
don't want
you.
her.
Oh, is that white? Yeah, okay, okay. I know who you're talking about now.
Y'all can have
Wait,
Candace Owens.
y'all
I'm
don't
good.
know who Eric Mays is?
I don't
I
know who
don't.
Eric
I
made. You
know who
know
Eric is. I've been
who is?
following him. I'm trying to figure
I'm
out
not a
like more
political
about his
person.
history and stuff.
I
No.
just never been
No,
into
Eric
politics.
Mays is not somebody you would you would have seen him not looking up any politics.
Oh,
It's
the
the
ass
older
fat.
black dude who be really snapping
Oh,
in the
I
meet.
think I
Oh,
seen
in
that.
those videos,
You talking
yeah,
about that
you've
dude that be in
seen
the
those.
court
Yeah, his
that be
Yeah,
ass
going
in
Oh
the
no.
crazy? I
corner.
just
Jesus.
started seeing him. He trending like crazy now. That's funny. I know.
He's
Bro,
I'm
funny
we
as hell. He's funny as hell.
we gotta elect him, bro.
bro,
Duh,
like
that is
I kept
funny, duh.
like Eric is like, oh, we should vote for him. We should vote for him. So that explains why I'm like, I can't find nothing political about this dude. Like, what? Who is this guy?
Bro, Eric Mays will shut all the bullshit down. He don't be going to nothing, bro.
That dude would be a black Donald Trump, man. He would be the opposite of him. That
Oh,
dude speaking how it is for real.
bro,
Right.
don't care.
He's
I
like,
saw
dog, can
one.
you stop? I seen that
I
video
saw
too.
one.
Stop
I
doing
saw one with him the other day, and I can't remember which one it was. But the other guy across from him was just laughing his head off at him, and he couldn't control his laughter. But the guy was just going off. It was hilarious.
it. Bro, don't be giving a damn, bro.
Right.
Dog, I just got put on to him. I ain't never heard of that guy till
Okay, so
some
that's his
recent
name then,
videos.
Eric Mays. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I'm
that
just
dude
super
don't play
happy
no
I ended up
games.
on the elevation, if you know what I mean, side of TikTok, and I've been loving it over there. People be so damn funny. I was over there watching all the
He
videos of
remind me
the
of.
huh?
No, I was about to say he remind me of that. What's that dude? Charleston White. There's some for some
Oh,
reason he just got that vibes like him. That don't be caring about nothing type junk and just talk how he feel.
Oh yeah, nah,
Mm-hmm.
Bro
Charleston
be
White.
cussing in the middle of the meeting. He was like, "Hell yeah, I know what's going on." She said, "Mr. Mays, can you refrain from cussing?" Hell yeah,
Did you watch that one when he kept
bro
calling
is
them
the
crackers? When he kept
He gonna
calling them
say it again. That
crackers?
is some funny stuff.
I'm
bro
dead.
is so petty, man. Like, we need somebody like that in office right now.
Right?
That part.
We need more people like that in there.
Boy, this junk be blew up so fast.
All right,
The
all right, all
boy
right. I got a question.
studio in the building.
Speaking of funny petty shit,
Studio, whatever.
what is what is the funniest pettiest thing you've ever done?
Ooh,
Uh,
petty.
we got somebody thinking. I ain't been petty in a while since
Give
I
me an
changed my
example.
life.
Yeah, like
All right, all right, all right. So the funniest pettiest thing I ever it's kind of fucked up, but
hey
like
studio.
I had broken up.
Wake up,
I,
studio.
I broke up with one of my exes or whatever, right? Like we broke up or whatever, and I was petty. Like young AJ was petty as hell, right? Like not only did I take all the spoons, I took all his left shoes and
No,
all the
yeah,
covers to
no,
like the
that's petty.
outlets, like
That's
petty,
petty.
bruh, for like no reason.
No, I've never. No, I don't think I've never been petty. I
Wake
don't think
your
like
big
that.
tree trunk neck head up. And
Yeah,
I
nah, I
did.
Bam
I
definitely.
didn't.
studio. Oh, bam.
What was that, Bam?
giraffe.
I broke up with a girl at 4 o'clock in the morning, in the middle of the night. I'm talking about. She came home from work. I act like I was asleep. She laid down, fell asleep. I got up, took all of my shit out of the house, left at 4. Listen, left at 4 o'clock in the morning. Changed my number and
Bruh,
Oh,
like,
That right?
emotional damage.
never spoke to her again.
Right? Oh my
that's
God, man, that
bold.
girl
That's
is
not even petty. That's just bold.
traumatized.
This
Right?
is
That
emotional
girl's
damage, Bam.
traumatized now.
Bam.
What's bad
She
is,
probably don't trust another damn man.
so I no, but listen though, the reason I did it is because she was talking to somebody else, right? She didn't think I knew,
Hmm.
and I'm not the kind of person where like I'm about to come in your face and oh I'm about to have a
Yeah,
cry or none of
yeah.
that.
Whoa.
So I folded, but this is the thing though. This is what's crazy about it. After that shit, I'm at work. Somebody walk up to me like, "Hey, you heard what happened to such and such?" I'm like, "No." The dude who she had been talking to after I left, like 2 months after that, she started talking to him. Tell me why she was sitting on the porch. I gotta stop laughing. Hold on when I say this. It's not. I don't want y'all to think I'm a sociopath. Okay, so he ran. He took a car and crashed it into the porch and broke both of her legs.
Oh
Oh.
no.
Oh,
So that was
damn.
Oh
No, okay, yeah,
my.
that was
No,
petty.
She going through
that's
hex. What the
yeah.
heck is up?
yeah,
Why she getting all this work?
That
broke
girl, I
both.
swear, probably
It
is
was
not.
The
karma.
She's
same
gonna be
girl you
single
left?
till she's yeah.
Yeah,
That's messed up. What
same girl.
is
That's
up with
crazy
her?
shit.
She just a one hitter type thing? And
Well,
One
she
hit.
obviously
Nah,
has
bro.
some damage.
I mean, she one of those people.
mm.
She one of them kind of people that's like, she doesn't understand that she's like a toxic emotional wrecking ball.
Oh.
So like,
Mm-hmm.
she get with people in the beginning, she good, and then all of her toxic bullshit. After you done put so much into a person, that shit'll drive you crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
So
Facts.
that's what he did.
Well, since we talking about toxic, okay, I think I thought of one. Mine ain't that bad though.
I mean, I
Mine's got to deal with leaving too. I think, yeah, it was this girl. I met up with her and she didn't look like that much like her picture for real. So I just, I
I
sat
can't.
in the car.
I can't.
And I just told her that I was gonna see her again. I mean, no, I just chill for a bit, and then I like, all right, I gotta do. So I just made up some stuff. That's weak compared to your stuff y'all just said. I'm mad. I wish I would have went first.
I'm trying to think. I
I'm
don't
Look,
mad
the
about I
think
petty.
left a
I've.
girl house because her house was stinking and stuff. So it smelled like it smelled like it was a dog here. And she told me she didn't have a dog, so that's when I made. I'm like, all right, it's time to
Oh,
go.
I
yeah.
mean,
That yeah,
I mean,
yeah. That's
to
time to
be
go
fair,
right there.
ghosted people for less. I once ghosted this dude because he sent me a picture, like like a selfie or whatever, And I looked in the background and he had like a bunch of chips open with no chip clip. And I just thought it was wasteful, so I just stopped talking to him. Blocked him on everything. Like, I'm done.
Yeah, that was your
Yeah,
woman
that's
side for real
petty.
on that one. That's
That's petty.
that's for sure.
I
He
was like,
said,
that
"Yo,
was
I don't.
just put some chips."
you could have put some clips. You know what I mean? And one of my friends was like, bro, that's petty as hell. Like, I got so
That's
much shit.
pure
Like,
petty. You ain't
yo,
close your chips. I
I,
don't want you.
bruh, I got so much shit for that, right? Everybody was like, man, that's so cold. Why would you do that? And I was like, look, it would have been one thing if they were cheap chips. Those were name brand chips. That's wasteful.
Oh my. Who she talking about go
No,
to
I
bed?
can't. I still can't think of any time that I was really petty like that.
I'm
I've never,
just
because you
petty.
know
Like,
what? The thing is for me, it's like I've had shit done to me, and I don't like the way
yeah.
that felt. So
Oh, you got
I've
pedophile.
never been vindictive. I've never been petty or anything like
Oh,
that towards anybody. I've just left them alone and just fucked off.
look, I'm
So
gonna
yeah,
say nowadays.
I've had a lot of
I
petty
mean,
shit
my
happen to
most,
my friends.
my most recent petty was just somebody who scammed my grandpa out of some money, right? But was doing so via text. So I took the number out of his phone and put it in every like car warranty, um, looking for college scholarship engine I possibly could with their name.
That's
And
not
I
being
literally
petty though.
did that
That's
like
just
3 days ago.
protecting.
Yeah, but that's still petty. Like I could have just blocked them, but I thought it was funny.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, that's no. I would
Nah,
have
I
done some shit
definitely
like that.
ghosted one of my ex for asking me for gas money before.
Gas money. See,
You said it.
What?
What happened?
Okay, so she wasn't asking me to give her gas money for her car. I mean, for taking me nowhere, she was asking me to give her gas money for her car. The problem with this is that ex I had ghosted before, and like this is when we had just like reconnected. We had only been talking like back for a week, and like that day, we did the do, and then after that, she was like, "Yo, I don't have gas money to get to work tomorrow." Like, and I gave it to her, but then after that, I just ghosted her. Cause I'm like, man, if I came back in your life and you already asking me for gas money, this is just giving me like an epilogue to what's to come. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
that's
So
a
I just
red
ghosted
flag.
her ass.
Yeah, that's a red
yeah,
flag. You shouldn't be asking anybody else for any money if you're not in like a serious long-term relationship.
Facts.
right.
Yeah. That's just I would never do that.
I don't know. My petty. I try to keep it under wraps. Like I said, I'm healing. I'm not healed. My
Mm-hmm.
petty and my spaz is very likely still, you know, contenders. It's just kind of how it is, you know. So I'm just like, I try not to be petty sometimes, but some people really bring out my petty, like for real.
Oh,
Well,
trust me,
except the
I've
dude with the
I've
chip clip.
wanted to
That
bring
was
it
just
out.
like that was
I've
just like,
yeah.
That was
why you
Like I
keep
don't.
that
childish.
bags open? Like, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, I feel like I probably had petty arguments. I probably gotten upset about some maybe petty shit, but like in general, when I'm dealing with people, I'm not that petty because like
Yeah.
I have hyper detachment at the end. So like I'll give you hella chances. Well, I ain't gonna say hella chances. I'll like let you know specifically what it is that's going on. And then if you don't fix that, one day I'm gonna disappear. And that's on you.
Mm.
I'm not. I wouldn't say I'm necessarily that person. I am where you take my energy, right? If you take my energy to good places, you stay on the good side of me, you're fine. You get to that other side and you're dealing with a whole ass demonic demon who does not care.
Right.
I'm gonna say that right
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
You bring me
Yeah.
there and I give you hella chances before I get hella petty. Or I get like psychological warfare, like it is what it is. There will be casualties. I do not care. Like that's just kind of how I've always been. I've learned to give people more chances before that happens because I
Mm.
know how I
Yeah.
am. So like when I was younger, I would just immediately jump to that and be like, "Oh, you, you, you did something. You know what I mean? You hurt me or whatever. Like I'm just gonna go back and I'm just gonna retaliate." Now it's like, okay, I
Yeah.
done gave you chances, told you to leave me alone multiple times. You ain't getting it. Now I'm gonna fuck with you. Now I'm
I
gonna
just
be
ain't got that
vindictive.
in me
Now
though. I don't got
like
it in me because I'm gonna say this. I'm a spiritual person. And I have favor, so it's like
same.
I'm one of them people. Like you ever hear people be like, God don't play about me. I'm
Mm-hmm.
for
Mm-hmm.
sure one of those people. So it's like if you do something to me and like I'm giving you a chance and I'm trying to be a good person to you and you fuck me over, I don't have to get no get back or none of that. And not only that, I feel like that's wasting my time for me to give you
Yeah.
any more
Yeah.
energy. But when I
Correct.
do leave you, that favor is gonna leave with me. And the
Mm-hmm.
shit that's gonna happen to you after that, you gonna wish I did something to you.
Karma.
Like you getting both of your
Yeah.
legs broken. You know
Oh
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Type
no!
shit. Like
Yeah.
that's not
Yeah.
even the
Like
only
for me,
thing that's happened. I gotta
yeah,
list.
for me,
So that was
I
the
don't
last day y'all
necessarily,
kicked it.
yeah, like
Was that too
I
soon?
don't
Was
try
that too soon?
that person, you know what I mean? I really don't like
That
being
was
that fucking
petty, bro.
person.
I guess that
But at
was.
the
What?
end
I
of the
missed that.
day,
What was that?
Nah, I caught what Kev said. He was petty for that. Talking
I
that's the last
didn't. I
day
missed
y'all
what he
kicked it.
said, but you said it was petty. I wanted to hear what he said.
He said
Or
that's
was
the
it
last day
me?
y'all kicked it because both of her legs was broke. That's petty.
that's funny.
What?
I didn't say
Fuck it.
that. That was somebody else. Get out my background, bro. Somebody in my background. Get out
But
of here. Swear that
but
wasn't Kev.
no, like, I don't mean to be like usually like I usually will let karma handle it, but like pretty much like if you screw me over, you do something, you hurt me, whatever. For the most part, I try to nothing you, which means I try to make you as irrelevant as possible.
Mm-hmm.
But if you
See, I'm
keep
good at
keeping
that.
on,
Mm-hmm.
right? You keep keeping on, right? And I'm talking about like you are going way out of your way to keep on type
Mm-hmm.
shit. Then that side's gonna come out,
Yeah.
right? Like I'm like I'd rather you just and I tell people that I'm like you will hear two different stories about me. Either people love
Mm-hmm.
me or they hate me,
Or hate me.
and
Yeah.
they will tell you I'm the
Yeah.
most evil person on the planet.
Mm-hmm.
Do believe them both.
Yeah.
I
Mm-hmm.
am where you take my energy.
Yeah.
At
Like
the one
I'm
point, I
about
was good
that
to
too.
those
I'm
people
all
too.
about energy now. I'm all about the energy of the
Like,
person and stuff like that. When I was younger, I definitely was. I gave people a lot more chances because I was like
yeah.
naive, let's say. And but now that
Hmm.
I'm older, it's harder for me to give people chances when I see the red flag or the I don't even want to use this word dumbness, but
Oh,
I
Hmm.
you
can't deal
talking
with it.
about? I get you.
Yeah.
I was about to say it depends on what you talking about with chances though, because I'm about to say I'm the opposite. Nah, I used to ain't give people chances, but nah, I do. But it depends on what you talking about. Now, some stuff you gotta have
What you do?
standards and stuff on. Yeah, you gotta
Yeah, well,
have
Yeah.
see,
just like
I
you
said when I
saying.
was younger, I used to give people a lot more chances. As I got
Oh
older
yeah,
and I went through things, I'm not as likely to give you another chance so quick. I'm the
I get you.
opposite.
I'm the
Nah,
opposite of that.
we the same. It's just you talking about standards, but I was talking about something else. I'm talking about something else. So,
Yeah,
Mm.
I've started giving people chances, but I'm very like because when I was younger, I didn't give you a chance. Like if you screwed me over, you screwed me over, and I was just like fuck you. Like
Mm-hmm.
it is what it is. There is no making it right. As I've gotten older, I've learned to give chances, but I don't
mm.
give that many. Like,
Yeah, after
Right.
you
and it
on
depends
that.
on what you do, right? If you mess
Right.
up or whatever,
Yeah,
don't mess up again.
for sure.
Mm-hmm.
It
Like
always
that's what it
depends
was.
on what they do because I mean some things you
Yeah.
just can't
Some
just
things
you just gotta
I'm
yeah.
not gonna do anything.
But I'm
But
very
if it's
good at
something that's like if it's something I can give you chances on, like you just can't make the same mistake again.
mm-hmm.
Right?
Exactly.
Like everybody gets 3 chances and then after that I'm done.
No, I give you
Like
one
I'm over
chance
it.
if I explain to you what the situation is, like Bam was saying, explain the situation, what's going on, and then you still don't get it the next time. No, I'm done. I'm done.
Yeah. Now there's certain things that like a lot of people, because like I'm pretty straight up as a person. Like if you're like, oh, okay, AJ, yeah, I want to be homies or whatever. Like, oh yeah, let's be
Mm-hmm.
friends or whatever. Okay, cool. But I'm gonna tell you 3 things. What I tell you at the beginning is exactly who I am. That's the standard. Do not lie to me about anything. Number one,
Mm-hmm.
if I find out you lie, you're gone. Like I do
True.
not have time to put up with that shit.
Yeah.
Right. And also, I don't give a shit if you're friends with my enemy. Keep my name out your mouth. I better not be the subject of conversation.
Oh no, we don't. do that. You ain't
That's
finna
a
be friends
problem.
with
Like, I don't
if
give a
you
shit.
if you
You be friends with whoever the hell
we
you want.
cannot do that. If you with me, there's no possible way you friends with the ops. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
That
That's a
Yeah.
part.
no no.
It doesn't
I'm
work
not.
that. It can't work that
I'm
way.
very but I'm very closed off anyway. So you're not gonna get a whole lot of information from me anyway, right? You're not gonna know what my next moves are. Nobody knows those things. I keep that very much to myself. No one knows what that is, so you can't get in the way of that, right? My whole thing is do not make me the subject of conversation and defend me in my absence. And if you can't do that, then you need to disengage. If you cannot do those things, I do not fuck with you. I do not fuck with you. You will be out of distance. Everybody is out of distance. Very far distance from me. Like I'm just naturally I got trust issues. I don't trust people. I
Oh
don't trust
yeah,
anybody.
most definitely. Yeah.
I don't
Like
like that
it takes a
term.
lot to get my. It takes a lot to get
What?
my
Trust
trust.
issues?
Yeah, they're not
Okay.
real.
That is real.
No.
Okay, explain.
Yeah, I was gonna
Okay.
say explain.
Trust issues are not real. What it is you have suppressed trauma, and you have created defense mechanisms inside of your mind. Psychologically, trust issues are not real. So they're either going
Okay,
to turn into defense mechanisms, or what is worse, they're going to turn into trigger responses. So the trigger response is because it's so suppressed, you're not going to know that it's there. That's the people that like they don't identify it, and you think they're cool until you do some shit and then they blow up about it, or they overreact and you're like, why did you
yeah.
react that way? And it's because that response was triggered.
Yeah.
Now, defense mechanism is what you're saying, AJ, where you're like, I don't trust people. Well, that's a
Mm-hmm.
defense against
Yeah.
you feeling the trauma of mis somebody tampering with your trust. But you don't
So
have
would
trust.
so would you say that that would because I'm like that I would have an issue with trust?
But again, is you
No,
don't have trust. You have an
no,
issue
I get
with
what you're saying.
the mechanism, the defense mechanism.
Yeah. No, yeah,
Right.
no,
I get
you're
what you're saying.
100% right. That
Yeah.
it is a response
Mm-hmm.
due to experience and trauma. Like I'm not gonna sit
Right.
there and be like, no, I just don't trust people. I never have. No, I've had my moments. I definitely stems from trauma. Again, I'm healing,
Mm-hmm.
Right.
but it's one of those things where it's just like I don't trust any. I don't even trust my mom. Let alone do I trust. Like if I can't trust my own mama, makes you think I'm gonna trust anybody. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
that's just
No,
kind of
no,
how.
no. So this is why I'm saying I don't like that.
I,
That from a
yeah.
psychological standpoint, it tricks your brain. Okay. So
Hmm.
and when you're saying you're healing, this is a great point to why I'm saying that. When you're healing,
Yeah.
if you say I have trust issues, you are identifying that, okay, subconsciously as a characteristic of yourself, not
Hmm.
as a characteristic of your trauma. So when you're
True.
healing, you're not going to register that as something you need to heal from or something you need to fix, because you're going to register it as something that is a part of you. Now, if you
Hmm.
say this is from trauma, this is a defense mechanism. Now I'm going to heal the things so that this defense mechanism is no longer necessary. That's
Yes.
why it's not good to
Absolutely.
trust issues.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I like
Yeah.
that. I like that.
I understand what he. Yeah,
I'll
I get his
correct that.
point now.
I think the way
Yeah.
you explain that is perfect.
Right.
Just because it's not coming from like, oh, that's just a trigger word. I would have been like the tough
Mm-hmm.
shit, right? But
Right?
you're
Yeah.
like,
No,
no, this is
I feel you.
that's why I'm
I
like,
don't
okay,
know
I could.
what y'all talking about, but I know I got a tat on my neck. Only God I trust. I like using faith though. I don't like saying trust. I always say faith.
Well, you
I
should always
mean,
have faith, but that's a different situation.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that's a whole other topic is faith.
Because I don't
it
think we
is
could put our
because I
trust
don't
in
That's
feel
no
like that
human
comes from
though.
trauma. That
Kev.
is a
I'm gonna bring up that tomorrow night. That's one of my grudges I have.
Mm. Oh, oh yeah, trust is, I mean grudges and forgiveness is a topic tomorrow. Very, very juicy. Part three. But yeah, I
part three.
just always had something about that. Always yeah, I use it faith a lot.
Yeah.
Not even really hope, because hope is has something
I
to do
mean,
with.
kind of going back to what Bam was talking about. I think for me, I think it also depends on the person, right? Like I
Mm-hmm.
can name things that I know that I have issues with, or problems with, or issues or
Mhm,
flaws within due to trauma or whatever.
mhm.
But I can also separate and be like, hey, I got to work on that. Like I know it's not healthy for me not to trust anybody, right? I work on that every
Right.
day. You know, I
I don't
slowly
trust
build.
anybody.
I slowly no, but I slowly build that because at the end of the day, the thing is that in order for me to have balance, right, and to heal from that, right, and not let it hold me back, is I have to work on those things,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Right.
I have to work on it. I have to put myself in those positions, even though I don't like them, right?
Right.
By trusting people with certain things, right? It's still very compartmentalized. I'm never going to tell you anything that is going to fully destroy me, but I may tell you something in confidence that won't necessarily hurt me, right? But
Mm-hmm.
it's part of that healing, right? I may tell you
Mm-hmm.
something about me and I'm just like, okay, cool. If you tell other people, it ain't gonna hurt me. It's just gonna be like, okay, will you prove my point? I can't
Mhm.
trust you.
Right.
You know what I mean? But and then okay,
Yeah.
I'm on to the next person, and when that builds, then I could be like, okay, cool, I'm gonna give you this and see
And I
what you
mean,
do with it. Because I'm a firm believer that if you give people enough rope, they're either gonna do one or two
they're gonna
things.
hang
They're either
themselves.
gonna
Yep.
hang themselves with that, or they're
Mm-hmm.
gonna throw the rope
Well,
and be
Mm-hmm.
that's
like,
a
well,
test. What you're talking about is called a
yeah,
litmus test.
yeah.
This is why that's very important though, because
Mm-hmm.
you okay, well, you don't trust people, and we all know that any relationship, either even if it's platonic,
Mm-hmm.
trust is one of the main major factors that's going to keep that together. So if
Mm-hmm.
you have the
Exactly.
mindset that I don't trust anybody who engages with
I
you,
don't.
they're already starting at -7. That's not fair
That's
to the person.
exactly. And that's why I try to work on it so that I'm not automatically putting people in there, right? I do try to give people the benefit of the doubt, but already in my mind, I already have the preconceived notion that I
Mm-hmm.
can't trust you anyway.
Yeah.
I
See,
that's
for
So
something
me,
I'm working on.
AJ,
I'm
for
gonna
me though,
explain the
when I
reason
go
why I don't
into it,
use the
it's not
word trust.
necessarily that I don't trust the person in the beginning. Like I give them the benefit of the doubt, but then if they prove me wrong, that's like. But I get told all the time that I have to start trusting somebody and let them in. But it's so hard when
Hmm.
you've gone through so many traumatic things that have lost your trust. But I
Yeah.
understand that you
Yeah.
You got to
can't bring that
practice
into another
detachment though.
relationship. I know, I get that, yeah, and that, yeah, and I have, but it's still, I still get proved all the time that you can't trust somebody.
You can't.
You got to
Well,
Not
yeah.
hyper detach.
everybody.
Well,
I'm a. I'm gonna
that's gonna
explain.
come. That's gonna come. Oh, go ahead, Kev. Sorry.
Oh, you go ahead.
Oh no, I was gonna say I was like that takes time, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
one of the things, a few of the things that I struggle with due to some of the traumas and stuff that I've been through is I struggle. Obviously, if I struggle with trust, I obviously struggle with vulnerability,
Right.
right? Um, but as you start to process those traumas, right? You start to process those things. Um,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you're gonna deal with a lot of stuff. Yeah, it's a lot of stuff to go through, especially if it's lifelong, right? We all have trauma that's
Right.
lifelong. Nobody lives
Yeah.
a bubble. I was in a bubble life. Like none of us have that privilege,
No.
right? There's gonna be things that and experiences that you have that have caused some form of quote unquote trauma. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but as you work through that and you get to it and you get to a point where you can forgive those people, then
Mm-hmm.
you can start, you know what I mean? And there's going to be some people who you're going to go and you're like, okay, I thought I could trust them, but then they just proved me right. They just proved me right.
Mm-mm.
I can't trust nobody. I can't trust nobody. You like we have to understand that when we are creating new habits and things like that, it's still trial and error. We're going to make the mistake. Yeah, sometimes you're going to trust the wrong person and they're going to prove your point. But what
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
I've learned so far with just a little bit of the litmus test that I have had, right? Like that's just how I do it. I create a litmus test. And then if you pass that litmus test, then I can start giving you more information, right?
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
So there's people that I've learned to start giving it certain information to, and then I've learned to start being more vulnerable with, a little bit more
Right.
vulnerable with, than just being like, nah, F everybody.
Mhm.
That's a fact.
Yeah.
So this is what this is like a mechanism that I use, right? I mean, I did used to use litmus tests, but I found it's easier and it's less tactful. For I
Mhm.
use the blank slate method, right? So anybody that I allow into my life, they get a blank slate. The
Mhm.
thing about this though, and this is what I was talking about with hyper detachment. Um, if you do use the blank slate method, you have to be willing to hyper detach, and this means the first signs of these red flags, you cannot play with it. Like
Mhm.
that's why a lot of people can't get that shit done because
Mm.
they'll allow these things, they'll excuse these red flags, and they'll allow them to get bigger. And that's how you get sucked in. So if I give you a blank slate, um, you have a couple marks to put on this slate before I just completely remove you from my life.
Mhm.
All right. So, and I do that again because the name of the game, which is basically what all of y'all was saying, even Lady Play, is for me to not waste my time, number one, and for me to not get hurt
Mhm.
because that's going to create more trauma. So the way that I don't get hurt is when I start initially identifying that you have characteristics that look like in the future you're going to hurt me, I have to be strong enough to just excommunicate you from my life
Mhm.
Yeah. Yep.
because like
Yeah.
I agree with the litmus test thing, but this is the problem with that. Some people can pass the litmus test, and then later on down the road, they can't.
They switch.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
So
they'll
Yeah.
pass, it, and then you'll let them into your life, and you'll grow this attachment to this person, and then later on, it's harder for you to get rid of that person, or it's harder for you to see that they need to leave your life, and so you allow them an extra 5 years in your life.
hmm
Yeah. Now for me, like,
I'm
so for me, using that litmus test, I'm not. I know that's not going to be a permanent solution, right? It's right now, like you said, you have identified what those red flags are. Because I've lived my life for long periods of time, for like as long as I can remember, with that trauma responsive, I do not trust anyone. I never learned what those red flags were,
All right.
right? So I have to use a litmus test in order to start figuring out what the red flags are so I can even move to that point. Because right now, if I'm just trying to do it based on red flags, my number one red flag right now is no one can be trusted, right? I have to train
Yeah.
my
No.
brain being like,
Right.
okay, that's not legit, right? What's a red flag? Okay, this person's done this. If people do that, okay, cool. And
No,
we
I,
move
I,
forward
Red
from
I
there.
get
flags
I
are
get that
different,
because a
though.
lot of the red
Yeah,
flags they're probably gonna create are not even gonna be red flags. They're gonna be trauma responses.
exactly.
so
That's
I'm
true,
a
because that just actually happened to me. I had to like separate because it was like a red flag for me, but it wasn't necessarily a red flag for anybody else when I brought it up. They're like, you're
Hmm.
just overreacting, right?
Hmm.
So you got to be
uh,
careful with that.
Right,
With
but that
with
was a
like,
trigger
yeah,
response for you.
Yeah. What?
That's exactly what it was, Bam. It was something that would happen that I had a trauma to that I didn't like, so that was a red flag for me, and I just ended it, right?
I bet
Right.
Kip.
so I
Kip.
was
I think Kip has been trying to say something for a minute. Hold up, because
My bad, bro.
I can't.
I know
I
I
can't hear
could.
him.
I was just trying to see if
Go
I could
ahead,
do a
Kev.
jump rope thing. But I wanted to explain the reason why I don't use the word trust no more. I use faith and all that or whatever. Because and also the meaning of my tattoo too, because my tattoo say only God I trust. So the reason why I say I use faith instead of trust because I believe trust is 100% thing. Ain't no such thing as partial trust. You know what I'm saying? So once you
Mm-hmm.
put your trust in something, there's no such thing as like saying that oh man, I trust him with that, but I don't trust him with that. I trust him with that. So with that, like I said, I use that as 100% thing. So even with us, I don't think you can even trust your own. So this a big had a little mini debate with some of my friends with that. I think one of them actually kind of understood me later, or some people did, because even with that, I always say don't put your trust in anything that's able to make mistakes. You know, or that's able to because anything can happen. Sometimes you can, because we all mess up sometimes. Sometimes, say if I say I trust that you can, drive my car and not mess it up or put a scratch on it. You know what I'm saying? But anybody can actually make a mistake and open the door too fast and put a scratch on the tip of it or something, because and none of us is perfect. So that's the reason why I like to use the word faith, because it do have some type of trust in it, but it's like it's something that you hope. It's like a hope thing where you hope somebody don't mess up, because or hope, it's like that, but I don't like saying hope because hope is like more of a doubtful thing. What I
Mm-hmm.
would say is that's why I say faith, because it's like actually believe it. I think like believe it is something that you don't see, something like that, because you putting something, basically you putting like a expectation on somebody that you really don't fully know if they're gonna do it. Because I could say all day that somebody gonna be like, oh yeah, I really, I mean I say trust. I really have, I have faith that you gonna bring this car on time back to me or something. Or I got faith you gonna wake me up this morning, or stuff like that. And that's the
Yeah.
reason why I'm gonna go back to the tattoo, where I believe where trust should be, like if people even believe in God. But I say I believe that's the only person I really could trust. That's why I even see why it's in the Bible too, like that, because it's saying only God, or the trust in no man. That's why I say that, because yeah, you will really like kind of, you'll mess yourself up putting your trust in anybody. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody messes up. That's like an expectation you holding against somebody that you basically saying that they're gonna be whatever you said they're gonna be. You know what I'm saying? And another, well, one more is the other one is like the reason why I even say this is a prime example why you can't trust yourself, because sometimes we procrastinate. You know what I'm saying? We tell ourselves we're gonna do some stuff and we don't do it. Sometimes you know what I'm saying, we can say I'm gonna eat healthy. Next minute you eating something. You know what I'm saying? All that stuff is all the
Sounds
stuff
like
we gotta
it.
always um basically try to get on our own self or control ourselves from not doing some of the time. So yeah.
Yeah, no, I get where you're coming from. But I think for me, because I've lived my life like that for so long, the past 30 years,
Yeah.
when I look at it, right, and I'm talking about like I take a step back from the the painting that is my life so far. I've lived a very lonely existence, right?
Mm.
It's been lonely because I don't have, I grew up not having quote unquote like close friends. I grew up not being able to connect with people I was in relationships with because I never trusted anybody, right?
Yeah, I get you on that.
And yeah, people are gonna make mistakes. I'm gonna make mistakes. I'm flawed. It is what it is. Um, the thing is that it depends on what that is, right? Intentions are important to a degree, right? Certain things I don't care
Mm.
what your intentions are, because to me the road to hell is paved with good intentions. People don't intend technically to hurt other people. They just do,
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
right? Most
True.
people. I'm not talking about the ones that are like unhinged and want to be out there hurting people. I'm talking about most people. That's not their intention, right? So with that
Mm-hmm.
being said, right, and I'm a very spiritual person and I do believe in faith, right? I wouldn't say that I necessarily on a religious aspect have a certain religion that I abide to, but it's very spiritual, right?
Yeah.
Which is perfectly fine. But with that being said, I know that I can have faith within myself, right?
Yeah,
When I
faith.
say
Yep, that's what I like to do.
another
That's
person,
what I like to do.
I can trust me. When I say I have faith in me, I have faith that no matter what I go through, I'm gonna be fine because I've been fine this. You know what I mean? I've obviously kept myself alive this long, right? I'm gonna get through it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Yeah, I may be beaten, battered a little bit, but I'm resilient. I'm gonna be fine. I got that tenacity. Yeah, sometimes I'm gonna fall. I'm gonna get right the fuck back up, right? So for me, it's a little different. But when it comes to trusting people, for me personally, I don't want to continue to live a life that's lonely. I don't want to continue living a life where I have to be by myself and isolated because I've been like that for so long. And I know that I have good qualities and good things about me and gifts that I can give to people, but I haven't been able to do that because I don't trust anybody, right? Because of trauma. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
100%. I have a unrelated question.
Yeah.
AJ, have you ever seen the show Snowfall?
No. What's it
Okay,
about?
I need you to look up the show Snowfall because
Okay.
there's a lady on there that you
Hmm.
look a lot alike. Uh, has anybody on here ever seen Snowfall?
No.
Nope, I'm about to look at it now.
You ain't.
What's
Is
her
it on
name?
HBO? What
Listen,
is it on?
the auntie um on the show, AJ looks like a lighter skinned version of her.
I see it now. Oh my God. I think you found my doppelganger.
Did you look it up? You looked it up?
Yeah, I'm looking at him on my other phone.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my doppelganger. I'm gonna have to watch this show.
Oh, that's that dude that was seen a video with him. He was
Who the dark skinned dude?
a black dude. Yeah, I seen a video of him before.
Yeah, bro code.
He be going berserk on people. You saw,
Made me like, why she do? Like for real, it's wild.
you know the lady
Right?
name? What's her name? I'm trying to see what
I don't know what her
that.
name is, but she's the aunt. She's
Auntie.
Jerome's wife.
Aunt
For
Lou,
a
probably.
second there, I thought Bam
Louis,
was gonna
yeah,
tell me.
Louis.
Oh, I was like,
Oh,
everybody sound like Hobo.
I see. Oh, I never.
They're
That's
like, hey,
funny.
sound like
And
Hobo.
you
I'm like,
talking
I don't
about
know.
yeah, she darker than her too. I see it too.
Dang, show me a picture. I don't have my computer in front of me right now.
Nope. We get to laugh without you being on here. Say that.
Whatever.
That's messed up.
Oh, let me see something. Let me move this out the way real quick.
She definitely look like a light skinned version of her. That's wild.
Let me see.
We
Which
can't see
one?
that.
I
Oh,
can't
that
see
thing
that.
is
So
all
blurry.
blurred up, man.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
AJ
Funny.
could put that as her.
I can put that as my profile pic and probably run with it.
No,
Yeah.
I'm saying your wallpaper, like I mean your background thing.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. And I just looked at her picture too. Yeah.
definitely in the eyes for sure.
The
Yeah, I
nose
see
and
it.
the
The
lips.
cheeks. The
Yeah.
cheeks. The look. Right. I see it. I'm AJ.
Hold up, hold up,
Kev,
hold
put
up,
the
hold up. Hold up.
cake. Put it down
I'm
now,
about to put
Kev.
a picture of me up real
Don't
quick.
go
Hold
to
up.
sleep, Kevin.
You know
Don't
what? I'm
go
about
to
to
sleep.
put a picture of you up there.
Yeah, I'm about to put a picture of me up real quick because it's gonna be funny. Damn, I need to stop taking pictures of food though.
Oh God, are you one of those ones that you gotta take pictures of all the food before we can even eat?
Yeah, I love food.
My sister's like that. I can't
The
stand that.
smile too. I see. That's crazy.
Yeah,
Is
the
that
smile
cat
is
in the building?
wild.
What is that you, AJ?
Yeah, that's me with when I.
Wow. Look just
But it's the
like. Let me
closest.
see if I can find it.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
lady.
it's crazy how much y'all look alike.
That's crazy how he
Right.
peeped it. That's
What's
why
that
I don't
show
watch
about?
this.
I don't follow
Okay.
AJ. I'm on his page, so I was going to follow you, and then I was just looking at like your content.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Hold up. See
And
the
then I was
snowfall.
like, wait, why does she look like somebody? And then that popped in my head. I'm like, oh shit, she look like the girl from Snowfall.
That was funny. I seriously thought he was gonna tell me, but like, AJ, you sound like Hobo, because everybody comes in here and tells me that at least like
All
30.
right, hobo lying. I'm just like her.
They're like, AJ, I thought AJ and Hobo the same person. I'm like, we are not the same person.
Oh yeah, I know y'all not the same person,
Although
but
I
y'all
haven't
do
seen
sound.
her in a bit, long time.
Yeah, I have.
But y'all do something.
Yeah, I ain't
I
seen
think it's
her on here in months.
yeah. I was like, I hadn't seen her on here in a minute, but I think it's just
She
because
was
I
in
think
here a
we
couple
we have
days ago.
similar talk patterns. Like we
Yeah, y'all
talk
got
to
that
like
act or that same act some type of
yeah, but she's
accent.
actually from Texas. Like I'm just from Colorado. Like I ain't even from
Oh,
Texas. I sound like I'm from Texas.
that's probably what it
I don't know
is,
why,
yeah.
because I'm country as hell.
I was gonna say that's a Colorado accent.
I said,
Yeah.
homo got back in here again.
But like, I'm country as hell. Straight up. No, that's actually why I talk the way I do. Because I, for the most part, grew up in the country.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just how, like, a lot of the people around me, when I was learning how to speak English, that's how they all talked. So that's how I learned how to talk, essentially. I
Mm-hmm.
didn't, like, I'm pretty sure if I grew up, like, more in, like, the city or something, I'd probably sound a lot different.
Well,
But,
oh, you
yeah.
from Colorado? Okay, I was like, I thought you were
Yeah.
saying you were from Texas.
She's from the what is it?
Yeah.
What is
No,
it called?
I'm from
Rock
Colorado. I just grew up in
the
the country parts.
mountain
I
city.
don't even know how Colorado people talk.
Like
Most
Shade, like
Colorado
AJ.
people, a lot of them talk like me, or they don't pronounce the T's, and like we don't pronounce our T's in anything. So like it's instead of it being mountain, it's mountain.
I said it.
Uh,
We do that in the South
yeah,
too.
it'd be like, yeah, we going mountain.
About
Um, it's I don't know, Denver, Colorado's a little. It just depends on like where you're from in Denver or Colorado. Like I'm more from like the country, but I've mostly like Denver. I guess like Denver country versus like Colorado Springs or like Pueblo or something.
Oh yeah, nah, I
That's
totally
the
get
closest
that.
thing to
It's like that in Minnesota
yeah,
too.
yeah, yeah, and it's a little bit different. But yeah, we all kind of talk like a lot of them sound like me. Most people from Colorado, they sound like me, and we all get mistaken for being Texans. I don't know.
I don't know why I would expect it. I'm talking about expected. I would have suspected that y'all would have had like a Westerner Cali kind of accent.
That would make sense. A lot of people from California move here a lot. Not a lot of people who are actually like born and raised in Colorado actually live in Colorado anymore. It's been like a lot of people who just moved here from God knows where. Whether that be California, I know we had like a wave of people from Boston. We get waves of people from Texas, um, all over the place. So not a lot of not a lot of us natives left
I
here.
hate 100% the Boston accent. That is like the worst accent on the planet.
You telling me? I don't even like Boston. Like I'm a baseball fan. I don't even like their fans.
Yeah, I'd be
Like
wanting to
any of their sports.
Boston
I mean,
people.
come on, Boston fans are diehards, so
Boston
Yeah, but like
fans
the
can
women,
eat a
Boston.
bag of.
Go ahead.
Oh, I was
it's
just
okay.
gonna say
I
Boston
don't
fans
like the
can eat a bag
I
of
don't
dicks.
like the Broncos, anyways.
No, I'm not a Bronco fan.
Hmm.
Wait a minute, lady. Are you from Boston?
No, I'm from Canada.
Okay, I was about to say because I felt like we was giving you hella smoke, like you was being attacked. I ain't know. I wanted to make sure.
Oh no, no, I was laughing because I agree. The Boston accent is like, yeah,
It's like one of
Worst.
the
it's
few
unique.
accents to where
It's
the
unique.
women have the exact same accent as the men, and
Yeah,
that is just I hate it.
yeah.
The other one I can't stand is the Jersey. I can't stand the Jersey accent.
Oh yeah,
That like Jersey gringo,
Oh, I hate
Jersey
when you
Shore
get
accent. I'm like
yeah, when you get the Guidos with the Jersey.
the Guidos. Yeah,
I hate that. That's so fake. Like, you will never find a true Italian ever talking like that.
that
Like
part.
100%. Like,
what is your
get out with
favorite?
that.
What is y'all top's favorite accent?
Mm.
Um,
My number one favorite accent is for sure Louisiana.
I like Georgia.
I was just gonna say that I like Georgia, but I also, hmm. I mean, my ex was from Tennessee, and some of them have like a nice drawl, depending on how they speak. But yeah,
Yeah, the Memphis people, I rock with that too.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I got a lot of family in Memphis.
But that it's something about that Louisiana accent that's wild. Like,
Actually,
Yeah.
fun story about Memphis. My so on my bio dad side of the family, they're all from Memphis or whatever. But I guess I was doing some history, or like like family history or whatever. And I guess like like after they ended slavery and everything else, um, we had the first black school, like all black school that was there. And one of my great uncles was the first black doctor in that entire district.
Oh,
I was like,
wow.
damn, we out here doing some crazy shit. I fucking love people. I love this shit.
That's dope.
I was happy. I was like, hell yeah, out here. Fuck yes. Like I love hearing like I've always like even when I was younger, like I always love hearing shit like that. You know what I mean? Like when people are just out here
Yeah.
just fucking killing it despite, like all the bullshit, they gotta go through.
Hmm.
And all the bullshit like our people have gone through. I'm like, man, I love that shit.
Oh
Let's
yeah,
keep fucking killing.
when I heard the stories of like Black Wall Street and shit, because I'm in North Carolina, so like the story of like Wilmington and Winston Salem and shit, the black
Mm-hmm.
communities in the Black Wall Street, that's heavily
Oh
taught down here, and it's like it give you that same sense of like pride, like they was doing that shit even in the face of adversity.
yeah. Like it was the same thing with I mean, like granted that was also tragic with the Tulsa thing, but like even that gave me pride. I was like, man, they keep trying to tear us down so bad and we just keep rising. Like fucking love that shit. I'm like, let's just keep fucking rising because and that's why I've been pushing because I was talking to one of my friends like I think it was like 2 years ago where I was like, you wanna know what's weird to me? Because like I noticed this and I even noticed it within myself. I was like, you ever notice that as black people we don't really buy into black businesses. Not a lot of us do. I'm
Uh,
like, we need to fix that shit. Cause like I'm tired of buying
well,
shit.
I don't even know if we want to go into this. Kev, is your ass awake?
I'm up. I'm up. I'm up.
Okay, because what I was about to say is we got to go deeper than that. You know what I'm saying?
Like
Like
she said.
we have to buy
Yeah,
into black manufacturing. Like like
that's
restaurant level, we got to buy into black farms because even when we buy into black businesses, because we don't have a lot of stake in the manufacturing, the dollar goes right at the black community. As soon as you give it to that restaurant, then they go give it to a white farm owner. You know what I'm saying? And it's still leaving the black community. So we
yeah.
got to buy into the manufacturing process.
Mhm.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I also feel like we need to start investing in minerals because I know our dollar is going to
For,
shiz.
for sure.
Like I'm like if we start
Majority of
investing in the
minerals.
right stuff, I think we'll be fine. Cause like I said, I think that was you, Bam. I think the last time I was on here, we were talking about like the whole respiration thing
Hmm.
or whatever, and I was like, I feel like the only time the U.S. is ever gonna pay that is when they know everything's about to go to shit.
Oh yeah, that was him. He the one came with the topic.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah.
that's gonna be the only time
Oh
that
yeah,
they're
that
gonna.
is right. I know what y'all talking about.
Yeah, yeah. That's why I was like, yeah, that's the only time I see them paying anything. Other than that, I mean, if they ain't giving it to us this long, like obviously the U.S. has never been in any dire strait, but they're gonna give it to us when that shit don't mean shit.
Oh no, that shit about to happen though, for real, for real. Like Vix, man, listen, sooner than you think. If y'all pay
That's
attention
all.
to this shit that's about to go down there with Cash App,
Mm-hmm.
um,
Didn't the
the
CEO or the CEO just died?
yeah, he
Yeah,
got
yeah.
stabbed to death, and
It was that what it was? Yeah, he was on the street and he got stabbed. That's what it was. Yeah.
yeah, he about to do. It's about to be like Fed something, Fed
Oh man, what the heck did he do?
Fed Law app or something like that that's gonna replace Cash App. China and Russia and somebody else with NATO
They've
are
combined stuff. Yeah,
yeah, they saying that they are not about to have the American dollar represent um as a top line currency anymore. Like it's bro, we about to shit about to go crazy, man. Quickly.
Well, they were also saying today too, or I heard it somewhere that they were saying that isn't it convenient how Trump got arrested right at this time when they're bringing in this new app or whatever it is that they're
hmm
doing? Yeah, that
well,
all of a
at the
sudden
end of the
now
day, that's
when you
they.
buy something on Amazon, it's going to go from your credit card to this federal thing and then to Amazon. So everything that you buy, um, your government's going to be able to see. So like if you're
hmm
if you're always on Pornhub or something like that, they're going to see every credit card
Whoa.
mark you do
Oh
on your
Well, they
well.
bank,
are.
everything.
Oh
Yeah.
well.
Yeah.
They
Right.
already see that anyway, though.
Yes,
That's
Well,
I'm
that's the
caught.
thing.
They already see that because the Patriot Act, that they've been doing that since
Facts.
they put that in. They've been listening to
Man,
conversations,
all
doing
them
all sorts.
series and shit that y'all got.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Mm-hmm.
Siri, damn, all of
Siri.
them.
Yeah, I don't use any of that. I'm like
And Alexa.
Alexa
Not
or
just,
any of
Yeah,
those. No,
but
fuck.
I
it's
don't have that shit hooked up in my house.
yeah, but it's not even just Siri or anything else. It's any
Uh,
type of smartphone. You ever notice you could be talking about something and then you
yes,
open up like Facebook or something and you see an ad.
and it's all on there. Yeah.
Yeah, that
And
thing
the
on
thing,
standby.
Or
the
you're
thing
having a
is like
bad
a lot
day
of
and you come
people.
on TikTok and all of a sudden everything's about having a bad day. Like, yeah.
Yeah, so the
Yeah, but
thing is like
Alexa,
a lot
um,
of people used to think like, oh, AJ's on her conspiracy theory thing, and I'm like, I'm not. I've actually just paid attention my whole life since like the internet, right? When people really
Mm-hmm.
started getting on the internet, it started with filter bubbles, right? They would filter all the things that you were searching. So that's the reason why, like, if me
Right.
and Bam were to research the exact same thing, it's gonna pull up different results,
Two different researches.
right?
Yeah.
So you already
Yeah.
have that, right? And then on top of
Mm-hmm.
that, now you have these things listening to everything that you're saying. So then it's pulling ads for that, for advertisement,
Mm-hmm.
right? And then add this app on top of it, which puts you in an echo chamber. So you're dealing with layers upon layers of this
Just
smoke and
algorithm.
mirrors.
Yeah. Yeah.
And everybody's like, "Oh, you're a conspiracy theorist." I'm like, "I'm not though." Like at the end of the day, when we break through all these mirrors, all of these things that everybody here experiences, all these different communities, all these different people that are all getting over by the system, when we break through all these smokes and mirrors, that's going to be the only time we're going to be able to fix anything. But as long as those smoke and mirrors are there and people are going to continue to fight with each other, it ain't ever going to happen. Even black
Mm-hmm.
folks can't get along because they keep us fighting on that level too about
facts.
stupid shit.
First
But
of
we
all,
can't.
being
Go ahead.
I was about to say, being a conspiracy theorist isn't bad. A conspiracy doesn't mean anything bad. It just means you have a theory about something.
No, it is definitely a theory, but like I don't have a problem with the word conspiracy theorist. I do have a problem with it comes to today's connotation of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some things are not conspiracies, right? Some things are, but some things is just like, okay, you just being hella paranoid, or you're just not educated enough to understand,
There
or
you
you
go.
haven't
Yeah.
educated yourself enough to understand that, right?
Mm-hmm.
They recently just did like a study, right? Since the pandemic, that reading scores are 5 times lower, which means people's comprehension of what they're reading is that much lower now.
Mm-hmm.
Oh well.
That's why I'm like, the reading is fundamental, y'all. Like at the end of the day, you know.
So do y'all?
That's why I'm
Let me
like,
ask y'all this, everyone. Do y'all believe in the conspiracy? First of all, have y'all been paying attention to the UFO conspiracy? Not even conspiracy. Shit that's going
No.
on in legal documents right now.
Mm.
No, I don't
what do you
follow
mean? Like
that.
you talking about like the birth certificates and the social security numbers
No,
and
no,
stuff?
no, no, no. I'm saying how y'all don't. I ain't gonna say how y'all
There,
don't know this.
but
I'm
no, no,
saying
no. There's a bunch of them. That's why I'm trying to figure out which one you're talking about.
there's like UFO legal documents that are being like bills passed on.
Mhm,
They are uncovering shit from like CIA files.
mhm,
Like right now, and it's going public. But you only if you don't know about it, if you don't know what to look up. No, not Roswell, bro. Roswell is some shit that they probably would never uncover. That's too much damning information. But right now, they're having like press conferences on shit about UFOs.
mhm.
There's like a
Yeah.
conspiracy that there's a mothership somewhere close the to the not to the country but to planet.
To the planet. Yeah. Well, I've heard the reasonings. So I have heard that conspiracy, but I also have heard the spinoffs from that. What one of them I feel is, as a spiritual person, is very much legit, right?
Mhm.
I don't really know how to really back it up with like, tangible facts or
Research.
whatever.
Yeah. Yeah.
Not to sound too woo, but like spirituality, you really there's not like a whole
Yeah.
lot of things that you be like, yeah, this is what this is. So like there is one that's spinning off where they're talking about the reason why they're releasing all these things about aliens is because there's been a lot more like quote unquote UFO alien activity.
Mm-hmm.
Um and
Mm-hmm.
it's because of the way, so in order to well, before I get into that, you have you heard that basically the inner core of the earth, like the very inner core, has pretty much stopped
Mm-hmm.
spinning?
Yeah, the Adam and Eve
Oh, I haven't heard that.
um
Yeah,
theory.
so it's stopped spinning, right? They don't know apparently they don't know when, they just know that apparently
It
they were trying
has.
to drill to the center of it, and now they did something and now it's not spinning, right?
Project
Essentially.
Blue Beam.
The problem with that is that we run on frequency, right? So the frequency is off. So the spin-off conspiracy with all the UFOs now is that they're coming here because we're affecting, basically when that happened and because of the frequency change and the shift in these frequencies and with the collider and everything else, it's affecting more than just us now. It's affecting stuff out there. So they're coming here to try to raise the vibration so that we wake up and see what the hell we're doing. That's the spin-off conspiracy. And I kind of feel that only just because I've noticed I'm starting to feel things way more intense than I did 4 years ago, right?
Right.
And there's all these prophecies throughout, like everybody's, wherever you're from, whatever your ethnic background is, there's all these prophecies of a great awakening that takes
Mhm.
place. That's the only
That's,
reason why I'm like, I feel like that could be legit.
well, I mean, this is the first time we've ever actually seen there even be any governmental press conferences or press hearings
Hmm.
held in regards to anything UFO or extraterrestrial related. Like they've never been close to saying, "Oh yeah, there's something going on with UFOs." Never. Now all of a sudden they having press conferences about it. Like
Yeah,
that's, well, there's a, I can't remember how to look this up. Um, but and I want to say, I don't know if it was in Colorado. It was somewhere in some mountains to
there's a
where
lot of
there
shit.
was supposed to be a base inside of a mountain.
That's in
It's,
Colorado.
it is,
Hmm.
yeah, and they apparently fucked around and blew it up on some bullshit, like
Hmm.
trying to eliminate the
The
entities that were
evidence.
living in. Yeah. But the problem is that like when that happened, the aliens that were in there were able to send a signal to their people. So probably or possibly the UFOs that have been getting close to us are not friendly and are hostile because we have committed an act of war.
Hmm. Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, like the thing is like, again, I hate having these conversations. I always feel like I sound like I'm insane, right? Like, oh, I probably sound like I'm crazy, but like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, we share this world more than just what you physically see,
Hmm.
right? There are other things here. They've always been here, right? Most people can't see them, right? There's few who can, but most don't, right? I'm not going to get into details as to what these things are named and so on and so forth. One, it's dark, and I'm not trying to bring that juju on nobody. But you see that all throughout history within different cultures, right? We have different names for certain things. There's certain things we find bones of certain things, so on and so forth. So I'm like, at the end of the day, us hurting those things was an act of war. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're coming for humans at this point because we were not. I personally, spiritually, do not believe that we were put here to do what we have done. We were put here to protect what was already here.
I'm gonna be
Does that
mad
make
as
sense?
hell.
But that's
I
just
know.
me. You can
Huh?
agree to disagree. I was like, y'all can agree to disagree, but that's just personally, spiritually, how I feel.
Oh no, I 100% agree. I know one thing though. I'll be pissed as hell if I get shot with a ray gun. That can't be
Yeah.
helpful.
I don't think they're gonna come for everybody. To be honest with you, I think
I
there's
think they're
gonna be
gonna leave.
certain ones
They're gonna
that
leave
they.
black people alone because they know.
I don't think they're gonna come for everybody. I think they're gonna come for certain things. I don't think they're gonna
Okay, so
come.
how do you think they would diff,
I think there's
uh
certain. I think there's certain places and certain things that they're not going to touch because they aren't. They haven't been. Because like there's still like tribes and clans in the world that are untouched by anything modern.
right?
They haven't done anything, right? Therefore, like I don't see them trying to go to destroy them because they haven't done anything, right? I think
Yeah.
it's definitely going to be anything that's modern,
So that's us.
anything that's modern that's helping us. Yeah, that's us. But I don't think it's going to be all of humanity that gets taken out. I don't think I'm going to be the special one that survives. I'm just going to put that out there. It ain't going to be me that survives.
Damn.
But
Fucked up. You gotta have
I
faith
don't
in.
think it's going to. I mean, it'd be cool, but I'm going to be realistic. Like, I have faith. I'll be fine.
Just what I think. I think when that shit happens, you gotta get into your best, and I mean best, main character
Hmm.
energy. Cause this shit gonna be a movie out here, G. So you know what
Hmm.
I'm saying? You gotta put yourself in that main character energy.
Yeah,
Locate your right now armories. Locate the pawn shop you want to go to. Locate something that is fortified.
that part. Like, I feel like this is going to be crazy. But you know what? It's doomed to happen. We did it to ourselves. You know what I mean? I'm not saying like give up and not do anything. I'm just saying like I would still go out there and I'm still gonna put up a fight. Trust me, I'm gonna go down swinging. But I don't think there's anything we can do about it. We ain't gonna win that one. I'm gonna say that.
That's crazy. I
Mm-hmm.
for one feel like I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna be the book of Eli on y'all ass.
We book it, Eli. Do it.
Yeah, yeah. I feel like I'm a main character. I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
I'm too spiritual. I don't know. I'm too spiritual of a person. I don't necessarily like humans as a human. I don't really like other human beings, but it is what it is. I like nature though. I like nature. I like dogs. I like things that are here, but I don't necessarily like other human beings anymore. We do too much damage to each other, and it ain't even don't even make no sense.
Is Kevin snoring?
Hmm?
Mm-hmm.
No,
Kev, are you snoring?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
not that.
You better screen record that.
For take a picture.
Is somebody in here named Melania?
Who?
Could be.
That's Trump's wife's name.
Mm-hmm.
Melania? No, isn't it Melania?
Oh shoot! All right, y'all. I'm about to shut it. Before I snooze.
We, we already know, bro.
We're
Man, we're up to 20. We're up to 22
I can't
people
do
in
me
this
like
room
that,
now.
man.
Kevin,
Can't
you
do
want
me
to shut
like
it
that.
down? No,
Why
yeah.
I
you?
He
heard
need
you snoring. I heard you snoring. So
All right, bro.
Your ass gonna be on OC wall tomorrow.
Mm, I'm dead.
I'm
All
staying
right,
away
y'all. I'm
from
going.
that.
I'm peacing out.
All right.
Y'all
For
Okay,
stay
sure.
Kev.
stay cool. Stay blessed. I'll see y'all tomorrow.
Tomorrow
All right.
night. Good night,
All right, man.
AJ.
Good night. Oh, let me make
Tomorrow night, Kev.
sure. There it is.
Have a good night, everybody.
All right, y'all. Thanks for stopping through. I'm about to get my snore going.